How is life in the ducal castle? I've been very comfortable here. Thank you for taking care of me in so many ways. So, are you saying that you like living here? Yes, I love it. I have a warm bed, plenty of food, and on top of that, overflowing wages. Living in the ducal castle is truly the best. Really? If you like it that much, then be engaged to me. A sudden wave of shock hits her, and her green eyes widen in pure disbelief as she processes his words. I don't think I heard that right, so could you say it one more time? Are your ears bad? I said you should be engaged to me. Ah, then I suppose my ears really are bad. I should probably go see the physician right away, so if you'll excuse me. No. Shocked and frozen in place, she can only squeak out a polite response, sitting back down instantly. Yes, sir. A cold sweat rolls down her face as a heavy silence fills the room. An engagement to a commoner assistant? What on earth is he thinking? Is he teasing me again? Your Grace, you're even more mischievous today. Haha. Which report would you like me to read to you first? What is it that you want? What I want? You hid the fact that you're a noble and entered the ducal castle as a worker? Didn't you do that because you wanted something from me? She lets out a sudden startled hiccup, her entire face turning blank with shock at his unexpected deduction. Panicked, she quickly covers her mouth as her eyes dart around in sheer terror, realizing she's been completely caught. Did you really think you could deceive the Vines ducal family so easily? I thought I had fooled them perfectly, but he knew the entire time? I'm dead. A flashback begins, taking us back to a peaceful, sunny morning at a cozy little cottage nestled in the quiet woods. Are you awake? Did you sleep well, Marin? Breakfast today is delicious yakwa and an amazing soup. Hurry up and try some. I'll eat in a bit, so you should eat first. But you say that every day and never actually eat. You have to eat at least a little to keep your strength up, Mom. I tossed and turned all last night, so I don't have much of an appetite. Don't worry about me and just eat your breakfast. Looking at her mother's pale face, she grows deeply worried, realizing that if her mother keeps skipping meals like this, her health will only deteriorate further. Her mother looks up at her with a gentle, hopeful smile and asks, "Could you?" Hearing my daughter read to me brings peace to my heart, and it really helps me sleep. Of course, you should have said so sooner. Suddenly, a heavy, demanding knock resounds from the front door. Mom, I'll go check who's here. I'll leave the soup right here, so please eat some while I'm gone. Standing at the doorway is their unpleasant landlord, Mr. Zorno, wearing a smug and greedy expression. Hello, Mr. Zorno. What brings you here today? Why am I here? Oh, come on. We both know how things are between us. Don't be so cold. If you've got nothing important to say, I'll be going back inside. Starting this month, the rent is going up threefold. What are you talking about all of a sudden? All of a sudden, I've raised the rent for everyone else in the area. You're the only one I was cutting some slack for. Where am I supposed to find that much money right away? Can't you please give us just a little more time? The landlord's face twists into a slimy, predatory grin as he prepares to make a sinister proposal. Well, if you insist, there is another way. It's not like there's no option at all. Before he can touch her, she slams the door shut right in his face. Ah, hey, open this door. Do you think I'll keep cutting you slack, you dried-up broomstick? Next time I come, if you don't have the money, you'll be thrown out immediately. She stands silently behind the locked door, trembling in fear. Winter is almost here. I can't let my sick mother be thrown out into the cold like this. Walking back into her room, her footsteps feel incredibly heavy as desperation begins to take over. I need money. I guess I really have no choice but to use it. In this empire, there's one thing. The bluebird of the Western Duke doesn't cry. Only I could know. She looks at the cover of a beautifully decorated novel, a book whose secrets only she is privy to in this world. It's ridiculous, isn't it? How did I know? Was it because I'm the protagonist? No, it's because the male lead, the Western Duke, exists in this very world. The novel, The Bluebird of the Western Duke Doesn't Cry, has a simple plot. The male lead, the Western Duke, goes blind and falls into ruin after a monster attack. He then meets the female lead, a prodigy in herbal medicine, who successfully heals his eyes. They are destined to fall deeply in love, sharing a romance that will eventually save them both. As for me, I am nothing more than a part of the background. If I stay quiet, I'll get to watch the Duke's happy ending unfold. Determined to change her fate and secure the funds she desperately needs, she gathers her manuscripts and prepares to take action. Marin leans against her dresser in deep despair, muttering, I need money. The Schwentz family used to be a wealthy family. But after a tragic carriage accident, my father and only brother passed away. At the same time, my father's enormous hidden debts were revealed, leaving me with no time to even process the shock of being reincarnated. Marin looks down at her last remaining possession, lamenting, "After selling everything, the only thing left is this vanity my father gifted me. As a fallen Viscount's daughter who couldn't even debut in society, I can't do anything with just a title. I struggled all directly this time, pretending the novel's plot didn't exist." Her vibrant green eyes reflect her inner conflict and this sudden spark of resolve to finally take action. With my abilities carried over from my past life and the unique knowledge that only I possess in this world, looking at her reflection in the mirror, she says with determination, "It's time I use the weapons I have." She tightly squeezes her skirt, preparing herself mentally for the challenge ahead. Marin sits elegantly on a lavish sofa as a voice addresses her, saying, "Miss Marin." The gentleman holding her manuscript smiles warmly and compliments her. "Your handwriting is quite neat." Blushing slightly and trying to hide her nervousness, Marin replies, "Thank you." She swallows hard in the tense silence, thinking, "I really am living inside a novel." Marin panics internally at being face-to-face with the Duke's aide, Olive Rion, who remarks, "It's rare for a woman to be literate. How unique." Overwhelmed with anxiety, she screams in her mind, "This is the first time I'm meeting a major character from the novel, and on top of that, he's the Duke's aide. I'm so nervous." Marin explains her background. "After seeing I had an interest in books, the young master I served taught me himself." When Olive asks if she still reads, she replies, "Yes. Although I only own a few books, I just keep rereading them, secretly thinking that new books are too expensive to buy." She looks at him anxiously, thinking, "I came up with a plausible story, but I wonder if it still seems a bit suspicious. Most noble ladies do not learn how to read and write." Instead of learning letters, a beautiful noblewoman is shown dedicating her time to playing the violin. They strive to cultivate their refinement by playing instruments or appreciating works of art. But since reading was my hobby even in my past life, I pestered my father to teach me how, and then spent all day reading at home. Those moments with my books were precious and made me genuinely happy. Olive Rion sets the paper down and tells her, "Miss Marin, it's true I'm looking for an assistant, but I am specifically looking for a boy to assist me." Olive Rion continues, "I was told a boy named Marion would be coming on recommendation." He looks at her directly and concludes, "So I'm a bit taken aback that a woman has arrived." Marin can only look down in silence. Marin laments in her thoughts, "If not for this method, I wouldn't have even been able to set foot in here, let alone meet the Duke. Would it have been better to disguise myself as a man? No, the Duke would have known I was a woman at a single glance." Gathering her courage, Marin exclaims, "Marion is my older brother, but he left, saying he wanted to work in the capital. This was such a great opportunity to work for the Vines Duchy that I didn't want to miss it." Olive Rion rejects her gently, explaining, "However, the duchy already has enough female servants. Besides, hiring female servants is under the headmaid's authority, not mine." As Olive says, "I'm sorry, but this interview is..." Marin suddenly stands up from her seat and cuts him off, declaring, "I will be necessary." Startled, Olive points to himself and asks, "For me?" Marin, quickly waving her hands in panic, corrects herself, "No." She clarifies with absolute sincerity, "For His Grace, the Duke." The temperature in the room drops as Olive Rion stands up and asks in a cold, serious tone, "What do you mean by that?" Marin speaks carefully. "The unfortunate accident that His Grace the Duke suffered is something everyone in this western region knows about." Protective of the Duke's secrets, Olive Rion commands coldly, "Miss Marin, do you realize what you are saying right now? Please leave now." Feeling cornered, she thinks in desperation, "I can't go back like this." Her eyes light up as she notices a book on the table and thinks, "That's it, the book. I'll show him my ability with that." Marin quickly rushes over to the side table and snatches the book, catching Olive completely off guard. Shocked by her sudden movement, Olive stands up and shouts, "Miss Marin!" He tries to stop her, yelling, "What do you think you're doing?" But she has already opened the book to read. Olive Rion freezes in his tracks, his eyes widening in pure amazement at what he hears next. As Marin reads aloud, her voice flows with an ethereal, enchanting quality that fills the entire room. Is that why? Her narration is incredibly rich and full of life, creating a warm, magical atmosphere as she pours her soul into reading the story. Olive Rion stands completely speechless, absolutely mesmerized and captivated by the sheer beauty and emotional depth of her voice. After a brief pause, Marin looks up at him with a gentle smile and asks, "Shall I continue?" She proposes confidently, since His Grace the Duke cannot see the documents, no, when it's inconvenient for him to see them, I can read them aloud like this. She thinks to herself, "A blind duke must get reports read aloud to him often. That's when I'll show him the skills from my past life as a voice actress." Marin holds the beautifully bound book close to her chest, her eyes shining with confidence and hope. Olive Ryan collects his composure and says, "For now, please have a seat." Marin complies, replying, "Ah, yes." She carefully sits back down on the sofa, clutching the book as she waits for his verdict. Olive Ryan sighs and explains, "Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to hire you, Miss Marin. If I were just looking for a simple assistant, I could handle it myself, but it's a different story when it comes to reading documents for His Grace the Duke." Marin gasps softly, "Ah." Marin sits in a heavy silence as anxiety washes over her once more, thinking, what do I do? Do I have to go back without even meeting the Duke? What about the rent? Olive Ryan admits, "I was surprised as I've never seen such a special talent before. To be honest, I've been quite worried about the matter of reading documents to His Grace," as Marin looks up in shock. Olive looks at her and says, "It seems you might be able to solve that problem for me, Miss Marin," causing her eyes to widen with a glimmer of hope. Marin asks with anticipation, "Does that perhaps mean?" And Olive happily confirms with a gentle, "Yes." Olive Ryan smiles warmly and proposes, "Shall we go see His Grace right away?" Olive leads Marin down a grand, dimly lit corridor of the estate, where their footsteps echo softly in the quiet hall. Looking around in the darkness, Marin thinks, "It's gotten so dark I can barely see in front of me. It's like a pitch-black cave." Olive Ryan lights a single candle and explains, "His Grace the Duke is sensitive to light." Olive continues, "If you are to serve His Grace the Duke from now on, I will inform you of the various things you must be careful about." Marin nervously replies, "Yes." Olive gently knocks on the massive study door, inside of which sits the blind Duke Gerald, working silently in near-complete darkness. A deep voice calls out, "Come in." As the heavy door creaks open, Olive enters holding the candle, followed closely by a tense Marin. Looking into the dimly lit room, Marin thinks in awe, that person is the male lead of the Western Duke's Bluebird Doesn't Cry. Marin looks upon the legendary Duke sitting majestically at his desk. The Duke, wearing a dark silk blindfold over his eyes, turns slightly as he senses their presence in his room. His breathtaking, mysterious appearance leaves no doubt this is indeed the powerful Duke Gerald. Duke Gerald asks coldly, "What is it?" Olive steps forward and explains, "I am trying to hire someone for you, and I thought it was a matter that required your Grace's permission, so I have come to see you." The Duke reacts with cold annoyance, muttering, "Permission? Since when did I have to concern myself with every single servant?" Olive politely insists, "It's just that this servant is rather special. I believe it would be good to keep her by your Grace's side." The Duke sighs, stating, "I think I have met every doctor in the Empire." Marin swallows hard in silence as Olive counters, "She is not a doctor, but..." Olive hands over a document saying, "She will surely be of help to your Grace. One moment, just give me a moment of your time." Olive turns to Marin and requests, "Miss Marin, just like in the drawing room, please." Marin takes the paper with a firm grip, replying nervously, "Yes." Squeezing her eyes shut for a brief moment of focus, Marin mentally encourages herself, "I can do this." Marin begins reading in her clear, melodic voice, an urgent report regarding the silver mine discovered in the Niron territory. The Duke flinches slightly, caught off guard by her beautiful voice. Marin continues reading the document smoothly, explaining that the miners are reluctant to enter. Reading the final sentence with deep emotion, Marin states, "Please issue a swift order to close the mine." As she reads those words, Marin's green eyes widen in sudden realization. Hold on, this... Marin realizes it's something that was also in the original work. She remembers that this silver mine plays a significant role as the heroine eventually visits this abandoned mine to gather herbs and finds a mysterious mineral. Marin recalls how high society became utterly enamored with that jewel, as the mine was not actually a silver mine, but a completely new gemstone mine altogether. The name of the gemstone is opal, Marin remembers. Upon its discovery, high society went wild over its mysteriously glimmering, iridescent beauty. Marin mentally laments, "Why didn't I remember this sooner? Even if I snuck in and took just a few pieces, I could have made a fortune." Lost in thought, she whispers aloud, "What a waste!" only for the Duke to suddenly appear right in front of her, asking coldly, "What is?" Marin panics internally, thinking, when did he get this close?" As she squeaks out, "Yes?" Towering over her, Duke Gerald demands an answer, asking, "I asked, what's a waste?" Terrified by his imposing presence, Marin stammers, that is, while crying on the inside about how incredibly scary he is. As Marin steps backward in fear, her foot slips on the smooth floor and she loses her balance with a startled cry. "Ah!" Marin flails her arms as she realizes in terror, "I'm falling." Before she can hit the ground, a strong hand suddenly shoots out and grabs her wrist firmly. In a breathtaking romantic motion, Duke Gerald pulls Marin close, catching her securely in his arms amidst a flurry of imaginary golden blossoms. Marin looks up at him with wide, trembling green eyes, her heart racing from the sudden physical proximity. The Duke holds her firmly, his expression hidden behind his blindfold, but radiating an intense, quiet power. Staring at his sculpted jawline and handsome face, Marin completely dazes out, thinking, as expected of the male lead, up close he is incredibly handsome. Marin snaps herself out of her daze, frantically thinking, no, this is not the time to admire his face, as she stammers, that is. A tense, heavy silence fills the room as Duke Gerald stands completely still, refusing to let go of her wrist. With a chilling aura surrounding him, Duke Gerald looks toward his aide and asks, Olive, was I always this patient? Cornered and desperate to explain herself, Marin squeezes her eyes shut and blurts out, monsters. The Duke stops and repeats slowly, monster? As Olive watches them with a surprised expression. Marin quickly explains, tunnel monsters are known to like minerals that shine like jewels. She continues her fabricated reasoning. Since they appear so often, I wondered if there might be some other gemstone there, even if it is not silver. She sighs in relief internally, thinking, I barely came up with that excuse. The Duke demands coldly, your name. She stammers, Marin. He follows up, a commoner? And she answers, yes. While hoping silently, I would appreciate it if your grace would release my wrist, Marin watches him as he notes suspiciously, a commoner who can read, let alone analyze a report? The Duke delivers his cold verdict, a spy then, prompting Marin to cry out in absolute shock. What? No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Marin desperately protests, trying to clear up the Duke's sudden suspicion. Duke Gerald remains completely silent under his dark blindfold, carefully assessing her voice and reaction. Sparing her for now, Duke Gerald reaches out and orders, Olive, prepare an employment contract. For now, make it temporary. Overjoyed by the sudden turn of events, Marin's face lights up with a brilliant smile as she exclaims, truly? Thank you. Marin bows deeply in gratitude, saying, and as the Duke turns away, his mind already drifting to other matters. Olive is caught completely off guard by the sudden decision, blunting out a confused, pardon? Looking down at her slender wrists, Gerald notes coldly, your wrist is like a twig. Marin flinches, thinking in surprise, a twig? Before stammering, yes, understood. Marin looks down, blushing in embarrassment, and thinks to herself, my wrist isn't thin, it's just that your grace's hands are incredibly big. After they leave, the heavy door clicks shut. Left alone in the quiet darkness of his study, Duke Gerald sighs deeply and clutches his forehead in exhaustion. Gerald stands alone in the silent room, pondering over the strange encounter as he thinks, a curious woman. Her voice was not grating at all. Recalling her sweet narration, he muses, hearing the report, I remembered what it feels like to think. I see now why Olive pleaded so earnestly to hire her. The legendary shield of the Vines Duchy stands proud. The family, protectors of the Western region, carries a hereditary secret passed down only to the direct firstborn son, eyes that can distinguish even the color of a bird flying overhead. Standing majestically with his cape flowing, Gerald possessed senses that exceeded those of any normal human, including ears that could hear sounds 50 meters away, a tongue and nose that identified all scents, and skin sensitive to the most minute contact. Among all the dukes in history, Gerald possessed the most exceptional senses. The Grand Ducal House of Vines had always protected this region, a principle that the current duke made even more renowned throughout the empire. However, 1 year ago, a devastating monster attack stole the duke's sight and twisted his entire world. As if compensating for the loss of vision, his other senses began to react much more sharply and violently. As his senses ran wild, his mind did as well. His hearing became so sensitive that even the sound of insects crawling crashed into his head like deafening thunder, tormenting him day and night. Standing in his quiet room, Gerald whispers in disbelief, "It is the first time someone's voice has not tormented me." A tense shadow falls over Gerald's face as he contemplates the mysterious comfort of Marin's enchanting voice. He recalls her visible fear, thinking, she feared me, yet she lied. Her heart was pounding so fast from the tension, so what reason did she have to lie? Deciding not to take any chances, Duke Gerald calls out to the dark room, "Kay!" Instantly, a cloaked shadow appears from the darkness. Gerald commands his loyal shadow coldly, "Investigate." Marin's green eyes widen in absolute shock as she gazes at the contract in her hands, completely overwhelmed by the realization of how this generous opportunity will maximize her financial security and well-being. As she sits in the elegant drawing room, Marin's heart leaps with joy at the highly favorable terms of her new position, thinking 1 gold coin covers a whole month's living expenses. This is practically a dream job. Now I finally understand why people say that if you must serve, you should choose a wealthy household to maximize your quality of life. Across from her, the gentleman kindly explains, even though it is temporary, your role is a specialized position with high pay, Miss Marin, emphasizing how highly valued and productive her contribution will be. Clutching the paper to her chest, Marin looks contemplative as she ponders the phrase specialized role, realizing that there were individuals who occupied these high-impact, critical positions in the original story, and she considers how this path will affect the overall outcome and security of everyone involved. Kay, the Duke's ultimate shadow, prepares to dig into her background, knowing how dangerous spies infiltrating the region can be. He will look into every cornerstone of the duchy, from Serene the ducal blacksmith to even Zero the mysterious alchemist. Back in the drawing room, Olive beams with a blindingly bright aura and cheers, "Of course, so work hard and aim for a full-time position, Miss Marin." Eager to secure the job, Marin quickly scribbles her signature, saying, "I just need to sign here, right?" While Olive nervously warns her, "You should probably read it properly." Olive then places a beautifully bound volume on the table and says, "And this. You mentioned you like reading, so I will give this book to you, Miss Marin." Marin's eyes widen in sheer astonishment as she stares closely at the book's exquisite cover. Looking down at the golden patterns, she realizes with a jolt, the book I read before. Holding it carefully, she hesitates and asks, "It looks expensive. Can I really accept it?" Olive waves it off warmly, saying, "Yes, it's just a book we were going to throw out anyway." Marin's eyes sparkle with excitement as she replies, "Then please throw it away to me." Marin cradles the gorgeous book close to her chest with a bright, beautiful smile, thinking happily, "This is totally my lucky charm." Later that night, Marin returns to her cozy cottage, calling out, "Mom, I'm home." Her frail mother smiles warmly from the bed, replying, "Welcome back. You worked hard again today, my daughter." Carrying a massive sack, Marin walks in cheerfully and says, "I'm pretty late, huh? I'll wash up and read to you right away, Mom." Her mother replies gently, "It's all right, no need to rush." Spotting the untouched bowl of soup on the table, Marin looks at her mother with concern, thinking she skipped her meal again. Marin smiles and says, "Look, Mom," as she prepares to reveal what is inside the sack. Marin pulls out a luxurious basket overflowing with fresh bread, meats, sausages, and pastries, presenting it proudly. "Doesn't it all look delicious?" Her mother stares at the bountiful feast in absolute shock, stammering, "What is all this?" Worry washing over her, the mother asks, "Don't tell me you've borrowed money again because of me." Marin frantically waves her hands, reassuring her, "No, that's not it." When Marin explains where she got it, her mother's eyes widen as she asks, "The ducal castle? You don't mean the Vines ducal house, do you?" Marin smiles brightly and confirms, "The Western ducal house, Vines the guardian. They gave me a food basket as a welcome gift." Overcome with relief, her mother clasps her hands together with tears of joy, crying, "It's Grand Duke Vines after all." As her mother weeps in praise and gratitude, Marin watches her with a gentle smile, thinking, "How long has it been since I've seen her this happy? She hasn't even prayed since the accident." Marin pauses for a moment, her expression turning slightly serious as she begins, "By the way, Mom," with a nervous look on her face, Marin confesses, "I told His Grace the Duke I was a commoner." Her mother gasps in shock, asking, "What? Why would you lie about that?" Marin sheepishly explains, "If I said I was a noble, I wouldn't have even gotten an interview. There are so many young ladies trying to approach His Grace with impure intentions." Recalling the original novel, Marin remembers how the handsome Duke was constantly chased by obsessive women. She smiles reassuringly and says, "Don't worry, Mom." Marin promises her worried mother, "I'll quit as soon as I save up enough money." Her mother sighs in relief and replies, "All right, I'm sure you know what you're doing." Marin smiles warmly, feeling a sense of peace and determination to protect her mother. She remembers the plot of the novel, thinking, once the Duke meets the female lead, he'll regain his sight, and naturally, he won't need me anymore, right? Surrounded by beautiful roses, Marin resolves, "I don't want to get dragged into the original story and end up hurt. I just want to live peacefully with my mother." Looking at the beautiful flowers, Marin smiles with determination, thinking to herself, "When I save enough money, the first thing I'll do is move to a bigger house than this." She pumps her fist with excitement and thinks, "Yeah, I don't even need to be a full-time employee. Let's just hold out for exactly 6 months." But her high hopes are suddenly shattered as she gasps in shock, shouting, "Huh? You want me to go back?" Olive looks apologetic as he politely requests, "Yes, please return home for today." Panicked, Marin asks, then what about tomorrow? But Olive stammers, well, tomorrow is also... When she pushes further, the day after? He responds weakly, even the day after. Marin's face pales as she asks in a trembling voice, am I fired? Catching Olive completely off guard as he responds, huh? Dropping to her knees in sheer desperation, Marin dramatically protests to Olive, I can't leave? Do you know how hard it was to get this job? You can't just throw me out after one day. If I die, I'll die right here. Looking incredibly flustered and raising his hand, Olive quickly tries to clear up the misunderstanding, stammering, Miss Marin? That's not it. Marin flinches in surprise, her vibrant green eye widening as a cold, commanding voice suddenly cuts through their conversation, declaring, both of you. Suddenly, a cold, authoritative voice from inside the study commands, come in, prompting both of them to freeze. Walking into the grand room, Marin keeps her head down, filled with dread as she thinks, I didn't know His Grace was inside, and I yelled. In the dimly lit study, Duke Gerald stands silently by his desk, resting his hand on a stained document. Suddenly, Marin flinches as a cold shiver runs down her spine, her eyes widening in realization. Sensing something ominous in the heavy air, she nervously notes, wait, the smell? Her heart races as she recognizes it, thinking, there's a faint scent of blood. It reminds me of the carriage accident, the horses screaming, the blood dripping before my eyes. Squeezing her eyes shut, she desperately tries to calm herself, thinking, get a grip, Marin Schwenz, you can't fall apart here. Out of nowhere, the Duke's cold, deep voice breaks the silence, asking, why are you so eager to die? Gerald turns slightly toward her and demands, you said you'd die here even if it kills you? Horrified by the misunderstanding, Marin quickly waves her hands and stammers, huh? No, that's not what I meant, while Olive bows deeply, saying, I apologize, Your Grace. Olive quickly steps in to clarify the situation, explaining, I couldn't mention your condition, so I tried to send her away, and it seems Miss Marin took it as being fired. Hearing this, Duke Gerald mutters in surprise, what? Is that what happened? Duke Gerald lets out a small sigh and notes, so that explains the fuss, while Olive continues to bow in embarrassment, saying, I'm sorry. Feeling foolish for making such a big scene, Marin looks down, blushing as she stammers, I had no idea. I apologize. Duke Gerald remains quiet for a moment, absorbing the situation behind his dark blindfold. Gerald commands coldly, if you're ready, begin, but Olive hesitates, asking with deep concern, will you be all right? You haven't even received treatment yet. Hearing their conversation, Marin's eyes widen as she realizes, so that blood smell earlier was because His Grace is injured? But Gerald cuts them off sharply, ordering, stop babbling, give me the report, and leave. Olive turns to her and hands over the documents, saying, Miss Marin, you may start reading this. Marin takes them nervously, replying, yes. Taking a deep breath, Marin holds the reports close and says, then I will begin the reading. Seeing her keep a massive distance, Duke Gerald asks suspiciously, from there? And Marin sheepishly replies, I'm more comfortable over here. As she starts to speak, may I read from... The heavy sound of footsteps echoes through the room as Gerald starts walking directly toward her. Before she can even finish her sentence, she gasps, here? As a towering shadow suddenly looms right over her. In a breathtaking, intimate motion, the Duke stands extremely close to Marin, gently but firmly grasping her wrist. The Duke holds her firmly, his face incredibly handsome even behind the blindfold. With a soft yet commanding tone, Duke Gerald whispers, come closer. Marion completely dazes out, her heart fluttering at his incredible proximity and striking appearance. Suddenly, she loses her balance and lets out a small shriek. Kya! She immediately covers her mouth in absolute terror, frantically thinking, what the... Gasp! I shouldn't make loud noises? Duke Gerald tilts his head slightly in curiosity, noting her presence as he calls her Temp. Still trembling from his close proximity, Marin squeaks out a nervous yes. Gerald looks down at her with a piercing curiosity and asks, why did you purposefully suppress the sound? Marin sweats profusely as she frantically searches for an excuse, stammering, that's because screaming would be annoying? Gerald presses her further. Isn't making a sound when you're startled a natural reaction? Marin smiles nervously, thinking, that's true, but I have to answer carefully. Before speaking aloud, since your Grace has trouble seeing, she bows politely and explains, I thought you would be sensitive to sound, hence my actions. I apologize. Duke Gerald remains quiet as he analyzes her response, thinking to himself, there's no way a Temp would know the secret of the Vines family. He muses in quiet appreciation, but to make such a judgment in an instant? Satisfied with her explanation, Gerald praises her. Good analytical skills, prompting Marin to beam with a bright smile as she replies, "Thank you," while thinking in relief, "Whew, got past that." Suddenly, a strong ray of morning light pierces through the heavy curtains, making Marin squint as she thinks, the light coming through the curtains? As she looks over at the Duke, her eyes widen in absolute horror as she thinks, wait, on your Grace's ear? That's blood? Unable to hide her shock, she cries out, "Your Grace?" To which the Duke calmly replies, "What?" Pointing toward his ear, she stammers, "Your ear is bleeding," while frantically thinking, that's where he was hurt? If the smell of blood is vibrating in the air, how badly is he injured? Gerald dismisses her concern coldly, saying, "It's nothing." Marin asks with concern, "Shouldn't you treat it immediately?" But Duke Gerald dismisses it, replying, "This much will heal in a day." However, staring at the cloth heavily drenched in blood, Marin exclaims in shock, "This much?" Recalling Olive's nagging voice, Marin remembers him lecturing, "You shouldn't brush it off so lightly. If you're hurt, you should treat it and find out why it bled." Seeing their similar attitudes toward his health, Duke Gerald notes with a dry remark, "You two are alike." Duke Gerald calmly states, "I already know the cause, so it doesn't matter," prompting a highly surprised Marin to ask, "You know?" He then adds matter-of-factly, "I stabbed my ear." Marin stares at him in complete disbelief, blinking as she asks, "Sorry, who did?" With a chilling calmness, Duke Gerald confirms, "I did." Marin realizes the horror of what the Duke has done, thinking in shock, to stab his own ear. Don't tell me, was the sound too painful? She reflects on the immense physical and mental burden Gerald must be carrying, thinking even a small paper cut hurts a lot, so how agonizing must it have been to do that? Marin hangs her head in deep regret, realizing she has been looking at this world through a detached lens and thinking, "I thought wrong." Looking at Duke Gerald, she feels a wave of shame for treating his real suffering like mere text on a page, thinking, like Mom, he isn't just a mere character, but a person who can feel pain. Why did I take this person's suffering lightly? I'm ashamed of myself for thinking of his pain simply as information in a novel. Tears well up in Marin's striking green eyes as she looks on with genuine sorrow and empathy. Duke Gerald stands silently under her tearful gaze, a sweat drop forming on his cheek as he senses her shifting emotions. Feeling her intense emotion, Gerald's lips part slightly as he murmurs in confusion, "Why?" Startled, Marin quickly wipes her tears away and squeaks out, "Pardon?" Gerald stands tall, demanding to know, "Why are you before being suddenly interrupted by a series of sharp knocks at the door. The door swings open and Olive steps in, calling out politely, "Your Grace, Miss Marin." Olive walks in with a light stack of documents, explaining, "There are more reports that need checking, so I brought them along." Handing them over, Olive requests, "Please take care of these as well, Miss Marin." Marin accepts the new batch of paperwork dutifully, replying, "Yes, Aide." Standing close together, Marin holds the reports tight while Gerald towers over her, a strange, elegant atmosphere settling between them. Handing the final reviewed page back, Marin announces, "That is all." Smiling warmly, Marin bids him farewell, saying, "Then I'll see you at the next report. Please rest well, Your Grace." Before she can leave, Gerald suddenly reaches out and grabs her wrist firmly, making her gasp as he commands, "Wait." Gerald gently handles her wrist and mutters, "It really is like a twig," prompting Marin to panic internally. He's talking about my wrist again? Holding her delicate wrist, Gerald looks down at her and commands, "Put on more weight than you have now," while Marin thinks in disbelief, "A person's wrist a twig? I think that's too harsh." Gerald tilts his head with an arrogant but handsome air, adding, "And get checked by me, understood?" Marin is left completely dumbfounded with question marks floating all around her as she repeats in confusion, "Understood?" Walking away with her face flushed, Marin mutters to herself in disbelief, "What do aid assistants have to get checked for things like this too?" The large wooden study doors close behind her with a soft click, leaving the Duke alone in the room. Left alone, Gerald crosses his arms and muses with intrigue, "She's a peculiar woman." He reflects on the report details about her, thinking, even though she fears me, she cried because of my injury. According to Kay's investigation, her true identity is Marin Schwentz, the daughter of a viscount. After the head of the family and the eldest son died in a carriage accident, the family fell into ruin. She is living in a collapsing shack, supporting her sick mother, has not made her debutante, unmarried, no dowry. Gerald paces around his desk, deeply puzzled as he wonders, why on earth did a woman with no secrets and nothing special approach me? Resting his hand on his chin, Gerald smiles schemingly and thinks, I can't predict where she'll bounce next. Unpredictable variables are dangerous. Meanwhile, walking down the hall, Marin grumbles, it's not that much like a twig, is it? While Gerald's voice echoes in his own thoughts. Amusing. Back in his study, a soft, rare smile graces Gerald's lips as he smirks in amusement. Olive leads Marin into a beautifully lit room and proudly presents it, saying, "This is the office." Marin's eyes sparkle with excitement as she exclaims, "Wow, it's really spacious." Olive smiles and replies, "Aside from the times you report to His Grace, you'll be helping me with my work here. This seat is yours, Miss Marin." Marin gently touches the polished wooden desk, her heart racing as she thinks, "Just thinking about using new furniture after a long time makes my heart flutter." Standing by her new desk, Marin smiles brightly, feeling incredibly happy and grateful for her new working environment. Suddenly, Marin gasps in realization as a thought strikes her. Ah! Olive notices her expression and shares his own concerns, asking, "Is it really okay to just leave His Grace's injury like that? That's what worries me as well." Olive sighs and explains, "I wish he'd receive treatment, but His Grace hates having anything touch his body. But if it's left alone, the wound will only get worse." Marin looks worried as Olive continues, "Exactly, and he already isn't sleeping, so his recovery will be even slower." Hearing this, Marin gasps in surprise. "He can't sleep?" Marin thinks back to her knowledge of the story, analyzing, the Duke's insomnia wasn't mentioned in the novel. It must be because his eyesight is gone, his senses are heightened, so he can't fall asleep. If he used that, his vision would return and everything would get better. She immediately shakes her head vigorously to stop herself, resolving, no, helping the male lead regain his sight is the heroine's role. Don't butt in. Turning back to Olive with a bright idea, Marin suggests, what about giving him warm wine? My mother always drank that whenever she couldn't sleep." Olive's golden eyes widen in surprise as he repeats, "Wine?" Smiling sweetly, Marin requests, "I'm a commoner, so please speak comfortably with me." Olive walks alongside her and chuckles. "I already am speaking comfortably with you. Then please call me by my name too, Miss Marin." Marin beams and replies, "Yes, Lord Olive." Olive places a hand on a massive stack of papers and says cheerfully, "All right, Miss Marin." With a beaming smile, Olive presents a towering, colossal stack of documents with a joyful ta-da! Marin's face turns pale as she sweats profusely, squeaking out, "Yes," while thinking, let's put the good boss idea on hold. Slouched over her desk between two towering walls of documents, a completely exhausted Marin groans, "I'm dying." Suddenly, Olive's gloved hand places a beautiful plate of colorful pastries, cakes, and tarts on her desk as he calls, "Miss Marin." Olive looks down with a warm, gentle smile and says, "You must be hungry. Eat this while you work." Marin looks up at him with sparkling eyes and replies happily, "Thank you, Lord Olive." Olive offers Marin more food if it's not enough, but she flusteredly waves her hands and says it is already a lot. Olive explains that Duke Gerald ordered her to be fattened up, which makes Marin nervously recall the Duke checking her risk. Marin politely eats the pastries, but worries to herself that eating all of it will cause indigestion. Suddenly, Marin's green eyes sparkle with surprise as a brilliant idea strikes her. Marin politely asks Olive if she can take a piece of the cake home to her mother, apologizing for asking for another favor. Olive warmly agrees to let the kitchen know, just as a sudden knock is heard at the office door. A throat-clearing sound is heard from outside as the butler arrives at the door. Olive invites the visitor to enter, while Marin turns around in curiosity. A distinguished, well-dressed older gentleman enters the room, introduced as Butler Sebastian. Butler Sebastian greets them with a warm, friendly smile. Olive asks the butler if his grandson's wedding went well, and Sebastian warmly agrees that time truly flies. Marin is shocked to realize that this butler is actually Sebastian, the legendary former vice captain of the Night Order. Butler Sebastian asks if it might be possible to meet with Duke Gerald to offer his gratitude. Olive regretfully informs him that it will be difficult to meet the Duke today, leaving Sebastian looking downcast. Marin is surprised to realize that even the legendary butler needs Olive's permission to meet with the Duke. Olive introduces Marin as his new assistant, prompting her to bow politely and introduce herself. Olive explains that Marin is a special staff member who reports directly to the Duke, formally introducing Butler Sebastian Chen. Sebastian bows politely, welcoming Marin and asking her to call him Butler Sebas. Olive praises Marin's work to the butler, saying Miss Marin's reporting skills are exceptional. Even His Grace was satisfied. Hearing this, the butler reacts in complete shock, exclaiming, "Really?" Olive confirms with a smile, yes, he listened to her report very comfortably. As the butler stares at her with eyes full of sparkly admiration, Marin smiles sheepishly, feeling a little nervous under his intense and unexpected gaze. Sebastian suddenly becomes incredibly enthusiastic, vigorously shaking Marin's hand and promising to help her with anything she needs. Marin smiles nervously, completely overwhelmed by the butler's intense energy as her hand is shaken wildly. Marin swallows hard, reminding herself to be careful so her true identity as a noblewoman is not exposed to the Duke's loyal followers. Night falls over the Grand Duchy, casting a quiet, moonlit glow over the magnificent palace. Inside his dark, quiet study, a blindfolded Duke Gerald sits silently in his chair with his arms crossed. The study door slides open as Olive enters, softly addressing the Duke. Olive wheels in a serving cart with a bottle of wine, pleading with the Duke to finally get some rest. Sensing the scent, Gerald asks if Olive really thinks drinking wine will help him sleep. Olive explains that Miss Marin recommended it, prompting the Duke to ask about the temporary assistant. Olive pours the warm wine, explaining that Marin's mother drank it whenever she had trouble sleeping. Gerald holds the glass of wine as Olive informs him that Marin has already left for the day. Gerald stares down in contemplation, swirling the dark red wine in his glass. After a moment of silence, the Duke speaks up to discuss Miss Marin. Gerald reflects on Marin's behavior, noting her literacy, her mother's wine-drinking habit, and her elegant way of holding a teacup. Olive agrees, observing that her mannerisms certainly do not seem like those of a commoner. Gerald states matter-of-factly that Marin is actually the daughter of a ruined Viscount family. Olive wonders if her goal is money and pities her desperate circumstances, while Gerald listens thoughtfully. Gerald swirls his wine, contemplating how easily Marin seems to win over everyone around her. Gerald muses that she might be a perfect infiltrator, though he smiles as he takes a sip and admits the wine is quite good. The next day, a happy Marin carries a basket filled with delicious treats for her mother. Walking through the beautiful sunlit forest, Marin happily thinks about how grateful she is to Olive for arranging her schedule. She smiles warmly, glad that her sick mother's appetite has finally started to return. Marin resolves to make sure her mother eats nutritious meals to help her recover. As she approaches her house at sunset, she reminds herself to work even harder, only to stop in surprise. Marin is horrified to see that the front door to her house is wide open, dropping her basket in shock. Running inside, she gasps in absolute terror at the sight of her completely ransacked home. Marin stands trembling in the middle of the ruined room, frantically wondering what happened. Suddenly, she hears her mother weakly calling her name from the next room. Marin bursts through the door, calling out for her mother in panic. She finds her mother weakly kneeling on the floor of the trashed bedroom, crying out to her in distress. Marin rushes to her side, desperately asking who could have done such a terrible thing. Crying and disheveled, her mother reveals that the landlord's wife came by, having misunderstood and believed Marin was her husband's mistress. Crying weakly on the floor of their ruined home, Marin's mother explains that the landlord's wife spouted nonsense and trashed the place in a rage before leaving, threatening that they must move out if they do not pay rent by tomorrow. Her mother apologizes tearfully, but Marin looks at her in deep shock and asks what she could possibly be apologizing for. Looking sadly at the only intact piece of furniture left in the room, her mother laments that she couldn't protect anything except for the wooden vanity. Marin lowers her head in deep regret, thinking to herself that all of this is her fault for ignoring the landlord's advances instead of dealing with them sooner. Determined to save her family, Marin stands up resolutely and declares to her mother that she is heading back to the Duke's castle. Marin stands alone in the vast courtyard of the Grand Duchy under the night sky, calling out desperately to see if anyone is there. Marin turns around in surprise as a voice suddenly asks her who she is. Marin explains to the approaching guards that her name is Marin and that she works under advisor Olive, urgently requesting permission to enter and speak with him. One of the guards looks at her suspiciously, scratching his neck as he remarks that he has never seen her before despite her claim of working under the advisor. The guard turns to his red-haired companion Eubis and asks if he recognizes Marin. Eubis bluntly replies that he does not know her, leaving Marin sweating nervously under their gaze. Marin is completely dumbfounded when Eubis cheerfully admits that he knows absolutely nothing, prompting a confused reaction from the other guard. The guard shouts in frustration at Eubis as he runs away playfully, refusing to help verify Marin's identity. The guard sighs and apologizes for his young companion's behavior, explaining to Marin that they will have to verify her identity before letting her inside. Led into a luxurious, warm reception room, Marin sits anxiously on a green velvet sofa, waiting to hear back about her situation. Marin is deeply relieved when butler Sebastian arrives to confirm her identity to the guards, officially allowing her to meet with Olive. Olive enters the room in a rush, asking Marin what urgent matter brought her back to the castle in the middle of the night. Marin stands up immediately, calling out to Advisor Olive with a tense expression. Marin bows her head deeply, nervously asking if it would be possible to receive an advance on her weekly pay, despite having only worked there for a single day. With tears in her eyes, Marin desperately explains that her landlord threatened immediate eviction if rent isn't paid by tomorrow, and though she could survive anywhere, her sick mother cannot live in a warehouse. Flustered by her sudden plea, Olive quickly asks Marin to raise her head. Olive explains with a troubled expression that while he wishes he could help her immediately, only His Grace the Duke has the authority to decide her employment and payment terms. Marin looks up anxiously as Olive decides that he will have to speak with the Duke first to resolve her urgent request. Standing before the massive, ornate doors of the Duke's study, Olive announces their presence, stating that he has an urgent report regarding Miss Marin. A deep voice commands them to enter, and Olive opens the door, leading Marin into the dark study. Olive hands a glowing candle holder over to Marin, softly addressing her as they enter further. Marin looks back in shock when Olive tells her that she must go in alone because the Duke only requested to see her. Marin's sweat drops and glares at Olive in disbelief, thinking to herself that she never heard the Duke say any such thing, while Olive whistles innocently. Holding the single candle to light her way, Marin steps nervously into the vast, dark room and apologizes for visiting in the middle of the night. Sitting behind his desk in the shadows, a blindfolded Duke Gerald coldly asks what has brought her here. Gathering her courage, Marin politely asks if she might be allowed to receive her weekly pay in advance. Duke Gerald remains silent for a tense moment, his imposing figure shrouded in shadow as he contemplates her request. Gerald asks why on earth he should grant her such an advance, catching Marin completely off guard. Gerald leans forward and asks what she is willing to do for him in return, leaving Marin flustered and trembling. Marin panics internally, frantically wondering what a penniless commoner like her could possibly offer to a powerful Duke. Suddenly, Marin's eyes land on a bottle and glass of dark red wine sitting on the Duke's desk, sparking an idea. Marin recalls Olive's words about how the Duke has been suffering from severe insomnia, which has slowed his physical recovery. Marin boldly declares that she can help him sleep, leaving Gerald completely stunned by her sudden offer. Marin eagerly explains that she is highly skilled at reading books aloud and that her mother always fell asleep easily whenever she read to her, offering to do the same for him. Gerald skeptically asks how she found out about his insomnia and wonders if Olive was the one who told her. Marin waves her hands flusteredly, trying to protect Olive by explaining that he didn't mean any harm by sharing it. Amused by her earnest proposal, Gerald smirks and agrees to her terms, saying, "Fine, let's sleep." Marin blushes furiously, her eyes wide with shock at how suggestive his words sound. Holding the candle holder tightly with both hands, Marin stands frozen as her heart races. Leaning forward with a charming, handsome smile, Gerald playfully repeats his agreement to go to sleep. Marin continues to clutch the candle holder to her chest, her mind completely racing at his words. Marin's face turns completely red as she thinks to herself that while his words aren't technically wrong, they sound incredibly weird for some reason. Gerald breaks the silence by asking how long the commute is from the castle to her house, and Marin replies that it takes about an hour. Gerald decides that they will have to relocate her closer to the castle, raising his voice to call for Olive. The study doors slide open as Olive enters with a respectful bow, immediately responding, "Yes, Your Grace." Instructing his advisor in the quiet study, the Duke orders that Marin's temporary residence be relocated to the annex the very next morning, making special arrangements so that she can live together with her family. Olive respectfully accepts the Duke's orders, while Marin is overcome with silent disbelief and joy at the realization that she will be allowed to live in the Grand Ducal Castle with her mother. Clutching her candle holder, Marin is completely amazed that her simple request for a pay advance has solved her family's entire housing crisis in a single instant. Sitting behind his desk with a calm demeanor, the blindfolded Duke Gerald listens as Advisor Olive addresses him respectfully. With tears of overwhelming gratitude shining in her eyes, Marin beams a warm, beautiful smile as she thanks the Duke for his incredible generosity. Olive politely asks Marin if they should head back to the office, and she happily agrees, holding her candle to light the way. A quiet click sounds through the dark room as the heavy study door slides shut, leaving Duke Gerald alone once more in the silent shadows. Sitting in the quiet darkness of his study, Gerald contemplates Marin's bold offer, wondering if she intends to act like a nanny and what could possibly be going on inside her head. A small, intriguing smile plays on Gerald's lips as he rests his chin on his hands, musing that he will soon discover her true intentions once she moves into his castle. Under the star-filled night sky, Marin stands outside her humble home, gently holding the reins of the beautiful horse lent to her from the Grand Duchy. Marin gently pats the horse's nose, softly thanking the good animal for carrying her safely all the way back home so late at night. Marin turns her head in surprise as a familiar voice calls out her name from the darkness. Marin's mother walks out in her nightgown, deeply worried about her daughter, and asks about her late-night trip to the castle and the horse, prompting Marin to explain that the castle staff lent it to her because of the late hour. Holding her hands close to her chest with a bright, beautiful smile, Marin delivers the incredible news that they are officially moving. Her mother immediately panics, frantically wondering where they could possibly go on such short notice, while a sweating Marin tries to calm her down and stop her from worrying. Holding her mother's hands tightly, Marin happily reveals that the Duke's staff is even sending a carriage to assist with their move tomorrow morning. Tears well up in her mother's eyes as she looks at Marin in complete disbelief, asking if such a wonderful thing is truly happening to them. Overjoyed and deeply moved, her mother tearfully praises Duke Gerald's benevolence as the protector of the West, while Marin happily agrees with her. Watching her mother smile so brightly for the first time in ages, Marin feels a wave of relief, while her mother silently wonders how she could ever repay such immense kindness. Standing in the gentle night breeze, Marin looks up at the sky in deep gratitude, reflecting on how she never imagined they would finally leave their terrible shack behind. A small, fluffy bird dozing peacefully on a tree branch is suddenly startled awake by loud, angry shouting nearby. The bird flies away in fright as the landlord's wife storms through the forest path, loudly complaining about her husband's slow pace and demanding they hurry to collect their money. The landlord nervously points out that it's impossible to expect rent in just one day, but his wife furiously declares she isn't there for money, but rather to violently tear out the hair of both Marin and her mother. The landlord weakly argues that they need to keep renting out the shabby place to make any money, but he suddenly falls silent as his wife stops in her tracks with a dark expression. Turning around in a violent rage, the wife grabs her husband by his collar, screaming that this entire mess is his fault for having an affair with Marin, while he desperately claims it's all a misunderstanding. Getting right in his face, the wife angrily demands to know if he is covering for her again, while the terrified husband sweatingly denies it. The landlord suddenly gasps and points into the distance, telling his wife to look over toward the house. Standing outside her home with her arms crossed, Marin looks on with a cold, resolute expression, waiting to face them. Smirking maliciously, the landlord's wife brushes her husband aside, confidently assuming that Marin has stepped out to face her punishment alone. The angry wife and her nervous husband march forward, confronting Marin as she stands her ground beneath the shade of the trees. Looking down at Marin with a smug and demanding expression, the landlord's wife asks if the money is ready, while Marin merely stares back in chilling silence. A heavy black pouch is tossed onto the dirt ground, landing with a loud thud as shiny silver coins spill from its opening. The wife gasps in utter shock at the sight of the massive fortune, while her husband drops to his knees, as Marin coldly remarks that where she got the money is none of their business. Staring down at the coins with greedy curiosity, the wife narrows her eyes at Marin, smugly assuming she knows exactly how a penniless girl obtained such a sum overnight. A sudden, powerful movement cuts through the air as a hand strikes forward with incredible speed. In a stunning display of retribution, Marin delivers a fierce, resounding slap directly across the face of the landlord's shocked wife. Holding his bruised face, the landlord screams in panic, asking if Marin has completely lost her mind as his wife reels from the impact. Her eyes glowing with a dangerous, intense light, Marin stands tall and furiously demands how they dared to lay a single hand on her sick mother. Before the landlord can even comprehend her anger, Marin delivers a devastating swift punch straight to his jaw, knocking him back. Clutching his bruised jaw, the landlord listens in absolute terror as Marion declares that he is the biggest problem of all, revealing she only stayed quiet about his actual affair because she pitied them. Marin stares down at him with a cold, piercing glare, dropping the name of his actual partner, Wendy, which leaves the landlord completely paralyzed with fear. The landlord's wife turns on her husband in a demonic fury, realizing he had an affair with Wendy, the stable-keeper's wife, while the husband frantically, stammeringly tries to deny it. Whipping herself into a frenzy, the wife violently lunges at her husband, tearing at his hair and beating him as he screams out in agony. Bruised and bloodied from his wife's assault, the enraged landlord suddenly turns his fury toward Marin, lunging forward to strike her down in a desperate rage. A strong gloved hand suddenly grabs the landlord's wrist midair with an iron grip, as a calm voice asks what on earth is going on. Butler Sebastian easily restrains the violent landlord, calmly noting that this is far too intense to be a simple domestic dispute, while a relieved Marin calls out his name. The terrified couple trembles in absolute shock, sweating profusely as they look up at the imposing, impeccably dressed butler of the Grand Duchy. Sebastian closes his eyes with a weary, refined sigh, maintaining his perfect poise despite the chaotic scene before him. Turning toward Marin with a polite, reassuring smile, the butler stands ready to handle the troublesome landlords and ensure her safe departure. The grand, golden-spoked wheels of the ducal carriage begin to roll forward, signaling the start of Marin's new life within the safety of the castle walls. Butler Sebastian Chen arrives in front of a grand white ducal carriage and bows politely, announcing that he has come to pick Marin up. Marin is surprised to see the High Butler himself, noting that while the Duke promised a carriage, she never expected Sebastian to come personally, let alone so early in the morning. Looking at the magnificent carriage in front of her modest home, Marin is stunned by its sheer grandeur as the landlord couple watches on in amazement. Sebastian smirks and winks playfully, amused by Marin's surprise at his early arrival. Looking down at the tense landlord couple, Sebastian politely but coldly notes that he believes he has arrived right on time. Sebastian and Marin stand tall together, facing the stunned landlords who are left completely speechless. The landlord's wife narrows her eyes with a spiteful smirk, claiming she now knows exactly where Marin got the money to pay her rent. Glaring at them, the landlord's wife spitefully remarks that Marin must have hooked herself a rich old man. Unfazed, Sebastian calmly mentions that this mountain and the surrounding area belong to the Vine's ducal territory, prompting the confused wife to ask why he is suddenly bringing that up. Sebastian's gaze turns incredibly sharp and cold as he sternly asks if they ever received permission from the Duke to build their cabin and collect rent on ducal land. Terrified and sweating profusely, the landlord stammers that the Duke had merely given hunters permission to build a temporary resting cabin. Refusing to back down, the landlord's wife furiously screams, asking Sebastian who he thinks he is to threaten them using the Duke's name. As several of the Duke's guards suddenly surround the area, Sebastian firmly declares that he is the chief butler of the House of Vines. With a cold and final command, Sebastian orders the guards to take the illegal landlords away as the couple trembles in absolute horror. Clinging desperately to the butler's leg, a terrified maid falls to her knees and weeps, pleading, "No, Sir Butler, I was wrong. Please just let it go this once." Turning her tearful eyes toward Marin, she begs, "Marin, I'll never do it again. Please help me." Marin stands firm, her bright green eyes glowing with a cold, resolute expression as she refuses to show mercy, declaring, "No, you deserve to be punished for laying a hand on someone." As she is led away, the crying maid continues to beg frantically, "Oh, Sir Butler, please, please have some mercy. Honey, honey," while Butler Sebastian stands tall and resolute, and Marin watches silently. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Marin looks on anxiously, wondering when Sebastian first realized that the landlords had no right to collect rent. Sebastian looks back at Marin, asking if she had really been paying rent all this time, and a quiet Marin confesses that she had been doing so from the very beginning. Looking down in silent reflection, Marin realizes that despite the hardships, justice has finally been served. The Duke's guards quickly restrain the landlord couple, tying their hands behind their backs as they are marched away. Turning back to the butler, Marin politely asks Sebastian for permission to introduce him to her mother. Framed by elegant white roses, Marin's mother softly introduces herself as Rowena. Marin watches proudly as her mother, Rowena, performs an incredibly elegant and flawless curtsy. Sebastian bows respectfully and introduces himself as Sebastian Chen, the butler of the ducal house, but is secretly startled by Rowena's unexpectedly noble and refined greeting, realizing the advisor's suspicions were correct. Staring at Rowena, Sebastian contemplates that if Rowena's manners are this refined, the Duke must already be aware of Marin's lies, leaving him to wonder why his master still insists on keeping her close. The Duke's servants carry the family's modest belongings out of the cabin, confirming that a single dressing table is the last of their luggage. Marin gently tells her mother to board the carriage first while she follows behind on the horse she borrowed, and her mother lovingly warns her to be careful. Sebastian assures Marin that the advisor already informed him about the horse, bidding her farewell as Marin politely asks him to take good care of her mother. Standing in front of her empty childhood home, Marin watches the grand carriage roll away. Turning around with a sharp, determined look, Marin prepares to embark on her new life. Standing in the gentle breeze, Marin takes one last look at her humble cabin before heading toward the ducal castle. Upon arriving at the castle annex, a cheerful advisor welcomes Marin and presents an incredibly lavish bedroom, asking if she likes it. Marin and her mother stand completely frozen in the doorway, their mouths agape at the sheer opulence of the room. Placed in disbelief, the two whisper to one another, wondering if this grand suite could truly be meant for a commoner like her mother. The smiling advisor explains that the entire third floor of the annex has been cleared out for them, offering to let them choose any other room if they don't like this one. Stunned by the offer, Rowena gasps at the thought of rejecting such luxury, while Marin happily accepts the room with a polite nod. With a bright smile, Marin decides that she will take the room right next to her mother's, and the advisor happily agrees. The doors open as a cute, red-haired maid named Yuria enters with a cart of delicious treats, nervously introducing herself as their personal servant. Shocked by the Duke's extreme hospitality, Marin's mother realizes he even assigned them a maid so Marin can focus on her work, while Marin thinks to herself that Yuria's red hair looks oddly familiar. Marin politely introduces herself and her mother, Rowena, to the nervous young maid. Bowing politely, Yuria eagerly states that she looks forward to serving both Miss Marin and Madame Rowena. Beaming a warm, friendly smile, Marin asks Yuria to drop the formal titles and says she is looking forward to working together. Overjoyed by Marin's kindness, Yuria blushes and happily expresses her excitement to work with her. Realizing she is too accustomed to formal honorifics, Yuria gets incredibly flustered and quickly offers to prepare their meal instead. In a cute, flustered panic, Chibi Yuria begins serving the desserts as Chibi Marin and Rowena find her adorable, with Marin gently telling her to just call her whatever she feels comfortable with. A beautiful spread of delicious waffles topped with fresh strawberries, bananas, and a variety of cakes is laid out on the table, as Yuria tells them she will return to clean up once they are finished. Bowing politely, the advisor and Yuria instruct them to ring the bedside bell if they need anything before taking their leave. Sitting at the grand table, Marin excitedly urges her mother to dig into the delicious food, and her mother warmly encourages her to do the same. As she looks down at the feast, a shadow of worry suddenly falls over Rowena's face, and she stops eating. Noticing her mother's sudden change in mood, Marin gently asks her what is wrong, prompting Rowena to admit that something is deeply troubling her. Sweating nervously, Rowena explains that she was so caught up in the Duke's generosity that she forgot how ruthless he truly is, fearing what will happen if he ever discovers their lies. The light fades from Marin's eyes as she grimly realizes that if the Duke ever discovers their true identity, she and her mother will suffer the same terrible fate as Zorno and Oksana. Clutching her dress tightly in anxiety, Marin realizes with a heavy heart that all the Duke's infinite kindness will come to a sudden end the moment she is no longer useful as his assistant. Looking back with sharp determination in her bright green eyes, Marin gently reassures her mother not to worry too much. Placing her hand over her heart, Marin promises that she will do her absolute best to be as helpful as possible to His Grace. In his grand, dimly lit study, the Duke quietly reflects on the report concerning his temporary assistant's mother. Standing before the Duke, Sebastian and Olive look on in utter shock as their master asks if Marin's mother was really slapped. Wearing his signature black blindfold, the Duke lets out a cold, amused smirk as he rests his hand thoughtfully against his chin. Sweating nervously, Sebastian is completely taken aback, wondering in disbelief if his master truly just smiled. Shocked by the Duke's sudden smile, Sebastian and Olive listen as their master coldly orders Olive to confiscate the illegal landlord's assets and sentence them to 5 years of hard labor. With chilling calm, the Duke declares that since the landlord's wife did not realize she was dealing with nobility when she slapped Rowena, they will settle the matter by ensuring she can never use her hands again. Bowing politely to Olive, Sebastian announces that he will take his leave now to carry out the orders. Left alone in the quiet study, the Duke sits silently at his desk as a heavy atmosphere settles over the room. Leaning his head back against his chair with a weary sigh, the Duke struggles to find a single moment of peace. The Duke's heightened senses quickly become an agonizing curse, making his head feel as though it is going to burst as even his own quiet groans pierce his ears like sharp arrows. Plagued by endless insomnia, the Duke questions when he last slept, desperately wondering if there is any meaning in enduring this pain or if it would be easier to just die. In sharp contrast to his dark thoughts, an image of Marin appears like a bright ray of hope, her green eyes shining with warmth. Brushing his hair back, the Duke skeptically wonders if this strange girl truly possesses the power to help him sleep. Contemplating a feat that no one has ever managed to achieve, the Duke grimly realizes that even if she can help him, she must do so before he completely loses his mind. Marin's eyes sparkle with absolute delight as she gasps in amazement. Standing inside the grand, towering library of the House of Vines, Marin looks around in awe, her heart pounding with excitement at the nostalgic scent of books. Quickly shaking off her distraction, Marin reminds herself that she needs to stay focused and find a book to read to the Duke. Driven by the incredible reward of 1 gold coin, which Olive notes is equivalent to his entire weekly wage, a highly motivated Chibi Marin bursts into flames of determination, swearing to make the Duke fall asleep. Searching the shelves, Marin decides that her best strategy is to pick the most boring book possible, debating between philosophy and history. Suddenly, Marin stops in her tracks as her eyes fall upon a fascinating book about herbalism. Marin recalls that in the original story, the heroine successfully treated the Duke's eyes by crafting a cure using a legendary herb called mandrelsong. Pulling the book from the shelf, Marin notes that the original story only mentioned the name of the herb without any details, leaving her curious to find out what kind of plant it actually is. Sitting down at the long wooden table, Marin opens the heavy volume, determined to uncover the secrets of the mysterious herb. Flipping through the pages, Marin softly mutters the name mandrelsong to herself, only to be startled when a small voice suddenly repeats it. Marin gasps in surprise as a voice behind her asks why on earth she is looking for mandrelsong. Flipping around in her chair, a startled Marin anxiously asks who is there. Marin stands completely frozen, her eyes wide as she stares at the unexpected visitor standing before her. Framed by elegant white flowers, a soft voice asks Marin who she might be. Marin is instantly struck by the sheer cuteness of the silver-haired, blue-eyed young boy holding a large book tightly against his chest. Marin politely introduces herself, and the adorable child recognizes her name, mentioning that he had already heard about Lady Marin from Olive. As the young boy reaches out a hand and introduces himself as Zero, Marin's mind reels in absolute disbelief that this small child could possibly be the famous genius alchemist. Marin recalls from the novel that Zero is supposed to be a cold, dignified genius alchemist and the Duke's lifelong friend of the exact same age. Covering her mouth in sheer bewilderment, Marin screams internally, wondering how a cold genius alchemist could possibly look this angelic and adorable. Deducing that Zero must have drunk one of his own experimental potions that temporarily turned him into a child, Chibi Marin gushes over how incredibly lovable he is while a confused Zero just stares at her. Offering a warm smile, Marin gently shakes Zero's small hand and tells him it is a true pleasure to meet him. With the perfect poise of a seasoned nobleman, young Zero closes his eyes and gently kisses the back of Marin's hand. Blushing furiously from the unexpected gesture, Marin gasps in shock, realizing that his sophisticated behavior is not childlike at all. Zero tilts his head and remarks that Marin is quite an unusual person, prompting her to point to herself in surprise. When Zero points out that she speaks very politely even to a child, Marin humbly replies that as a commoner, it is only natural for her to use formal language. Giggling with a bright, charming smile, Zero playfully teases Marin, telling her that she is absolutely terrible at lying. As Chibi Marin sweatingly insists that she is telling the truth about being a commoner, Chibi Zero casually brushes it off, smilingly agreeing to just let it slide for now. Swinging his legs from his large chair, Zero gets back to business and asks her again why she is searching for mandrelsong. Marin is left momentarily speechless, repeating the word common in her mind as she tries to process what he means. Zero explains that mandrelsong is extremely common, growing everywhere from the streets to the Duke's own garden, and reveals that because it isn't actually an herb, he didn't include it in his book on herbalism. Zero wears a confident, knowing grin as he looks at the stunned Marin. Zero proudly points to his own unique signature on the book's cover, prompting an amazed Marin to praise his incredible talent. Zero smugly boasts about being quite an impressive person, while Marin can't help but smile warmly, thinking to herself how utterly adorable he is. Marin tries to regain her composure, mentally screaming to herself to get a hold of her feelings since Zero is actually an adult man. Turning her attention back to her search, Marin asks Zero what kind of plant mandrelsong actually is, prompting him to reach for another book to show her. Opening a different volume at the long table, Zero points to a page and tells Marin that she can find the plant right here. Looking at the illustration of the yellow flower, Marin realizes with a start that it looks exactly like the common dandelions she knew in her previous life. Curious about its properties, Marin asks if mandrelsong can be used as a medicinal herb, but Zero explains that aside from a refreshing mint-like scent, it has no particular effects. Marin quietly reflects that, as expected, no one in this world except the original novel's heroine knows the true miraculous properties of mandrelsong. Zero closes his eyes and explains with calm certainty that the plant isn't classified as a medicinal herb because it is actually a poisonous one. Shocked by his words, Marin gasps in disbelief as Zero casually adds that although it contains toxic components, it generally only causes mild stomach aches. Zero holds up a dark red book titled Poison of Nature, explaining that its toxic nature is the exact reason it was included in this volume instead of his herbalism book. Sweat dripping down her face, a highly worried Marin tries to process this alarming new piece of information. Noticing her tense expression, Zero asks if she is all right, prompting a sweating Marin to quickly stutter that she is perfectly fine. Clenching her jaw, Marin looks down in deep thought, desperately wondering what she should do next. Marin recalls that in the original novel, the heroine successfully cured the Duke's blindness by feeding him juice made from mandrelsong. Knowing that fully curing him is the heroine's destiny, Marin had only planned to use a tiny amount to ease his pain until they met. Biting her finger in anxiety, Marin realizes that using a known poison on the Duke is on a completely different and far more dangerous level than simply telling a lie about her identity. She contemplates the incredible difficulty of successfully neutralizing a poisonous plant to turn it into a cure for the Duke's blindness. Walking down the hallway with her book in hand, Marin can't help but feel that the original heroine's skills and destiny truly exist on an entirely different level. Clutching the heavy book tightly against her chest, Marin firmly reminds herself of her promise not to interfere with the lives of the main characters, deciding that working at the estate is as far as she will go. Looking back down the empty, grand hallway of the mansion, Marin softly whispers an apology in her heart. Marin's eyes fill with sadness as she feels immense guilt for pretending not to know about the Duke's agonizing pain, despite being fully aware of it. Bathed in a warm, gentle light, Marin reassures herself that everything will turn out fine, even without her help, as the true heroine will eventually appear to save him. An image of the beautiful, pink-haired heroine appears in Marin's mind, looking radiant and smiling warmly. In the present, standing before the Duke, Marin hesitantly asks if they can just skip their reading session for today. Beside a lit candle on the desk, the Duke firmly refuses her request, reminding her of her promise, as a flustered Marin struggles to object. Twirling her hands nervously, Marin confesses that she is simply not confident enough to show him her progress yet. Wearing his signature blindfold, the Duke rests his hand on his chin, letting out a cold, knowing smirk at her excuse. A cute illustration shows a golden retriever happily placing its paw into a hand in response to a request. In an adorable chibi scene, the Duke takes Marin's hand and chuckles, teasingly asking why she gave him her hand when he only asked for a wrist inspection, calling her a trained puppy as Marin blushes in utter embarrassment. A close-up reveals Marin's face flushed completely red, sweating profusely from the intense embarrassment of her mistake. Still holding her hand, the Duke gently feels her wrist, noting to himself how interesting she is as he comments that her wrist is still as thin as before. Flustered, Marin quickly pulls her hand back and pouts, explaining that her thin wrist is exactly why she wasn't confident, though she assures him she has been eating well and will fill out soon. Quickly changing the subject, Marin holds up her book and tells the Duke to focus because she is going to read to him, prompting him to ask in surprise what kind of book she brought. Marin presents the fairy tale book about a crow, explaining that a fairy tale is the perfect and most natural choice to help him fall asleep at bedtime. Amused, the Duke agrees that it was a good choice, dryly joking that it will probably be boring enough to put him straight to sleep, leaving a sweat-dropping Marin to promise she will prepare more fairy tales. Opening the book with a soft rustle of pages, Marin clears her throat and announces that she will now begin reading. Looking at the pages, Marin begins the story, reading aloud about a crow that lived once upon a time. As the Duke listens quietly, Marin continues reading about how the crow lived in a nest built in a magnificent tree, while a snake living below set its sights on the nest. Listening to her voice, the Duke closes his eyes, reflecting that he heard this exact same small, soothing voice the previous day as well. The Duke finds himself drifting away, soothed by the distinct, clear, and incredibly calming quality of her voice. Deep in his subconscious, the Duke remembers sitting at his desk, overwhelmed by exhaustion and pain, when he suddenly heard a gentle voice apologizing to him. The Duke looks up in surprise in his memory, startled by the unexpected sound of her voice. As if sinking into a deep, dark ocean, the Duke's mind wanders as he desperately wonders what she could possibly be apologizing for, questioning if it is because she is hiding her true identity. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes him, and he mentally commands himself to wait. In a sudden, bright flash, the Duke loudly commands her to stop, leaving a startled Marin completely frozen in confusion. Before she can react, the Duke reaches out and grabs her, leaving Marin completely stunned as he zeroes in on her. In a sudden, passionate movement, the Duke pulls Marin into a tight, desperate embrace, wondering in utter disbelief what on earth this strange woman has done to him. Marin's eyes go wide in absolute shock, her face turning bright red as she stands frozen in the Duke's unexpected and firm embrace. Burying his face against her neck, the Duke is enveloped by her clean, grassy scent, which reminds him of fresh morning dew. Pulling back slightly, the Duke mutters to himself that her scent is not what cured him, while a deeply embarrassed Marin fumes silently, steam practically rising from her red face. Shaking with embarrassment, Marin angrily demands to know why he is suddenly acting this way, only for the Duke to calmly reply that he simply dozed off. Leaning back peacefully in his grand chair, the Duke lets out a satisfied sigh, praising Marin for successfully putting him to sleep using nothing but her incredible talent for reading, without needing any poison. Marin smiles brightly with a cheerful floral background, overjoyed and thinking to herself that she has actually done it. Standing by his desk, the blindfolded Duke coldly tells Marin that it is enough, prompting a worried Marin to ask if the story wasn't to his liking and offer to fetch a different book from the library. Leaning his head back slightly, the Duke softly refuses her offer. The Duke reflects in silence, admitting to himself that he is hesitant to fall asleep because he is afraid he will sleep far too deeply once he finally does. Looking at his blindfolded face, a sympathetic Marin softly complies with his decision. Sitting at her desk and writing diligently with a quill, Marin lets out a tired sigh, feeling the weight of her thoughts. The Duke's valet sits in a chair, kindly telling Marin that helping the Duke sleep must be incredibly difficult, and reassures her not to feel too burdened since no one has ever succeeded before. When Marin casually mentions that the Duke did doze off for a moment before refusing to sleep again, the valet leaps from his desk in complete shock, dropping his papers as he gasps in disbelief. As Marin confirms that it was indeed only for a brief moment, the valet suddenly grabs her hands with passion, calling her name. Surrounded by sparkling flowers, the valet beams at Marin with an incredibly bright, handsome smile. The valet enthusiastically tells Marin that she has done something absolutely no one else could, leaving a stunned Marin to question if she is really that amazing. The valet eagerly offers to pay her the 1 gold coin right away, but a flustered Marin waves her hands in refusal, insisting she can't accept it since the Duke didn't fall completely asleep. Handing over the glittering gold coin, the valet warmly tells Marin that she is more than deserving and that they will be counting on her from now on. Holding the gold coin close to her chest, Marin blushes and feels a slight twinge of guilt for being paid so handsomely when the Duke only dozed off for a brief moment. Clutching her head in complete frustration and screaming silently, Marin desperately wonders why the Duke is suddenly avoiding her. Running down the grand hallway, Marin can't help but wonder with frustration why the Duke seems to hate the simple act of sleeping so much. A cute chibi illustration shows Marin celebrating as she happily finishes a mountain of paperwork. In another cute chibi frame, a determined Marin proudly carries a heavy green book under her arm. Marin's boots come to a sudden halt on the carpeted floor as she firmly decides to herself that this situation simply isn't right. Standing at the edge of the grand, empty hallway of the mansion, Marin looks down the long, dark corridor. Standing tall, Marin clears her throat with a firm cough to prepare herself for what she must say. Raising her voice, Marin boldly declares to the Duke that the desire to sleep is a basic human instinct, questioning how he can possibly cope if he keeps fighting it off. With her hands firmly on her hips, Marin stands before the Duke with a confident, authoritative expression, ready to give him a piece of her mind. Squinting her eyes, Marin admits that she really didn't want to have to speak so bluntly to him. Pointing her finger dramatically, Marin boldly accuses the Duke, asking him if he is actually just scared to fall asleep. A decorative transition card announces that the story continues the next day in the hallway of the Ducal Castle's annex. Walking down the hallway with her book in hand, Marin looks downcast and quietly wonders if the Duke will even call for her tomorrow. Marin is suddenly startled by a familiar voice down the hall defensively arguing that Marin is an important person who is helping the Duke. Peeking from behind a marble column, Marin observes a group of maids talking, with one of them snidely asking why they should call Marin Miss when they are all commoners. The red-haired maid Yuria tries to speak up in Marin's defense, but she is sharply cut off by an aggressive, condescending maid. 3 smug, malicious maids shadow their faces as they whisper mockingly, asking Yuria if she really thinks they don't know the truth. Marin watches in absolute shock from behind the wall as she hears the maids cruelly gossip, claiming that Marin is nothing but a courtesan who came to the mansion to sell her body. Whispering maliciously in the dark, a group of snickering maids confront the red-haired Yuria, mockingly asking if she really thinks they are kept in the dark. Standing in the shadows of the hallway, a shocked Marin overhears their cruel gossip as they sneer that she is just some courtesan who came to sell her body. Marin flinches in silent hurt as the maids viciously mock her, questioning if her mother is also a courtesan and laughing at how her haughty behavior almost made them think she was a real noble. With tears in her eyes, Yuria raises her fists and bravely demands that the whispering maids stop speaking about Lady Rowena in such a disrespectful way. Enraged by her defiance, the bully maid raises her arm to strike Yuria, calling her a worthless orphan, only to be suddenly smacked in the head by a heavy green book with a sharp quack sound. Rubbing her head in absolute pain and fury, the bully maid spins around, demanding to know who threw the book at her. A sharp, commanding voice echoes through the grand hallway, demanding to know who they think they are laying a hand on. Marin steps out from the shadows of the hallway with a dark, threatening aura, holding another blue book in her hand. Hearing her voice, a tearful Yuria calls out to her in relief, while Marin sternly commands Yuria to come over to her side right away. Refusing to let her go, the bully maid aggressively grabs Yuria by her red hair, pulling her back with a smirk as Yuria squeals in pain. Marin's green eyes glow with a terrifying, absolute fury as she glares at the abusive maids. Pointing directly at them, Marin commands the bully maid to let go of Yuria's hand immediately. Marin, protective, pulls the trembling Yuria behind her back as Yuria softly whispers her name in gratitude. Smirking condescendingly, the bully maid sneers at Marin, asking who a courtesan like her thinks she is, acting all high and mighty just because she has the Duke's favor. Stepping forward menacingly with her two friends, the bully maid announces that it's time to teach them a lesson, prompting a terrified Yuria to beg Marin to run while she handles them. Gripping her blue book so tightly that her knuckles turn white, a furious Marin silently vows not to take this abuse lying down. Raising her heavy blue book high in the air with a terrifyingly dark aura, Marin screams that she is going to give them a harsh taste of her book. In a sudden, comical outburst of rage, Marin aggressively thrashes the bad maids, smacking them over the head with her heavy books as they scream in pain. Fired up by Marin's bravery, Yuria joins the fray, tackling one of the maids to help Marin as they all tumble to the floor. An adorable chibi-style brawl ensues as Marin and Yuria pull the bully maid's hair and tackle them onto the floor in a chaotic comedic fight. Covered in scuffs and completely red-faced with anger, the bully maid seethes with pure rage, muttering under her breath about the two annoying brats. As the chaotic confrontation begins, Marin is pinned to the carpet by the braided maid, desperately shouting to be let go as the bully maid smugly commands her to stay still. Yuria is forcefully pushed aside by the aggressive maids, crying out Lady Marin's name as a chaotic scramble ensues in the mansion's corridor. Surrounded and pressed down against the floor by the three malicious maids, Marin struggles to break free, feeling the heavy weight of their strength as they mock her. Suddenly, a sharp and authoritative voice booms through the hallway as the stern head maid, Paige, appears and demands to know the meaning of the commotion. The sudden appearance of the head maid causes everyone to freeze in their tracks, catching the bad maids red-handed as they pin Marin to the floor. Running closely behind the head maid, the Duke's gray-haired valet looks on in utter shock and alarm, shouting out Marin's name in concern. Lying on the floor with disheveled hair, a dazed and embarrassed Marin looks up as she tries to process the sudden intervention of the estate staff. In a comedic display of unexpected power, the gray-haired valet uses just one hand to toss the three bad maids into the air, urging Marin to get up while she marvels at his incredible strength. With a cold and imposing glare, head maid Paige turns to Yuria and demands a full explanation of what transpired in the hallway. With tears in her eyes, Yuria nervously explains to the head maid that the abusive maids insulted Lady Marin and her mother by calling them nothing but courtesans. An icy, terrifying aura descends upon the hallway as both head maid Paige and the valet stand in silent, boiling fury over the malicious rumors spread by the staff. Head maid Paige looks on in absolute shock and horror, completely appalled by the disrespectful gossip whispered by her subordinates. Turning her wrath upon the trembling maids, head maid Paige furiously reprimands them for tarnishing the ducal house's honor by insulting their guests, warning them that they will receive no mercy. Realizing the severity of their actions and the trouble they are in, the three bully maids stand frozen, sweating in absolute terror. Turning back to Marin, head maid Paige bows her head deeply in a sincere apology, taking full responsibility for failing to properly manage the maids. Marin responds with a calm but unwavering firmness, explaining that while she might have overlooked insults directed at herself, she absolutely cannot forgive them for insulting her mother. With a stern look, Marin declares that since the maids spoke so carelessly, she wishes for them to be punished by being sent to work in a place where they won't have to face anyone, like the garbage dump. The three bad maids are horrified to hear Marin's suggested punishment, desperately pleading with the head maid as they realize they are being relegated to the garbage dump. Standing tall with a regal confidence, Marin instructs the head maid to manage the household staff thoroughly to ensure the younger maids are never subjected to bullying again. Watching Marin stand up for her with such bravery and kindness, Yuria is moved to tears of gratitude, looking up at Marin with deep adoration. Head maid Paige bows respectfully once more, solemnly promising Marin that she will ensure such an incident never occurs again under her watch. The valet suggests that Marin should immediately see the physician now that the dispute is settled, but he stops in shock as he looks at her. The young secretary, Olive, suddenly walks into the hallway and looks at the disheveled scene in complete confusion, asking what on earth happened. Marin blushes deeply in mortification, wishing she could hide as she realizes how embarrassing it is to be seen in such a messy state by Olive. Sensing the awkward tension, Olive sweat drops and suggests they leave the area for now, prompting a curious Marin to ask where they are going. Marin stands with wide, startled eyes as she tries to gather her thoughts after the intense physical brawl. Inside the study, the blindfolded Duke turns to Olive and asks what happened, noting with his keen senses that he can faintly smell the scent of blood. Olive casually explains that he had a physical dispute with the maids who insulted Marin, while a nervous Marin sweat drops, marveling at the Duke's incredibly sharp sense of smell. The Duke's expression darkens with an intense, threatening aura as Olive reveals that the maids insulted Marin by calling her His Grace's courtesan. In a cold and ruthless tone, the Duke commands Olive to cut out the tongues of all the offending maids, prompting a horrified Marin to quickly protest his extreme measure. Marin quickly explains that she has already punished the maids by sending them to work at the garbage dump, apologizing for acting without his permission, to which the Duke comments that her punishment was highly merciful. Leaning in with curiosity, the blindfolded Duke asks Marin if she won her fight this time as well, leaving her completely baffled by his words. Recalling her past of fiercely defending herself and never losing a fight, Marin quietly replies that she didn't lose, while hoping she doesn't seem like a constant brawler. A chibi-style frame shows the Duke teasing Marin about bringing a brawler into his castle, leaving a flustered Marin completely shocked by his choice of words. The blindfolded Duke lets out a satisfied, handsome smirk as he enjoys teasing her about her fiery personality. The Duke flatly states that he doesn't even need to see her to know she is a complete mess, which a defensive Marin quickly tries to deny. In a swift and sudden movement, the Duke reaches out and firmly grabs Marin by her wrist, catching her off guard. Marin stands frozen, her face turning bright red as she looks at the Duke in utter shock and surprise at his sudden touch. Noting her torn sleeve, the Duke commands Olive to contact the dressmaker immediately to have new clothes made for her, ignoring Marin's flustered protests that she can easily mend her current dress. Surrounded by a beautiful floral background, the Duke pulls gently on her sleeve, warning her not to misunderstand the true meaning behind his gift. With a flurry of question marks popping up all around her, a deeply confused Marin desperately wonders what kind of misunderstanding he could possibly mean. The Duke dismisses Olive, who bows respectfully and takes his leave from the study. Marin watches Olive leave, silently begging him to take her with him, but the Duke stops her, addressing her by her nickname Temp and asking what she is doing. Pointing out that she brought a book with her, the Duke asks if she is going to work, prompting a hopeful Marin to ask if she is finally allowed to read to him. Crossing his arms with a confident and charming smile, the blindfolded Duke replies that of course she can read, proudly declaring that he is not a coward. Chibi-style Marin looks on with a blank expression, a giant question mark floating over her head as she tries to decipher his strange words. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes Marin like a bolt of lightning, leaving her looking absolutely horrified as her face turns pale. Marin remembers her bold outburst from the previous day, accusing the Duke of being scared to fall asleep, realizing with absolute panic that he heard every single word she said. With a gentle and handsome smile, the blindfolded Duke commands her to begin her reading, ready to listen to her soothing voice once more. A detailed geographical map introduces the Sarin Desert, a dangerous territory located between the Omen and Sanders empires that is home to thousands of deadly demonic beasts. Blocking the demonic beasts that crossed from this desert into the Omen Empire was the sole duty of the House of Duke Vines. High atop a watchtower, the banner of the Empire flutters in the breeze over a quiet military encampment. Now that the battle with the demonic beasts is finally over, the Duke thinks to himself that all that is left is to return to his domain. However, he remains unable to advance because none of the scouts he sent out have returned. Looking out seriously over the camp, the Duke asks his knight if there is still no word from Henders. Suddenly, footsteps rustle against the dirt path as someone arrives to address the Duke. The newly arrived soldier reports that they have finally found the reason why the scouts are disappearing. The Duke's light-haired aide, sweating with concern, suggests that His Grace should see the situation for himself. Deep inside the misty forest, dazed knights wander blindly among giant, exotic, carnivorous flowers emitting a strange pink haze. Lured by the intoxicating atmosphere, a knight mindlessly reaches his hand out toward a massive flower petal. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic beast disguised as a giant flower opens its jaw, lined with rows of sharp, menacing teeth. The aide explains that because they were ordered not to act rashly, they returned immediately upon making the discovery. Covering his nose, the Duke realizes that the sweet scent is incredibly sharp and is being used to lure its victims. Standing before his army, the Duke urgently commands everyone to cover their noses and fall back immediately. After warning his aide that the beast uses scent to attack, the Duke instructs him to retreat with the soldiers, despite the aide's frantic protest that there are too many beasts for him to face alone. The Duke confidently notes that since he is the only one who can fight with one hand while keeping his nose covered, he is the only one suited for this battle. Drawing his sword with a determined look, the Duke tells them he will be back in just a bit before dashing forward. Slicing through the massive, thorny green vines, the Duke searches for the plant's core, wondering where he needs to strike. Navigating through the dense foliage, he deduces that judging by the way the vines are blooming, they are definitely protecting a central host. With his golden eyes flashing through the darkness, the Duke spots a pulsing, magical red flower and declares that he has found it. Gripping his sword with both hands, the Duke prepares to deliver a decisive blow. With a powerful strike, the Duke plunges his blade straight into the center of the core flower on the ground. The monstrous vines let out a screeching wail as they instantly shrivel and crumble into dust. The sword remained deeply embedded in the writhing black core as it oozes dark fluid. A sudden flash of lightning strikes before the Duke's eyes as black blood splashes across his face, catching him off guard. When he opens his eyes once more, he finds himself completely surrounded by darkness. With a sudden gasp, the blindfolded Duke wakes up from his vivid dream in the comfort of his study chair. Still disoriented from the dream, he wonders if he has fallen asleep yet again. The Duke calls out to his shadow guard, Kay, to ask how long he has been asleep, to which Kay respectfully replies that he slept for about an hour. In his thoughts, a beautiful and gentle silhouette of a woman holding a book appears against a soft, glowing background. He contemplates whether she could be the one to free him from his persistent pain, or if she will be the dangerous woman who traps him in it forever. Leaning back in deep thought, the blindfolded Duke mutters to himself, wondering what on earth he should do about his new assistant, Temp. Standing in her room, a disheveled Marin with wide, blank eyes looks at her reflection and realizes she is a complete and absolute mess. Marin sighs at how awful she looks, understanding why Olive was so shocked earlier, when a sudden knock at the door prompts her to call out for them to enter. Peeking tentatively through the doorway, Yuria asks Miss Marin with genuine concern if she is all right. Marin assures Yuria that she is fine, and that the Duke didn't even scold her, before warmly asking if Yuria is doing okay as well, to which Yuria softly replies that she is. Looking at Yuria, Marin's green eyes soften as she determines to protect her new friend. Holding Yuria's hands firmly, Marin passionately tells her to never say she is fine after being bullied again, promising to always stand by her side and fight together. Deeply moved by the kind gesture, Yuria smiles warmly with tears in her eyes, thanking Miss Marin for her supportive words and for fighting alongside her. Marin smiles gently and replies that it was nothing, admitting that while she might have let the bullying slide, she simply could not tolerate them insulting her mother. Appreciating their growing bond, Yuria politely asks if Marin would please speak informally with her from now on, catching Marin slightly by surprise. Since Marin is older, Yuria clasps her hands together and adorably begs her to agree to the informal speech. Unable to resist Yuria's adorable pleading face, Marin gladly agrees to speak informally, bringing a bright, flowery smile to Yuria's face. Yuria happily offers to brush Marin's hair and mend her torn dress, to which a grateful Marin admits she was stressed because she doesn't own many clothes. Marin suddenly stops and curiously asks Yuria if she knows whether there is any special, hidden meaning behind giving clothes as a gift. When Yuria asks in surprise if she received clothes from someone, a flustered Marin quickly denies it, claiming it just popped into her head during their talk about mending. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, Yuria explains that in the West, giving clothes usually has a very specific connotation. Yuria innocently explains that gifting clothes means I want to possess you, which is why it is such a popular and romantic gift among lovers. Marin turns bright red and screams in absolute shock and scandal, her mind racing at the implications of the Duke's gift. A powerful transition frame highlights a fierce, red-haired young woman with glowing green eyes and a sweat-soaked, intensely determined expression, embodying a sudden surge of stress and emotional friction. A memory shows Marin and her mother standing side by side in simple peasant clothes, looking uncertain but determined. A lovely young woman with golden brown hair tied in a braided ponytail smiles warmly, introduced with the caption, "This person is." Marin and her mother, Rowena, look on in surprise as the elegant young woman greets them. Rowena cautiously asks, "Who might you be?" Smiling brightly, the young guest introduces herself, saying, "A designer from the Gloria dress shop. I have been entrusted with creating the dresses for the two of you this time." Marin politely replies, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Marin," while her mother introduces herself as Rowena. Rowena is deeply confused by the sudden visit, wondering what is going on, while a flustered Marin tries to calm her mother down. Marin asks the designer if it is truly all right to make a dress for her mother as well, and the designer reassures her that His Grace commissioned custom pieces for both of them. Marin recalls the image of the blindfolded Duke, deeply touched that he cared enough to commission a custom dress for her mother too. Surrounded by a warm, glowing floral aura, Marin smiles gently to herself, realizing the Duke has a surprisingly thoughtful side. A joyful Marin pumps her fist in excitement, incredibly grateful that the Duke went out of his way to arrange such wonderful gifts. The designer cheerfully retrieves her wooden measuring tape, ready to begin her work. With a playful wink, the designer brightly suggests, "Start by taking your measurements?" In an effort to maximize personal comfort and social presentation, a skilled dressmaker in an elegant white gown carefully takes Marin's measurements to ensure her new deep red attire is perfectly tailored. Cooperating smoothly to keep the process efficient and precise, Marin stands still and looks over her shoulder as the tailor runs the measuring tape across her back. As the tailor analyzes the dimensions, she pauses with a contemplative murmur, recognizing that any physical discrepancy must be resolved to achieve the optimal fit for the garment. As she measures Marin, the designer silently notes how accustomed Marin is to being measured, raising suspicion that she might actually be a noble lady rather than a commoner. A subtle smirk appears on the designer's lips as a dramatic realization starts to take shape in her mind. The designer is overcome with excitement, realizing that this secret project could very well turn into a wedding dress commission in the future. Marin stands with her back to the designer, completely oblivious and confused by the strange tension in the room. In a chibi-style fantasy, the designer excitedly imagines how designing the future Duchess's dress will make her failing dress shop go viral. Swirling a dizzy chibi Marin in her measuring tape, the designer continues her wild fantasy of becoming incredibly rich and swamped with endless commissions. Sweating and exhausted from her daydreams, the designer hands over a booklet and asks, "Measurements are done? Would you like to see the catalog now?" The designer enthusiastically points to a gorgeous, thick, dark purple winter gown with fur trim, recommending it highly for Rowena. Next, she presents a beautiful pastel light blue dress with matching lace accessories, recommending it as the perfect match for Marin. Marin and Rowena flip through the catalog in absolute awe, amazed by the stunning styles they've rarely seen in the West. A chibi Marin asks the designer for a simpler dress that allows her to move more freely, while the designer insists she can have as many as she likes. Marin politely declines the extra options, asking if they could instead prioritize making another comfortable dress for her mother. The designer gasps in shock, realizing that everything is unfolding exactly as His Grace predicted, prompting a confused Marin to ask what she means. The designer explains that the Duke foresaw they would try to limit themselves to just one outfit each. She reveals that the Duke was so determined to spoil them that he offered to buy the shop's entire 1.2 billion gold dress collection if they refused to pick more. In a moment of comical distress and inefficiency, the characters are thrown into confusion and frantically search through their catalogs again, trying to find a design that will maximize their satisfaction after their initial choice falls short. The scene shifts to the grand castle library, where towering bookshelves bathed in a warm, golden light stand as a vital repository of knowledge, offering immense intellectual utility and a peaceful environment to restore mental clarity. Standing by her desk, Marin lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh with a scribble of stress hovering over her head, showing the compounding toll of her anxiety and highlighting the urgent need to restore her emotional well-being. A distressed chibi Marin clutches a wounded heart, feeling terribly guilty about accepting so much luxury when she has done so little to earn it. Marin runs her hand along the bookshelf in the grand library, deeply lost in her thoughts. Holding a fairy tale book tightly to her chest, she sighs, feeling that reading to him is the only way she can hope to repay his massive kindness. Suddenly, the young silver-haired boy, Zero, walks up behind her and asks with concern if something is wrong. Zero peers at her with wide blue eyes, asking why she seems so completely drained of energy. Zero mentions that he heard from Olive that she spent the whole day buying dresses, which surprises Marin that the rumors have already spread. Looking up at Marin as she holds her book, the silver-haired boy, Zero, curiously asks why she has such a long face. Marin looks downcast and troubled, quietly admitting that she is bothered by constantly receiving His Grace's overwhelming kindness, feeling that it is simply too much for her to accept. Zero shrugs nonchalantly and tells her not to worry, pointing out that the Duke has more money than the Emperor, which leaves Marin completely shell-shocked by the scale of the Duke's wealth. An imposing portrait of the Duke on his throne surrounded by gold coins illustrates the massive wealth his family holds through their monopoly on desert trade. Marin is left completely wide-eyed and stunned by the unfathomable scale of the Duke's riches. Clutching her book, Marin resolves that no matter how rich he is, she cannot simply take his generosity for granted and must find a way to repay him. As they stand in the library, Zero notes that a person's perspective on money depends on who they are, before pointing out that Marin seems highly interested in the plant mandrill song. Nervously sweating, Marin tries to play down her interest by explaining she heard mandrill song is used as medicine, before tentatively asking if there is a remedy that can soothe the stomachache caused by consuming it. Zero turns to Marin with a completely flat, deadpan expression and bluntly reminds her that he is not a doctor. When a flustered Marin apologizes and explains she only asked because she figured Zero knew everything, Zero immediately agrees with a smug, proud smile against a colorful, sparkling rainbow background. Zero explains that while it is not exactly an antidote, there is a medicine that can stop stomach aches, and asks if she still needs it. Hearing this, Marin's face lights up with hope as she nods her head enthusiastically and eagerly cries out, "Yes!" Zero gives her a bright, cooperative smile, agreeing to help her with a small favor. Marin watches Zero walk away, a quiet determination returning to her expression. Standing before a grand mirror, Marin holds her book close, her green eyes shining with newfound resolve. Marin smiles warmly as she admires a bright yellow dandelion flower held gently in her hand. Kneeling on the castle lawn, Marin eagerly picks yellow dandelions into a bucket, explaining that she needs as many as possible to extract their juice. Standing on a terrace overlooking the beautiful golden sunset, Marin suddenly panics upon realizing how late it has gotten. A chibi Marin hurriedly stuffs a dandelion into her mouth, deciding that since she is completely out of time, she will just have to chew and eat them directly. Under the warm glow of candlelight in the quiet study, Marin stands before the blindfolded Duke, ready to begin her reading. The Duke suddenly tilts his head up, his sharp senses instantly catching a sweet, unexpected aroma in the air. Marin stands startled, amazed by his incredible sense of smell, and sheepishly asks if the scent of the flowers she ate is bothering him. The Duke is completely bewildered, asking if Olive is starving her, prompting a flustered Marin to frantically deny it and explain she just wanted a snack. Leaning forward with a handsome, teasing smirk, the Duke slyly comments that he will have to try much harder to satisfy her mouth. Marin's face turns completely bright red in utter embarrassment and shock at his highly suggestive choice of words. A sweating chibi Marin desperately tries to shake off her highly inappropriate thoughts, screaming at herself to stop imagining things and just read. Bathed in a soft, glowing light, Marin opens her book and begins to read the fairy tale aloud, her soothing voice filling the quiet study. Marin struggles to read the fairy tale aloud as she trembles, starting with a shaky, "Wait," the mother said to the daughter one day. "My beloved daughter, it seems you will soon have a new father," she reads, while internally crying in absolute despair that she is completely doomed. Her face turns blue as a sharp pain hits her stomach, screaming internally and begging her stomach to read the room at such a critical moment. Hearing the bizarre story, the blindfolded Duke leans forward and skeptically asks if it is truly a fairy tale book since the content seems so off, prompting a sweating Marin to insist that it is correct. Clutching the book, a distressed Marin stammers out, Your Grace," while the Duke tilts his head in utter confusion, repeating her strange name, "Temporary?" Begging him in her mind not to listen so intently, Chibi Marin desperately cries out in pain as her stomach growls loudly while the Duke sits in a stunned silence. Realizing her extreme discomfort, the Duke politely dismisses her, prompting a crying and deeply apologetic Marin to clutch her stomach and run out of the study. Once she has left the room, the Duke throws his head back and breaks into a rare, hearty laugh. The Duke finds the situation incredibly amusing, noting that while every other young lady tried their hardest to look elegant in front of him, she is the first to ever run off to the bathroom like that. Sitting alone in his room, the Duke wonders to himself if the scent of flowers was always this sweet and fragrant. Outside the castle, the quiet night passes peacefully as the full moon shines brightly in the starry dark sky. A loud, agonizing scream echoes through the hallways from Marin's bedroom window. Face down on her bed, a mortified Marin beats her pillow in frustration, dying of embarrassment and wondering how she can ever face his grace again after he definitely heard her stomach growl. She buries her face and continues to wail in absolute shame and distress. Kneeling on her bed, a red-faced Marin sighs over the unfairness of such a humiliating experience. Suddenly, a gentle knock at the door is followed by Yuria peeking in, politely asking Miss Marin how she is feeling. When Marin asks how she knew she was sick, Yuria reveals that the Duke's aide personally gave her stomachache medicine and instructed her to look after Marin, leaving Marin completely shocked. Marin blushes a bright crimson, her mind spinning with embarrassment at the realization that everyone now knows. Marion collapses onto her pillows, groaning that while her body is fine, her heart is suffering, while Yuria panics and warns her that she seems to have a high fever. As Yuria offers to fetch fever medicine, Chibi Marin's soul humorously floats away with a halo, muttering that the fever isn't the real issue, as she dies of sheer embarrassment. Noticing the basket of dandelions, Yuria curiously asks if she can use some of the mandrill songs, to which a dejected Marin replies that she can have them all, since she doesn't even want to look at flowers anymore. Yuria cheerfully assures her that a little will be enough, and begins quickly crushing the yellow flowers into a paste, leaving a Chibi Marin very confused. A fiery red-haired woman with glowing green eyes and a flushed, determined face grits her teeth in frustration. Marin lies down as Yuria places a cold, green herbal compress of crushed mandrill songs onto her forehead. Smiling brightly, Yuria explains it is a folk remedy she learned as a child, promising that applying a mandrill song paste will quickly bring her fever down. Marin is amazed as she feels the soothing coolness instantly relieving her fever, while Yuria warmly shares that she used to prepare this often for her younger sibling. Chibi Marin's eyes sparkle in admiration when Yuria proudly mentions that her twin brother works as an apprentice knight in the castle. Feeling much better, a grateful Marin softly thanks Yuria, humming with relief that the compress was a massive help. Suddenly, a realization strikes Marin like lightning, and she bolts upright in bed shouting, "This is it!" which startles a confused Yuria. Marin recalls from the Poisonous Herb Encyclopedia that mandrill songs cause stomach aches when ingested, meaning she cannot feed them to his grace. Looking at the basket of yellow flowers, she wonders if applying them externally as a paste instead of feeding them could still relieve the Duke's pain, resolving to try anyway. An overjoyed Marin warmly thanks Yuria for her incredible help, while a slightly bewildered Yuria sweat drops and replies that it was nothing. Having covered her own face in green paste to test it, Marin beams with joy, while Yuria watches in sheer panic, wondering if Marin's condition is far more serious than she thought. The next evening, Marin stands elegantly in her beautiful new yellow gown next to a medical cart, politely greeting the Duke. The Duke sits at his grand desk covered in paperwork, commenting in surprise that she actually managed to show up today. Sensing his subtle tease, a blushing Chibi Marin nervously asks if something happened yesterday, to which the Duke slyly replies that nothing happened at all. Stealing her courage, Marin explains that she has a favor to ask before they begin reading, but the Duke sharply demands a reason why he should grant it. Marin brightly requests his trust, explaining she needs to touch him, but the Duke abruptly cuts her off with a firm "wait." A heavy, tense silence fills the room as the blindfolded Duke leans closer, his tone turning deep and serious as he commands her to say that one more time. Trembling in confusion, Marin wonders if he is offended as a high-ranking noble, desperately wishing to explain before he misunderstands her intentions further. Marin tries to explain herself, but the Duke suddenly stands up and walks directly towards her, asking in a low voice, "Are you?" Surrounded by a romantic aura of blooming pink flowers, the Duke leans down incredibly close, almost touching her forehead with his own. Marin's heart pounds wildly, her cheeks flushing bright red as she stares up at him in utter shock. A handsome, teasing smirk plays on the Duke's lips as he towers over her in his loose, open robe. Surrounded by dark red roses, the Duke leans down to whisper, "Are you warning me right now that you are going to pounce on me?" Marin frantically shakes her head and waves her hands in absolute denial, while a smug Duke crosses his arms and reminds her that she was the one who asked to touch him. Glancing nervously at the medical cart behind her containing the herbal paste and bandages, a flustered Marin stammered out her excuse. The Duke leans in with a suggestive, handsome smile, murmuring, "So." In a dazzlingly romantic and suggestive tone, he looks down and asks, "Where do you plan on touching me first?" Marin frantically explains that she didn't mean it like that, pointing out that an object will be touching him instead of her, which leads the Duke to playfully suggest she is attacking him with something else. In a comical chibi style, the blindfolded Duke points a finger and dramatically guesses she has brought a knife, leaving a shocked Marin to cry out in confusion. Watching the Duke chuckle behind his hand, Marin glares at him with an annoyed expression, fully realizing that he is just teasing her. Marin explains softly that she didn't bring a weapon, but rather a soothing paste made from ground flowers to help relieve his headaches. With a smug, handsome smile, the Duke crosses his arms and confidently declares that he actually feels perfectly fine right now. Marin pleads with the Duke, reminding him that he gets throbbing headaches every day from work and asking him to let her help cool it down. Marin clasps her hands together and begs the Duke to try her remedy just once, promising she won't do it again if it doesn't help, while the Duke responds with a silent, skeptical stare. After the Duke finally agrees, Marin's eyes sparkle with excitement as she beams and thanks him profusely. As she prepares to apply the remedy, Marin politely excuses herself, leaving the herbal paste, bandages, and fresh yellow flowers ready on her medical tray. Marin stands beside the seated, blindfolded Duke, slowly raising her hand toward his face as she prepares to place the soothing herbal compress over his sensitive eyes. With gentle care, Marin touches the side of the Duke's blindfold, ready to apply the medicine. Marin tells the Duke that she is about to apply the paste, while secretly wishing she could remove his blindfold entirely, though she knows he would be furious if she did. The Duke questions why she is putting the paste over his eyes instead of his forehead, prompting Marin to explain that cooling the eyes is a folk remedy to soothe headaches, though the Duke dryly wonders if this remedy has a rule against being used on healthy people. An irritated Marin presses the paste firmly onto the Duke's eyes, internally grumbling about his constant suspicion, while the Duke asks if she is intentionally pressing down hard on his face. Quickly backing away, Marin cheerfully assures him that she is all done. Staring at the Duke with her vibrant green eyes, Marin gets lost in thought as she prepares to read to him. Bathed in a radiant, sparkling glow, the handsome Duke sits calmly with the green herbal paste applied over his blindfold. Staring at him with wide, shining green eyes, Marin is completely captivated by the Duke's handsome appearance until he snaps her back to reality by asking when she plans to start reading. A fiery red-haired woman with glowing green eyes and a flushed, determined face grits her teeth in frustration. Standing under the warm candlelight of the study, Marin opens her book and begins to read the fairy tale aloud to the resting Duke. Marin reflects on her time reading to the Duke, noting that the moment she finishes the very last sentence of a fairy tale, he immediately wakes up. Closing her book with a quiet tap, Marin reads the final words, "And so they all lived happily ever after," thinking to herself that this is why she always searches for slightly longer fairy tales to read to him. Wondering if he fell into a deep sleep, Marin gently tells the Duke that she is removing the cloth from his face. Marin carefully lifts the cloth containing the crushed green paste off the Duke's eyes. Suddenly, the Duke catches Marin by the hand and sharply asks what the paste was made of, catching her completely off guard. A nervous Marin explains that she made the paste using weeds she found in the castle's garden, prompting the Duke to ask if it's the same weed she ate the day before. Marin asks in surprise how he could possibly know that, and when the Duke reveals it has the exact same scent, she silently marvels at his incredibly sharp sense of smell. When the Duke asks for the name of the weed, Marin hesitates nervously as she prepares to answer. Marin swallows hard, stammering out the first syllable of the weed's name. In his inner thoughts, the Duke recalls how he had to cover his eyes with a blindfold after losing his sight because they became so sensitive that even the air felt like painful blades. He marvels that for the first time, his eyes didn't sting today, noting that the herbal paste didn't cause any irritation at all, even after it seeped through the cloth and touched his eyes. Sitting alone at his desk, the Duke deeply contemplates the name of the weed, mandrel song. Sensing someone outside, the Duke calls out for them to enter. A handsome, white-haired young man enters the room holding a pillow and blanket, complaining about being summoned so late and pointing out that just because the Duke doesn't sleep doesn't mean others don't. The visitor is revealed to be the adult version of Alchemist Zero, looking incredibly dashing and composed. Zero's aide quickly hushes him, reminding him that the Duke is blind, not deaf, and scolding him for making a scene when everyone else is trying to sleep. When the Duke notes that calling a Duke "hey" is also inappropriate, Zero dismisses it by telling him to fire him if he has an issue, ignoring the Duke's reminder of his status and boasting that he would receive his own dukedom back home. Olive, the aide, nervously speaks up to address the Duke. Olive reveals that Lord Zero actually stayed up for 3 whole nights developing a new medicine to cure the Duke's eyes, prompting a highly flustered Zero to yell at him to shut up. Zero desperately tries to silence Olive, who continues to explain that Zero is only cranky because he spent all night working on the medicine. Leaning forward with a smirk, the Duke comments that Zero's dedication to his employer is truly impressive. An embarrassed Zero threatens to turn Olive into olive oil, while the Duke tells him to ask his questions quickly so Zero can finally get some sleep. The Duke asks Zero what he knows about mandrel song, which instantly catches the alchemist's attention. Zero notes that several people seem curious about that weed lately, and when the Duke asks if he is referring to Temp, Zero adjusts his glasses in surprise. Confirming that the Duke is indeed talking about her, Zero curiously asks why he is showing such sudden interest in her. Smiling charmingly, Zero confesses that he has taken a liking to Marin and asks the Duke to hand her over to him. The Duke firmly objects, stating that she is not an object, but Zero retorts that the Duke doesn't even call her by her proper name. Zero looks on with a sweat drop, telling the Duke that he doesn't seem to understand his point. Leaning forward with a smug, possessive smile, the Duke confidently declares that Temp is already his, A handsome dark-haired knight with a large blade and a young girl in a white gown with striking red eyes stand back to back as glowing orange envelopes float around them. A collage of various black and white manga characters is displayed above a fiery red-haired woman with glowing green eyes and a frustrated expression. Zero is completely dumbfounded that the notoriously cold Duke, who never fell for any young lady's temptations, would claim a girl is his. Through a desperate exchange of eye contact, Zero frantically asks Olive if the Duke has ever said anything like that before, to which Olive quickly shakes his head in absolute denial. A sly, knowing grin spreads across Zero's face. Zero smirks and comments that things are about to get very interesting, while the Duke calmly sits back and takes note of his words. Sitting across from the blindfolded Duke in his grand, luxurious study, Marin nervously recalls that he summoned her because he had something to say. Looking sideways with a nervous expression, Marin anxiously wonders if the Duke called her in to discuss the mandrel song remedy. Staring at the silent, blindfolded Duke, Marin cautiously notes that since he has not mentioned the herbal remedy yet, there does not seem to be any problem. In her thoughts, Marin notes that the Duke's skin is incredibly pale, likely because he spends all his time in a dark room. Looking down at the Duke as she sits across from him, Marin worries about his health since he rarely sleeps and never goes out in the sun, until the Duke suddenly calls out her nickname. The Duke tells Marin that she has done a lot for him and decides to reward her by asking her to name her wish. Marin is completely taken aback by a sudden offer, utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. As Marin frantically asks why he is suddenly rewarding her, the Duke begins counting down from 10, prompting a panicked Marin to beg him to wait and give her time to think. Dazed and completely overwhelmed, a blushing chibi Marin stammers out in absolute confusion. As the Duke counts down from 3, a panicked Marin desperately blurts out the first suggestion that comes to her mind, suggesting they go for a walk. The Duke repeats her suggestion in mild surprise, while a nervous Marin instantly starts sweating bullets, wondering how to explain her sudden outburst. Internally screaming, a flustered chibi Marin pulls at her hair in absolute despair, deeply regretting her poorly thought-out suggestion. In a frantic defense, Chibi Marin explains that even dogs need a walk once a day, but she quickly waves her hands in absolute panic as she realizes her terrible comparison, desperately stammering that she didn't mean it that way. Stealing her resolve, Marin brightly explains that she simply thought a brief nighttime walk would serve as an excellent form of light exercise to help the Duke relax. Crossing his arms with a smug, handsome smirk, the Duke asks if his body looks like it's in need of exercise, to which a deadpan Marin flatly concedes that he is indeed incredibly fit. Defeated and tearful, Chibi Marin laments in her thoughts that she should have used her wish to ask the Duke to spare her life instead of wasting it on a walk. Wearing a handsome, amused smile, the Duke confidently crosses his arms and declares that even if she misspoke, he has no intention of taking back his promise. While Marin silently sighs in despair over her wasted wish, the Duke looks on with a teasing, charming smirk, telling her that he finds her incredibly entertaining. Rising from his couch to prepare himself, the Duke calmly announces that he will grant her wish right this second, leaving a bewildered Marin completely speechless. Turning back with a handsome, commanding gaze, the Duke orders her to accompany him for a walk, while a grumbling Chibi Marin complains in her thoughts that she never actually agreed to go together. Walking out into the cool night air, Marin gasps in awe as she looks up at the breathtaking, starry night sky surrounded by floating white dandelion fluffs. A dazzling and romantic scene unfolds as Marin walks happily beside the Duke, her hand gently resting on his shoulder to guide him through the shimmering field of white dandelions. Beaming with happiness, Marin confesses that she never realized this path was so stunning, while the Duke gently places his hand over hers, agreeing that the place is far more beautiful at night than during the day. Smiling warmly, Marin admits that taking a nighttime walk like this is unusually pleasant, prompting the Duke to express his appreciation for her guiding hand on his shoulder, before she thoughtfully asks if the lamplight is too bright for his sensitive eyes. The Duke reassures her that the light is perfectly manageable now, attributing his improvement to the cooling mandrel song paste she applied to his eyes earlier. Looking at his gentle profile, Marin softly whispers how much she wishes she could share this beautiful view with him, while the Duke remains quietly contemplative. Suddenly, the Duke begins walking ahead on his own, prompting a startled Marin to cry out in concern that it is far too dangerous for him to wander alone. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the massive full moon, the Duke stands silently in the center of the shimmering flower field, looking up at the sky. Reaching behind his head, the Duke slowly begins to untie the black blindfold, catching Marin completely off guard as she watches in surprise. Marin gasps in astonishment as the Duke completely removes the black cloth from his face, standing tall amidst the floating dandelion seeds. With the blindfold completely gone, the Duke turns his head slightly, revealing his mesmerizing silver eyes reflecting the brilliant moonlight. Staring in absolute wonder, Marin is completely mesmerized by the Duke's pure, clear silver eyes, thinking to herself that they look like the eyes of a beautiful winter fairy. Turning fully to face her, the Duke, holding his blindfold, asks in a low voice if she finds his eyes scary, causing Marin to gasp in utter shock. Taking slow, deliberate steps toward her, the Duke asks in a quiet, serious tone if she finds them disgusting. Leaning down close to her face, his intense silver eyes locking onto hers, the Duke asks if he looks like a monster, leaving Marin breathless and frozen. Marin stands completely spellbound, gazing up at him in awe as she takes in his breathtakingly handsome appearance under the moon. Caught completely off guard by her silent, entranced reaction, the Duke stops in his tracks, blinking in mild confusion. A radiant, joyful smile breaks across Marin's face as she beams up at him, her cheeks flushed with pure happiness. Looking down with a softened, wistful expression, the Duke silently laments how truly unfortunate his condition is. Gently cupping Marin's chin with his hand, the Duke looks down at her with a tender, romantic smile, wishing in his heart that he could see the beautiful expression on her face right now. Recalling his past, the Duke reflects on how his eyes turned from black to silver after losing his sight, a color associated with magical creatures, which filled him with constant dread that he was turning into a monster himself. Remembering how Marin called his eyes beautiful, a warm and incredibly handsome smile spreads across the Duke's face as he cherishes her kind words. Their intimate moment is suddenly interrupted as a voice frantically calls out for the Duke from the balcony of the castle. The young aide Olive rushes down in a breathless panic, prompting a surprised Marin to call out his name while the Duke dryly asks why he is making such an enormous fuss. Looking deeply distressed and on the verge of tears, Olive holds out a sealed letter, his voice trembling as he addresses the Duke. Olive delivers the shocking, tragic news that the Count and Countess have suddenly passed away, striking both the Duke and Marin with absolute horror. Marin's eyes widen in sheer disbelief and shock as the gravity of the tragic announcement sinks in. Enveloped in a cold, dark aura of utter disbelief, the Duke's face shadows over as the devastating realization hits him that his sister is dead. With a cheerful smile aimed at fostering a positive and warm connection, a young woman with long dark braids greets a small boy by affectionately calling him kiddo. Seated on the carpet, surrounded by his toys and wooden blocks, the young boy asserts his own independence, softly protesting that he is not a kid. Looking to spark a lighthearted and playful interaction, the woman teases him about his short stature, prompting the boy to stomp his foot in a harmless, indignant protest as he insists on his maturity. In a flashback from his childhood, a young, sulky Duke turns his back with crossed arms, stubbornly declaring that he won't fall for his sister's tricks anymore and has no interest in playing. His beautiful, long-haired older sister Monica smirks mischievously, teasingly warning him that he will surely regret his decision, to which the proud young boy confidently snaps back that he won't. With a triumphant grin, Monica reveals a massive, fluffy pink cotton candy behind her back, instantly capturing the young Duke's wide-eyed, captivated attention. The boy's face lights up with absolute wonder and joy as he is gifted a fluffy pink cotton candy, marveling at how it looks like a cloud, while the woman happily plays along to maximize his delight. Seeing the immense happiness her small gesture brought, the young woman laughs with pure, heartfelt joy, surrounded by a radiant glow of blooming yellow flowers that enhances the pleasant atmosphere. To solidify their bond and ensure a lasting sense of mutual trust and emotional well-being, the two lock pinky fingers in a heartwarming promise beneath a bright, comforting light. The tragic reality sets in through a dark memory, as the Duke laments that the day he could keep his promise to his sister never came, replaced instead by a horrific night of screams and agony. The memory reveals the painful moment when the secret of the Duke's bloodline manifested far too early, causing him unbearable physical agony where even the quietest whisper felt like a deafening explosion, leaving him to do nothing but cry and cover his ears. As the young Duke writhes in agony on the floor, his sister Monica tearfully begs their mother to comfort him, but their weeping mother weakly explains that they cannot touch him. Standing coldly in the shadows, their father turns his back on his suffering 5-year-old son, refusing to offer any comfort or warmth. Following that traumatic day, the young Duke was isolated in a tall spire to live in complete solitude, dedicating every single moment to mastering and suppressing his overwhelming 5 senses. Spending his formative years in absolute isolation, the once bright and active young boy gradually lost all warmth, transforming into a completely cold and emotionless shell. Lying solitary in his dark room, the young Duke suddenly flinches in surprise as an unfamiliar voice calls out to him, asking if he can hear them. The young Duke, startled in his dark room, immediately recognizes the voice outside his window as it confidently declares that she knows he can hear her. His sister Monica stands proudly in a field of morning glories, laughing off the family secret and boasting that she has figured everything out on her own. Standing far below his isolated high tower, Monica shouts up to him, knowing his hypersensitive hearing can easily pick up her voice even from that distance. Monica's expression softens with sadness as she softly mutters that their father is far too cruel to keep him locked away like this. She tearfully laments how cruel it is that their father refuses to let her see her beloved little brother one last time before she leaves to get married. Monica brightly shares the news of her upcoming marriage, describing her fiancé as handsome and kind, and smoothly invites her brother to visit her in the south once he is finally free. Her heavy tears fall onto the green grass below as she tearfully whispers how much she wanted to see if her little brother has grown enough to reach her waist by now. Distraught and weeping, Monica desperately apologizes to Gerald, crying out how sorry she is that she cannot even hold him in a warm hug before she departs. Startled by a sudden soft thud, the young woman looks down in surprise as a small package wrapped in cloth lands on the grass before her. The package is neatly tied in a white cloth, bearing a warm, handwritten message wishing her a heartfelt congratulations on her marriage. Overwhelmed with emotion, the young woman holds the precious gift tightly against her chest, tears of pure joy and gratitude streaming down her face as she fondly thinks of the sender. Standing quietly by his window, a tearful young Gerald watches his sister go, softly wishing in his heart for her to live a long and happy life. A vivid illustration features a striking character with vibrant red hair and intense glowing green eyes set against a dark background. Back in the present, the young aide Olive steps forward and respectfully addresses the Duke, presenting him with a black cane. Olive hands the walking stick over, explaining that it is a specially crafted piece sent directly from Master Zorno. Taking the walking stick in his hand, the Duke thoughtfully notes that it is indeed a cane, feeling its weight and design. To his surprise, the Duke realizes there is a sharp, hidden blade concealed inside the shaft of the cane. Satisfied with the hidden weapon, the Duke instructs Olive to convey his compliments to Zorno for a job well done as they walk down the Grand Palace stairs. Sudden, frantic footsteps echo through the courtyard as a voice desperately calls out to the Duke. Clinging tightly to a leather medical kit, a breathless Marin runs out into the pouring rain, pleading with the Duke to let her accompany him on his journey. The Duke stops in his tracks near the carriage, turning back to address the completely exhausted Marin. Marin looks at him with deep concern, gently asking if he will be all right since Olive told her about his severe sensitivity to riding in carriages. While Marin insists she is perfectly fine, the Duke warns her that even if she is determined to go, the long carriage ride will be incredibly grueling. The Duke softly tells her that he deeply appreciates her kind sentiments, but advises her not to push herself beyond her limits. Desperate to help, Marin pleads that he has barely been able to sleep lately, wishing she could at least be there to read him a storybook to help him rest inside the carriage. Softened by her dedication, the Duke gently reassures Marin, telling her that he will return safely and soon. Accepting his decision, Marin holds out her medical kit, insisting that he at least take the soothing mandrelsong grass with him. With a gentle nod, the Duke accepts the case from her, agreeing to take her thoughtful remedy along. The grand carriage rattles to life, rolling out of the Talus gates and disappearing into the gloomy, rain-slicked night. Watching the carriage depart, Marin feels a heavy weight of worry in her chest, praying that everyone remains safe and unharmed during this dangerous journey. Inside the dimly lit carriage, the Duke sits quietly in deep contemplation as the rain beats heavily against the window glass. Left behind in the cold rain, Marin clasps her hands together, silently begging him in her heart to be incredibly careful on his trip. Sitting in the solitude of the carriage, a gentle, rare smile plays on the Duke's lips as he holds her medical case, deeply touched by Marin's pure-hearted care. The Duke silently promises to her in his thoughts that he will take the utmost care and return safely to her. Back in the quiet garden, Marin stands frozen in a daze, her cheeks flushed as she replays his comforting words in her mind. In a dark study, a furious man slams his fist onto the wooden desk, utterly shocked and outraged to hear that the Duke is currently heading their way. Baronet Killen grinds his teeth in frustration, angrily muttering that he explicitly told the blind Duke not to bother coming since he cannot even see properly. His beautiful fiancée, Jelmia Ross, places a soothing hand on his shoulder, teasingly urging him not to get too worked up since the Duke is already well on his way anyway. A sinister, calculating smile spreads across Jelmia's face as she suggests they have no choice now but to give their blind visitor an unforgettable grand welcome. The elegant official title card of the manhwa is beautifully displayed in gold lettering adorned with delicate yellow flowers and production credits. A promotional collage showcases an array of dramatic black and white panels featuring various characters and intense moments from the series. The scene shifts to the magnificent Adrian County estate under a clear sky as the carriage finally arrives, prompting the staff to announce the Duke's grand arrival. Moro, the anxious head butler of the Adrian County estate, nervously bows low as he welcomes the esteemed guests, expressing his worries over their exhausting journey. Exuding a cold, commanding aura, the blindfolded Duke strides majestically into the grand entrance of the manor, with Olive walking close behind. Standing in the spacious hall, the Duke coldly notes that he sent clear notice of his arrival, demanding to know the whereabouts of his late sister's children as the butler stammers in fear. The Duke's hypersensitive ears instantly pick up a hostile, muttered insult from nearby, calling him a blind bastard and questioning what he is doing here. A man's black shoe steps forward as a voice loudly and politely welcomes the Duke, hypocritically pitying his difficult journey due to his poor eyesight. Walking gracefully down the stairs, arm in arm with his fiancée, Baronet Killen, wearing a fake smile, laments that they would have prepared a grand welcoming party if only they had more time. Killen politely introduces his beautiful fiancée to the Duke, who gracefully curtsies and states what an absolute honor it is to finally meet his grace. Clad in an elegant black lace gown, the stunning red-haired woman introduces herself as Jelmia Raz, wearing an impeccably polite and charming smile. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the grand hall as both the Duke and Olive stare back coldly, completely unimpressed by the couple's overly sweet act. Completely ignoring the introductions, the Duke cuts straight to the point, sternly demanding to know where his late sister's children are. Feigning deep sorrow, Killen wipes away a non-existent tear as he weakly explains that the poor children are in too much shock and refuse to leave their rooms. Baronet Killen sighs, complaining that the children should have at least come to greet his grace and claiming that he was just about to give them a good scolding since kids these days simply don't listen to reason. Refusing to listen to any more excuses, the Duke stands tall and forcefully slams his black cane onto the polished marble floor, cracking the ground beneath it with incredible strength. Startled by the sudden and powerful display of force, Killen and Jelmia gasp and recoil in utter shock as the heavy impact of the cane resonates through the grand hall. In his thoughts, Killen explodes with fury, mentally screaming at the Duke's absolute insolence for ruining the somber atmosphere of their mourning period. Emitting a terrifyingly dark and icy aura, the Duke's voice turns dangerously cold as he points out the glaring hypocrisy of Killen mentioning a welcoming party while claiming to be in mourning. As a sweating and panicked Killen desperately tries to backtrack, the Duke turns his back coldly and authoritatively commands him to bring his nieces and nephews to him immediately. As they step down the grand stairs, the anxious butler Moro stammers nervously, offering to show the esteemed guests to the drawing room first. Left behind in the grand hall, Baronet Killen grinds his teeth in sheer rage, struggling to contain his explosive temper. Gently holding Killen's arm, Jelmia Ross mockingly comforts him, lamenting how unfair it is that he is treated so poorly simply because he holds the lower rank of a baronet. Jelmia continues her dramatic act, whispering that if only Killen were a count, he would never have to endure such insulting treatment from their guests. Embracing her tightly, Killen is completely swayed by her sweet words, warmly whispering that all he needs is her. While holding him close, Jelmia's eyes turn cold and calculating as she mentally notes that there was absolutely no way the Duke of Vines could have arrived before the funeral. She thoughtfully wonders if the Duke cared for his late sister far more than she had initially calculated, given how quickly he rushed to the estate. A dark, scheming smile spreads across Jelmia's face as she decides that this unexpected visit is going to make things very interesting. Marching furiously down the grand hallway, Killen angrily curses the Duke and the entire household of Vines. Killen bitterly remembers his late sister-in-law from Vines, who constantly meddled in all his affairs, and curses how her brother has now arrived to be another thorn in his side. Realizing that refusing to let the Duke see the children will only make him more suspicious, Killen decides that his only option is to keep the kids under absolute control. Standing before a heavily chained and padlocked door, Killen confidently tells himself that if he can just hold out for one more day, everything will go according to plan. With a triumphant, power-hungry grin, Killen declares that the coveted title of Count will finally fall into his hands. Throwing open the heavy wooden door, Killen demands to know if the children have been behaving themselves. Inside the locked room, Dia Adrian stands up in shock while her sister Garnet protectively holds their youngest sister Rubiana on her lap. Dia Adrian, the eldest daughter of the Adrian County, gulps nervously as she stares at her tyrannical uncle. Beside her sits the defiant second daughter, Garnet Adrian, holding the terrified and crying youngest daughter, Rubiana Adrian. Standing authoritatively, Killen commands the children to greet their uncle, but Garnet furiously snaps back that he is no uncle of theirs. Garnet fiercely yells at him, calling him a devil for locking them away and demandingly asking where he has hidden their brother, Peridot. Casting a terrifyingly dark shadow over the young girl, Killen coldly asks Garnet if that is any way to speak to her uncle. Fearing Killon's wrath, a panicked Dia desperately speaks up to apologize on her sister's behalf. Dia quickly steps in front of Garnet, begging their uncle for forgiveness and promising that she will talk some sense into her sister. Glaring down at them, Killen coldly warns them that he will let it go this time, but there won't be a next time, prompting a submissive thank you from Dia. Dia's green eyes widen in absolute shock as she hears Killen casually reveal that the Duke of Vines has arrived. Stunned by the unexpected news, Dia turns back to her uncle, breathlessly asking if her mother's brother is really here. Wearing a fake, sinister smile, Killen instructs Dia that in front of the Duke, they must pretend that they all used to get along perfectly. Dia quietly submits, bowing her head in agreement, while Garnet silently seethes at how despicable their uncle is. Clenching her hand into a tight fist, Dia desperately asks Killen if he will keep his promise and let them see Peridot tomorrow if they behave. Turning his back, Killen coldly replies that it all depends on how docile they act in front of the Duke, dangling the chance to see their little brother over their heads. The heavy door slams shut, leaving the three isolated sisters standing in a tense, worried silence. The moment they are alone, Garnet angrily asks Dia if she has lost her mind for acting so servile and submissive towards that devil. Dia sadly explains that if they do not comply, Killon will never let them see Peridot, while the young, tearful Rubiana weakly asks if they can really see their brother tomorrow. Pulling her little sister into a warm, comforting hug, Dia gently reassures Rubiana that they will definitely see him soon. Garnet turns away with crossed arms, stubbornly muttering that the Duke of Vines is a complete stranger who has never even bothered to visit them before. With tears in her eyes, Garnet bitterly points out that even the uncle who was once so close to them betrayed them, so there is no way a stranger would help. Clinging to Dia's side, a tearful Rubiana softly reminds her sisters of what their mother always used to say. Staring ahead with a mixture of hope and resolve, Dia quietly repeats the word that holds their last hope: Vines. From outside the mansion window, Gerald, the cold and formidable Duke of Vines, quietly watches the estate with a piercing, watchful gaze. The elegant official title card of the manhwa is beautifully presented above a promotional artwork layout featuring the main characters. A promotional collage highlights the fiery, red-haired character alongside an array of intense black and white panels from various chapters of the series. A fond flashback reveals a young, adorable Peridot running up to Dia in a sunny garden, excitedly sharing that their parents are taking him to pick out a birthday present. As their parents call out to Peridot from the carriage, the cheerful young boy waves goodbye, saying he must go. Peridot brightly beams at Dia, waving one last time as he bids her farewell. Dia playfully pinches his nose, warmly telling him to behave and come back safely, to which the happy boy eagerly agrees. The tragic memory shifts to darkness as Dia laments that that was the last time she ever saw her parents and Peridot, before their parents' bodies were found and Peridot disappeared. Left alone, the desperate young Dia ran through the grand mansion, seeking the help of her late father's loyal vassals to find her missing brother. Tragically, the adults either busied themselves avoiding her or vanished entirely, leaving the young girl completely helpless. Realizing that something was terribly wrong, the frightened young Dia wondered what she should do, turning to her uncle Killen for guidance. Back then, Killen put on a convincing act of a caring uncle, feigning deep concern and offering to call a doctor for her pale face. Weeping desperately, Dia begged Killen for help, explaining that none of the vassals would meet her and no one was searching for Peridot. Killen's warm facade instantly shattered as he coldly asked why she was running around making such a big fuss when everyone else was staying quiet. Dia gasped in utter shock and disbelief as her uncle coldly asked her if she truly didn't understand why the vassals were avoiding her and why no one was searching for her brother. Casting a dark, menacing shadow, Killen coldly warns Dia that if she ever wants to see Peridot again, she must stay absolutely quiet until the funeral is over. Stumbling back in complete horror, Dia's green eyes widen as she realizes the terrifying truth, breathlessly demanding to know if her uncle actually hid her brother, Peridot. With a resounding slap, the cruel Killen brutally strikes Dia across the face, leaving her with a burning red mark on her cheek as she reels in shock. Killen coldly orders Dia to watch her mouth and go back to her room with her siblings, heartlessly dangling the promise of returning Peridot only if she remains perfectly obedient. Swallowing her pain and clutching her bruised cheek, Dia desperately asks her uncle if he will truly let her see her brother again if she complies with his demands. Looking down on her with absolute authority, Killen deceptively promises to let her see her brother if she listens to him, warning her to stop making a scene and stay confined inside. Back in their isolated room, a heavy, depressing atmosphere hangs over the three sisters as they quietly process the terrifying situation they are trapped in. Tears well up in Dia's green eyes as she quietly weeps, desperately crying out for her late mother in her heart. Holding her white rabbit doll close, the innocent young Rubiana looks up and asks why their uncle, the Duke of Vines, hasn't come to see them even though he was their mother's younger brother. In a fond memory, a warm hand gently pats Rubiana's head as their mother gently explains that the Vines family has many enemies, which is why the busy Duke must protect them from afar even if he wishes to visit. Their mother's loving voice echoes from the past, reminding them to hold on to one critical truth if anything should ever happen to them. Radiating a warm, celestial glow, their mother confidently reassures them that the powerful Archduke of Vines will always stand as their ultimate shield and protect them all. Clinging to her older sister for comfort, Rubiana finds solace as Dia gently strokes her blonde hair, trying to soothe her fears. While Dia skeptically wonders if the Duke of Vines will truly protect them after never replying to their letters, the blindfolded Duke himself stands watchfully near a window in another part of the manor. Staring coldly, the Duke of Vines mentally fumes, wanting nothing more than to tear Killen apart immediately, though he forces himself to wait for the right moment. Knowing that his trusted ally Kay is currently tailing Killen, the Duke remains confident they will expose him soon, just as his subordinate enters the room to address him. The subordinate reports that Baronet Killen has suspiciously rushed to arrange the funeral for tomorrow, keeping most of the southern nobles completely in the dark without any notice. Hesitating nervously, the subordinate sweats as he struggles to deliver the next piece of grim news. The Duke's eyes widen in absolute shock as the subordinate reveals that the cremation of the Count and Countess has already been completed under the pretext of severe damage to their bodies. Trembling with explosive fury, a dark aura surrounds Gerald as he mentally curses Killen for daring to desecrate the final moments of his beloved sister and her husband. A promotional graphic features the fiery red-haired female character who stares forward with glowing green eyes and an intense, sweating, and furious expression of sheer determination. Meanwhile, far away at the majestic castle of Duke Vines, a shocked voice gasps in disbelief. Sitting in the library with a map spread out, Olive is completely stunned to learn that the Duke managed to cover the massive distance in just a single week, a journey that should have taken at least 10 days. Looking off into the distance, Olive softly wonders how the Duke is holding up in her absence. Olive's mind races with endless worries about the Duke's sensitive nature, wondering if he is eating well, enduring the noise, or running out of the madeleines she usually makes for him, especially since his severe insomnia must be keeping him awake. Letting out a heavy sigh, Olive deeply regrets her decision, wishing she had just ignored the obstacles and followed him to the estate. Feeling utterly useless, Olive blames herself for bragging about helping him sleep when she couldn't even ride a carriage to accompany him, when suddenly a voice calls out to her as a chair is pulled back. Standing behind her with an elegant grace, a strikingly handsome silver-haired man wearing glasses curiously asks why she looks so incredibly serious. Olive gasps in utter shock, her eyes widening as she turns around to see the mysterious intruder. When Olive nervously demands to know his identity, the beautiful silver-haired man politely greets her, introducing himself as Jeromian Rodel Sanct, the older brother of Lord Zero. A realization strikes Olive's mind as she recognizes him, mentally screaming that this is indeed Zero's stunning true adult form. Olive's thoughts race in shock as she registers the name Sanct, immediately connecting it to the legendary and powerful Northern Ducal family. As Olive bewilderedly wonders why the young Duke of the North is suddenly here in the West, an unexpected turn of events that was never mentioned in the original novel, Jeromian politely asks if there is something on his face. Blushing in embarrassment, Olive quickly waves her hands and stammers that she only kept staring because he resembles Lord Zero so closely, which Jeromian finds quite amusing. Sitting across from each other, the two exchange polite pleasantries, trying to ease the sudden, unexpected tension in the room. Olive silently thinks to herself that Lord Zero will surely grow up to be just as stunningly handsome, while Jeromian smugly remarks that such a resemblance would indeed be very fortunate for Zero. Overflowing with confidence, Jeromian boastfully asks if it isn't obvious, since Zero would resemble him, the undisputed most beautiful person in the entire empire. Exuding a sparkling and glamorous aura, the silver-haired Duke proudly flaunts his unmatched beauty. Completely captivated, Olive cheerfully praises him, declaring that she has never seen anyone as gorgeous yet pure-looking as Lord Jerome, which completely catches him off guard. Blushing and looking flustered, Jerome tries to regain his composure as he wipes his face, hastily changing the subject by reminding Olive that she still hasn't answered his original question. Olive hesitates, her expression turning somber as she tries to find the right words to answer his question. Olive softly admits that she was simply worried about how the Duke of Vines is doing, confessing that she hasn't been able to stop thinking about him all day, prompting Jerome to note with amusement how deeply she seems to care for that man. Olive blinks in surprise, caught completely off guard by Jerome's keen observation as she questions her own feelings. Olive frantically denies it, blushing and looking away in embarrassment, which only makes Jerome's smile grow wider as he notes how incredibly interesting things are turning out to be. Standing tall, the majestic male lead represents the absolute strongest and most reliable force in the Empire, destined to overcome every trial to reach a happy ending, a hero she shouldn't have any reason to worry about. Resting her face on her fist, Olive can't help but blush as she gets lost in her thoughts, realizing just how much space the Duke occupies in her heart. Standing inside the quiet stables, Olive lets out a heavy sigh as she gently strokes the beautiful white horse, trying to find some peace of mind. Her expression hardens with absolute determination as she contemplates a daring decision to resolve her worries. Sensing her distress, the adorable white horse affectionately nudges her cheek with love, trying to cheer her up. Olive giggles warmly as the horse licks her hand, asking if it is trying to comfort her, when suddenly an elegant voice from behind comments on how beautiful the horse is. Stepping into the warm sunlight under the archway, an elegant and dignified butler stands politely with his hands clasped, exuding a refined aura of loyalty. Walking into the stables, the butler politely approaches Olive, asking what brings her there, as he didn't expect to run into her. Olive looks back, explaining that she simply wanted some peace to think about a few things. With a quiet, nostalgic look in his eyes, the butler admits that he has been coming to the stables since his days as a knight whenever his mind was cluttered, ending up there today out of habit. Looking at his slightly weary expression, Olive silently observes that the butler doesn't look too good, wondering if something troublesome has happened. Pointing toward the beautiful white horse, the butler asks if his special care for it shows, to which Olive enthusiastically agrees, praising the horse's glossy and healthy coat despite its age, and noting it is clearly a cherished horse of the ducal family. With a gentle, melancholic smile, the butler reveals that the horse belonged to the young miss, correcting himself to say it was Countess Adrian's favorite horse, which surprises Olive. He fondly recalls how much the Countess loved riding horses, and how she often pestered him to teach her swordsmanship as well. A warm memory flashes by of the young Countess joyfully brandishing a sword in front of him, though he laments that he couldn't teach her often due to his busy duties as vice commander. Olive smiles warmly, commenting that the Countess must have been a very lively person, to which the butler fondly agrees, chuckling that she was indeed quite the tomboy. Recognizing the deep sadness behind his reminiscence, Olive thoughtfully decides that it must be painful for him, and that she should give him some space to quietly remember the late Countess. Preparing to leave, Olive bids him farewell. The butler, realizing he has been talking about himself for too long, kindly notes that she didn't look happy earlier either, and offers to listen if she has any worries. Olive hesitates, blushing slightly as she admits it is nothing major, but confesses she was just thinking that if she were a better rider, she might have been able to accompany the Duke this time. The butler's eyes widen slightly in surprise, asking if that was truly what she was thinking about. Looking a bit flustered, Olive chuckles nervously, waving her hand as she downplays her feelings, saying she probably wouldn't have been of much help anyway, even if she had gone along. Turning back to her, the butler offers to teach her how to ride. Olive is caught completely off guard, her face flushing as she looks up in disbelief. The butler's eyes turn solemn as he explains that his greatest regret is not teaching the Countess more when she asked, and he refuses to let himself harbor that kind of regret ever again. He then suggests that it would also be wise for her to learn some self-defense swordsmanship. Looking at the horse affectionately nudging him, Olive asks if it isn't too late for her to start learning swordsmanship now. Standing with a dignified, noble posture, the butler reassures her that it is never too late to learn, adding that acquiring such skills might prove helpful to the Duke someday. Filled with absolute determination and joy, Olive clenches her fists and enthusiastically begs him to teach her both riding and swordsmanship, promising to work incredibly hard. Seeing her bright spirit, a warm smile appears on the butler's face. Meanwhile, in a grand dining hall, a lavish banquet is laid out on a long table. Looking at the feast, Dia somberly notes how inappropriate such a lavish banquet is during a mourning period. though she feels thankful she can at least feed her siblings. Suddenly, Killen stands at the head of the table, widely gesturing as he loudly welcomes the Archduke, announcing the arrival of His Grace to the dining room. Hearing the announcement, Dia instantly tenses, pushing her chair back as she rises, her mind racing with anticipation as she watches the entrance. Step by step, the majestic Duke of Vines enters the room with an imposing presence, wearing a dark blindfold over his eyes, looking remarkably like his late sister. A beautifully framed portrait of Countess Adrienne shows her elegant features, highlighting the striking resemblance she shares with her younger brother. Close-up shows a black leather shoe taking a firm, quiet step forward onto an elegant patterned carpet. Standing next to the sweating Killen, the blindfolded Duke remains completely silent, his powerful aura instantly casting a heavy, suffocating pressure over the entire room. Killen quickly gestures toward a large chair, pleading with the Duke to take a seat, before urgently ordering the children to hurry and pay their respects. Bowing politely, Dia introduces herself as the eldest sibling, Dia Adrienne, stating that it is a pleasure to meet him. Standing nearby, the second sibling, Garnet, crosses her arms with a stubborn look, letting out a quiet huff, while the youngest, Rudina, stares in absolute wonder, whispering to herself about how incredibly huge the Duke is. Seated at the table, Killen boasts that he had the chef pay special attention to the meal since the Duke is joining them, adding with a superficial smile that even if the Duke cannot enjoy it with his eyes, he hopes he will enjoy the taste. The blindfolded Duke remains completely silent, ignoring Killen's empty pleasantries as a tense, heavy silence fills the room. Seeing the cold reception, Gerald's subordinate steps in, politely addressing Killen to inform him that His Grace has no appetite today and suggesting that they go ahead and eat. Suppressing his growing irritation, Killen's eyes flash with a dark, venomous look as he mentally scoffs at the blind Duke's pride, before outwardly giving the command to begin eating. Clattering sounds echo through the room as the dining utensils are used, the extravagant dishes remaining largely untouched on the grand table. Garnet and Rubiana quietly eat, finding the food delicious, while Dia gently asks Garnet if she has eaten enough and if it is sufficient. Noting Dia's nearly untouched plate, Garnet points out that she seems to have left a lot, but Dia nervously chuckles, quickly claiming she actually ate plenty. Seeing the interaction, the Duke subtly turns his head toward them, which Kay immediately notices, nodding in understanding of his silent cue. Suddenly, Kay steps forward, his boots clicking sharply against the floor as he addresses the three sisters. Pointing out that they have finished their meal, Kay politely asks the young ladies to clear the room, ordering a maid to serve the rest of their refreshments directly to their private chambers. The maid quickly complies, gesturing for the girls to follow her, while Garnet glares back at the men in deep suspicion and frustration as they are ushered out. Outraged by the sudden dismissal, Killen stands up abruptly, slamming his hands on the table and shouting in utter shock and disbelief. Before leaving, Dia glances back over her shoulder, a cold sweat running down her face as she senses the explosive tension brewing in the room. Once the door shuts behind the children, Killen's furious voice echoes through the hall, demanding to know the meaning of this behavior. Killen angrily asks why the Duke is sending the children away, raising his voice to declare that even if he is the Duke, he cannot simply behave so insolently, his hand gripping a knife on the table. Before Killen can even finish his sentence, a silver streak flashes through the air. Killen gasps in terror as a sharp blade grazes his cheek, drawing blood as it embeds itself into the wall behind him. Clenching his fist, the Duke of Vines coldly commands him to watch his mouth, declaring with terrifying calm that he is being far too noisy. Trembling with shock, Killen clutches his bleeding cheek, screaming in disbelief that the Duke suddenly threw a knife at him, furiously reminding him that imperial law exists and prohibits harming a fellow noble without cause. Unfazed by the outburst, Kay calmly steps forward with a handkerchief, casually noting that Killen is bleeding quite a bit and advising him to use it to stop the flow. Snatching the handkerchief away with a harsh slap, Killen glares in pure rage, while Kay's lips curl into a subtle, mocking smirk. Seated calmly at the table, the Duke notes that Killen has accepted the handkerchief, indicating that the clever trap has already been set. Killen's eyes widen in absolute horror as the terrifying realization of what he has just done strikes him, leaving him completely paralyzed with fear. In a swift, menacing motion, the blindfolded Duke of Vines grips the handle of his cane, drawing a gleaming, deadly sword from its hidden sheath, ready to strike. A dramatic collage of various characters from the story appears, capturing their diverse expressions and intense emotions as the complex web of relationships and secrets continues to unfold. Pointing his gleaming blade directly forward, the blindfolded Duke of Vines coldly declares that since Killen accepted the handkerchief, they are now engaged in an official duel. Dia looks back in utter shock, her mind racing as she tries to comprehend how a simple dining confrontation has suddenly escalated into a deadly duel. Determined to see the outcome, Dia urges Garnet to take their youngest sister, Ruby, to safety while she stays behind to witness the confrontation. Garnet reluctantly agrees to take care of Ruby, pleading with Dia to return safely and tell them everything that happens. Kay tries to stop Dia at the entrance, advising her that a duel is not a pleasant sight and that she should return to her quarters, but Dia insists on staying. Dia remains firm, declaring that she will soon be an adult and must learn to face these harsh realities herself. Standing tall and proud, Dia asserts her duty as the eldest daughter of House Adrian to witness the events unfolding within her family's mansion. Terrified and desperate, Baron Killon backpedals in outrage, screaming that the duel is a complete sham and that he refuses to accept it. A close-up of Killon's face shows him trembling in absolute terror as a drop of blood trickles down his cheek from the knife's graze. Dia steps forward to call out Killon's cowardice, reminding him that she witnessed him accept the white handkerchief and heard the Duke's declaration. She firmly points out that Killon's actions fulfilled the proper and legal procedures required for a formal request of a duel. Cornered and humiliated, Killon glares back at Dia in pure hatred, unable to believe she is openly siding against him. Ignoring the petty squabble, the blindfolded Duke smoothly grasps his cane handle and prepares to draw his hidden blade once more. With blinding speed, the Duke draws his sword and points it directly at Killon's throat, leaving the trembling Baron completely frozen in fear. The Duke warns Killon that looking away during a duel is a fatal mistake, his voice dripping with absolute authority and icy calm. Overwhelmed by the crushing pressure, Killon drops to his knees on the carpet, begging the Duke for forgiveness. Killon tearfully flatters the Duke, asking how a mere baron like himself could ever hope to match the legendary shield of the Empire. The Duke looks down with utter contempt, stating that Killon knew exactly who he was dealing with, yet still dared to touch his family. He calls Killon a maggot for daring to harm his relatives, prompting the terrified Baron to frantically claim it is all a big misunderstanding. Killon turns to Dia, desperately begging her to explain the misunderstanding to the Duke, but Dia only asks him one chilling question: what about Peridot? Killon looks completely stunned and bewildered by Dia's sudden question, stuttering in confusion. Driven by sudden rage, Dia lunges forward and tightly grabs Killon by his collar, demanding to know the whereabouts of her brother. Crying tears of pure anguish and fury, Dia shakes Killon, screaming that she doesn't care whether he lives or dies, as long as he returns her brother Peridot. Choking under her grip, Killon weakly stammers that he honestly does not know where the boy is. Dia's eyes widen in horror as she realizes Killon is telling the truth and was actually searching for Peridot himself. She trembles as the dark realization sets in that Killon lied about holding Peridot hostage just to lock her and her siblings up and starve them. Her voice shakes with absolute betrayal as she realizes he put them through such torture when he didn't even have her brother. Overcome with murderous rage, Dia screams that she is going to kill Killon while Kay rushes forward in a panic to pull her back. Killon desperately tries to pry her hands off his collar, pleading with her to calm down before she gets them both killed. Frustrated by the chaotic situation, Killon grits his teeth and curses under his breath. Killon reaches out blindly, trying to scramble away from the furious girl. In a sudden, desperate move, Killon grabs Dia and holds a sharp knife against her throat, frantically warning everyone to freeze and threatening to harm her if anyone dares to take a step closer. Remaining completely calm and unfazed by the threat, the blindfolded Duke demands in a cold, chilling voice whether Killon is truly prepared to handle the severe consequences of his reckless actions. Trembling with visible fear but trying to sound defiant, Killon stammers defensively, demanding if the Duke truly doubts his resolve to go through with it. Seeing the confrontation escalate, the Duke commands Dia to stop, raising his sword to intervene. With a swift, powerful swing, the Duke's blade cuts through the air, forcing Dia to jump back in shock as the sword strikes. The blade passes mere inches from Killon's face, cleanly slicing off a lock of his blonde hair as a final, terrifying warning. A close-up of Baron Killon looking completely petrified as the cold steel of a blade looms right before him, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek in pure terror. Trembling with shock, Killon lets out a quiet gasp of despair as his desperate attempt to regain control utterly fails. With a heavy thud, Killon collapses helplessly onto the floor, completely defeated, while Dia watches in shock and the blindfolded Duke stands tall and commanding with his sword drawn. The Duke calmly stands back, his imposing and elegant figure radiating a quiet, dangerous authority. Trembling, Dia stares at the floor and asks if Killon is dead, but the Duke reassures her that he simply taught him a lesson. Exhausted and emotionally drained, Dia collapses onto her knees on the grand carpet, staring blankly ahead. Kay coldly outlines Killen's grim fate, stating that he will be torn limb from limb in front of the southern nobles to show the price of touching the Duke's family. Kay gently tells Dia that from this moment on, absolutely no one will ever be allowed to harm her or her siblings again. Overwhelmed by the sudden feeling of safety and protection, Dia starts to weep silently. Remembering her mother's words, Dia cries as she realizes her mother was entirely correct about the true nature of their family's protectors. Looking up at the formidable Duke, Dia takes comfort in her house's ancient oath, the vines protect. Sometime later, a masked investigator kneels before the Duke, reporting that they were unable to find any physical trace of the mastermind. The investigator notes that a mysterious red-haired woman seems to have carefully erased all evidence of her involvement before vanishing. The Duke ponders if he was the true target of the scheme all along, wondering why the mastermind didn't make greater use of Killen. A soft knock echoes through the room, and Kay politely announces his arrival to speak with the Duke. Kay enters the study, accompanying Dia, and informs the Duke that the young lady requested an audience to speak with him directly. Dia bows politely, thanking the Duke for his immense kindness and requesting only his help to find her brother so they can manage on their own. The Duke remains silent for a long moment, carefully considering her polite but independent request. Turning his blindfolded gaze toward Dia, the Duke surprises her by declaring that he will personally become her official guardian. Kay warns Dia that there is definitely a mastermind behind this incident and that she will need protection until they are found, warning her that they don't know what other dangers might arise as Dia gasps in concern. Dia agrees, asking if they can stay until they find Peridot, but their conversation is cut short as a black crow suddenly flies off a branch outside, drawing their attention. Turning to Dia, the Duke calmly asks if there is a spire or a high place on the estate where a bird could rest, prompting a confused Dia to try and recall such a place. Dia explains that there is an old temple bell tower hidden in the small forest behind the mansion, and without a moment's hesitation, the Duke begins walking forward with long, purposeful strides. Although Dia is bewildered and asks why he wants to know, the Duke urgently cuts her off, explaining that there is no time to explain and commanding her to take him there at once. A beautifully adorned letter decorated with pink roses begins with a gentle message. "Little one, have you been well?" As a handsome, dark-haired man reads the letter in his study, the text continues. "You've grown so much, yet you're still pouting because I call you little, aren't you? Unlike the West, it's always warm here. It's a peaceful place where no monsters appear." The letter playfully adds, "If even one monster showed up on the road, ta-da, I'd finally have an excuse to show my husband my sword skills," while a close-up reveals the man's serious and contemplative eyes. A warm, gentle smile appears in a soft flashback framed by elegant roses, hinting at a peaceful, precious memory from the past. She writes about her discoveries, sharing, "A few days ago, I went for a walk alone and found a place similar to the tower you stayed in," showing a beautiful, church-like tower bathed in sunlight as a lady looks out the window. Looking out at the bright sky, she continues, "When I stepped inside, I couldn't stop thinking about you, so I filled it with the toys you used to love. You may not need those things anymore." The warm profile of the smiling woman appears alongside her final words. "I hope the day comes when I can invite you to my secret space. Your sister misses you." An elegant, decorative frame welcomed by blooming roses and radiating light captures a warm greeting, marking the arrival of a new guest into a special secret space. In the heartwarming memory, a mother lovingly watches over her youngest child as they playfully explore a grand playroom filled with toys, expressing her hope that the young boy will grow up to be just like him. The young boy, Peridot, beams with an innocent, radiant smile, absolutely thrilled to share a special secret room known only to him and his mother. Deep inside a dark, locked room, a young, disheveled Peridot huddles in a corner, weakly crying to himself that he is so hungry. He bitterly regrets his choices, thinking that he should have saved his snacks for later, especially now that half of his gathered rainwater is gone too. A close-up of Peridot's tear-streaked face shows him weeping silently as the overwhelming fear and loneliness take their toll. Looking around the dimly lit, silent playroom filled with toys and a dollhouse, Peridot softly cries out for his mother. In a painful flashback, his mother desperately instructs him, "If you count until 500 and Mom still doesn't come, run to the secret room and hide." Despite his crying plea to just leave together, she firmly states, "Mom will take care of the bad man and come back to you quickly. Until I come for you, don't go out no matter who calls. Even if it's your sisters, don't answer, understand?" She leaves him with one final grave warning. If Mom is too late. Looking resolute despite being splattered with blood, his mother commands, "Duke Vines, wait until Gerald von Vines arrives. Your uncle will come to find and protect you." The old temple bell tower stands quiet and weathered, surrounded by overgrown green vines under a gloomy, overcast sky. Back in the present, Gerald tries the door handle of the tower only to turn to D and K and announce that the door is locked. Inside the dark room, Peridot curls up in terror, crying in despair as he realizes that even though his rescuers have arrived, the door is locked shut. Guided by the Duke, Dia notices that his heart is beating much faster than when they first arrived, realizing that he is anxious and desperately trying not to scare the child. Standing before the entrance, the Duke turns to his servant and asks how he can open the door without scaring the child, leaving Dia completely startled and wide-eyed in surprise. Dia's eyes widen in absolute shock as the incredible realization hits her, wondering if her missing brother, Perito, could actually be hidden inside the tower with his lordship. Dia desperately bangs on the door, shouting, "Perito, Perito, are you there?" Pleading desperately, Dia cries against the door, "Can you hear your sister's voice? If you're there, just say something, please." However, her frantic calls are met with absolute silence, leaving Dia and Gerald standing before the heavy wooden door in suspense. Leaning her head against the door in utter heartbreak, Dia weakly says, "Your Grace, I don't think Peridot is here." She weeps, explaining, "If he were, he would have heard my voice and responded," while Gerald stands by in thoughtful silence. Looking up at Gerald in distress, Dia questions him, saying, "I've never seen Peridot going into this tower. Are you sure he's really here?" Turning his blindfolded gaze downward, Gerald asserts with absolute certainty, he's definitely here. Gerald reasons if he can't come out even after hearing his sister's voice, there must be a reason, while inside, a terrified and sweating Perito covers his mouth to stifle his crying. Gerald explains he might think his family is being threatened, so he's avoiding giving himself away recklessly. But Dia doubts this, pointing out that since he is only 6 years old, there is no way he could think like that. Gerald counters, "Your mom must have warned him in advance," causing Dia's eyes to widen in sudden, stunning realization. Panicking, Dia holds her head and frantically asks what they should do next, suggesting they break down the door. Kay quickly steps in to calm her down, advising, "Young lady, please calm down first. The young master must be very surprised right now, so this will ease things." Gerald calmly listens to their panic, noting to himself that the child must be completely exhausted by now. An internal realization emphasizes that they absolutely should not break the door and frighten the boy even more. Looking away thoughtfully, Gerald wonders, if it were her, what would she say to the child? Remembering his sister, Gerald clenches his fist in determination as he thinks, if it were her, Gerald steps forward and calls out warmly, "I am Gerald von Vines. Whoever is in there, I will make sure to protect you," causing Perito to gasp in shock from inside the room. Hearing the name his mother told him to wait for, Peridot's hand slowly reaches out toward the light coming through the crack of the door. A sharp clicking sound suddenly echoes from the door, causing Dia's eyes to widen in utter shock. The heavy wooden door slowly creaks open, revealing the small, disheveled figure of Peridot standing cautiously in the doorway. Gerald stands tall and elegant before the boy, introducing himself gently. "I am Gerald von Vines." Staring at his savior, tears stream down Perito's face as he gasps in overwhelming relief. With deep warmth, Gerald gently speaks the boy's name, calling out, "Peridot." Overwhelmed by the sudden release of tension and shoe exhaustion, Peridot's legs suddenly buckle beneath him. As Peridot collapses forward, Dia gasps in panic and rushes to catch her brother. Gerald swiftly catches the falling boy, pulling him into a tender, protective embrace and whispering, "Kid, I'm sorry." Crying tears of pure joy, Dia falls to her knees beside them, weeping, "Peridot, finally found you." Safe at last, Perito weakly looks at his crying sister and whispers, "Sister." In his mind, a radiant memory of his smiling mother appears, having kept her promise to send him his protector. Resting securely in the Duke's strong arms, the exhausted little boy finally closes his eyes and drifts into a peaceful sleep. Sometime later in a grand training hall, a young blonde girl named Marin stands tall, practicing her sword swings with a wooden practice sword. Her practice is interrupted as a voice calls out, "Miss Marin," causing her to turn around in surprise. An elegant, silver-haired butler approaches her with a long wooden staff, smiling as he suggests, "Let's practice with this today." As Marin takes the staff, the butler explains, "Yes, children learning swordsmanship often use swords like this. Still, for Miss Marin," as she studies the training weapon with a focused and determined gaze. Marin struggles to hold up the wooden staff, groaning, "Ah," as the butler notes that an adult-sized sword looked far too heavy for her. On day one of her training, Marin tries to swing a beginner's training wooden sword, thinking they are a bit heavy but worth a shot, only to fall flat on her face with a loud thud. Despite her determination to get it right, Marin keeps falling over, ending day two completely bedridden with intense muscle soreness from her practice. On day 3, she lies exhausted in bed, crying that her muscles ache and she can't even get up, while the butler suggests trying an even lighter wooden sword next time. Marin bows deeply in apology to her butler, lamenting that she must be more disappointing than a child, and fearing he regrets taking her as a student, but the butler quickly reassures her that such an idea is absolute nonsense. The butler enthusiastically gives Marin a double thumbs up, declaring that he hasn't had such a motivated student in a long time, and that her effort has given him renewed energy to try again. Their training session is interrupted as another servant runs into the grand training hall, calling out urgently for the butler. The servant pantingly announces that his grace will be arriving shortly, leaving both Marin and the butler in complete surprise. A dramatic realization flashes across the screen. His grace is coming so soon? Clutching her wooden staff, Marin smiles brightly with sparkling green eyes, thrilled at the prospect of the Duke's imminent return. Meanwhile, in the Duke's study, an advisor reports that the guardianship-related documents for the young ladies and the young master have finally been finalized. The Duke, adjusting his shirt cuffs, expresses his approval and asks if proper escorts have been assigned to ensure their safety. The advisor reports that skilled and trustworthy knights have been assigned, but notes that Lady Dia made a special request to stay in the guest wing and asked that no one be allowed inside. Hearing this, the Duke smiles softly behind his blindfold and calmly instructs his advisor to let Dia have her way. The advisor expresses concern that Lady Dia will soon need to make her social debut, yet she refuses any contact with noble families outside the Duke's household, making it hard to find a proper chaperone. The Duke contemplates the situation, realizing they cannot delay her debut any longer unless she wishes to be cast out of noble society, and notes the urgent need to find a chaperone. He reflects on the hopeless situation of her constantly rejecting other noble families, wishing he had a fiancée he could present as a chaperone. Turning back to his advisor, the Duke orders him to first narrow down the potential chaperone candidates, and the advisor bows politely, promising to report back once the list is compiled. The advisor places his gloved hand on the door handle as he prepares to exit the Duke's study. As the heavy door creaks open, the advisor is surprised to see Marin standing right outside in the dimly lit hallway. He blinks in surprise, wondering what could have brought her there. Spotting the advisor, Marin greets him warmly, asking if his trip to the south went well. Seeing Marin's hesitation, the advisor looks past her to the Duke sitting at his desk as Marin struggles to find her words. Marin pops her head into the study with a bright, cheerful smile, offering a warm greeting to the Duke. Sitting regally in his chair, the Duke notes that it is still far too early for dinner, but gently invites her to come inside. He asks with concern if something happened while he was away and requests her to tell him what is going on. Marin reassures him that nothing is wrong, explaining that she simply wanted him to rest earlier and came ahead of time since he hasn't been sleeping well. Smiling warmly, Marin wheels in a golden cart filled with a bottle of wine and various relaxing items to help the Duke rest properly. She presents her thoughtful selection, explaining that besides the soothing mallow herb, she brought several other things that are known to assist with peaceful sleep. Giggling happily, Marin proudly holds up the bottle of wine with a beaming expression. The Duke chuckles softly, teasing her by saying she looks like an excited puppy now that her master is finally home, and asks if she was truly that eager to see him. Marin's face flushes a bright pink in embarrassment as she stammers back, utterly shocked by his teasing words. Blushing furiously, Marin turns her head away and insists that she only came to do her work, pleading with him to stop treating her like a puppy. She continues to mumble in annoyance, complaining that he is only teasing her because she hasn't visited him in a while the Duke watches her with amusement. The Duke's expression softens with deep affection as he thinks to himself that hearing her voice finally makes his return feel completely real. Marin stands patiently by her cart of herbs and tea, looking over at the Duke as he sits quietly in his chair. A close-up of Marin's lovely, blushing face shows her looking at him with immense fondness and warmth. The wooden wheel of a cart squeaks softly as it rolls across the polished floorboards. Marin explains that she is going to apply the herbal poultice to his eyes, asking if he has been using the one she previously gave him, which the Duke confirms. The Duke slowly reaches up and begins to untie his black blindfold, preparing for the treatment. Unwinding the dark fabric from his face, the handsome Duke slowly removes his blindfold to reveal his sharp, captivating eyes. Seeing him reveal his face, Dia looks on in surprise and asks with concern if it is truly all right for him to remove his blindfold. The Duke closes his eyes with a gentle, relaxed smile, assuring her that keeping it off for just a little while is perfectly fine. Marin watches closely, stating that she will apply the fresh poultice directly over his eyes once the blindfold is off. She carefully prepares the mallow herbs, wondering to herself if the treatments she has been applying have actually been helping his condition. Holding the poultice with a gentle, hopeful smile, Marin looks forward to helping him heal. Dia gets ready to read to him, politely announcing that the story she has prepared for today is The Prince and the Beggar. Standing elegantly before the seated Duke, Dia opens her book and begins reading aloud, her voice filling the quiet study as he listens attentively. A melancholic memory shows the Duke standing alone in a misty graveyard before twin tombstones, recalling how the devastating shock of his sister's death left him feeling cold and frozen inside. The Duke reflects on the soothing comfort of their routine, finding peace in the familiar scent of books, the aroma of the mallow herb, and Marin's soft voice reading aloud to him. Sitting comfortably in his study with the herbal poultice applied over his eyes, the Duke relaxes as Marin sits on the floor beside him, softly reading from a book. Marin's gentle voice fills the quiet room as she reads, "I am the Crown Prince," continuing the story of a knight who only laughed. The Duke listens intently as Marin reads about the prince who went outside the palace and spoke to an old man passing by. Turning the page, Marin continues the story. The old man called him a liar and threw a stone at him. The prince had no choice but to run away from the man. The story reflects on a world where truth and lies are barely discernible, and falsehood has become the reality, bringing a small, contemplative smile to the Duke's lips. The Duke looks down warmly at Marin as she sits by his side, completely content in her soothing presence. Bathed in a soft, glowing light, the Duke smiles gently behind his blindfold, deeply comforted by the peaceful moment they share. Marin gasps in sudden panic, sweat dripping down her face as her eyes widen in sheer shock at the turn of events. A warm and festive holiday illustration captures the blindfolded Duke resting peacefully amidst blooming winter flowers, while a tiny, fairy-like Dia hovers nearby, happily reading a book. A striking fantasy illustration features a dark-haired warrior in silver armor holding a curved dagger, standing back-to-back with a young red-eyed girl dressed in pure white robes. A massive collage of dramatic black-and-white comic panels showcases a diverse cast of characters, capturing a wide array of intense feelings and storytelling moments. Under a brilliant blue sky, the grand towers of the ducal castle stand tall as the Duke's voice echoes, calling out, "Rin!" Sitting together in an elegantly lit parlor, the Duke gently asks, "How are you finding life in the ducal castle?" To which Marin politely replies, "I'm doing quite well, thank you. Also, thank you for being so considerate in every way." Leaning back comfortably in his ornate chair, the Duke smiles softly behind his blindfold and asks, "So, you're saying you enjoy living here?" Surrounded by bright, blooming daisies, Marin beams happily and responds with absolute delight, "Yes, I love it!" Sitting regally with his legs crossed, the Duke delivers a completely unexpected proposal. "Then get engaged to me." A tense silence stretches across the grand room as Marin sits completely frozen, stammering in disbelief. "Excuse me?" Clutching her rattling teacup in panic, Marin forces a nervous laugh and stammers, "What a strange sense of humor you have." Sweating profusely, Marin tries to laugh off the awkwardness, saying, "You're being especially mischievous today, Your Grace. Enough joking around. Shall I bring the report to read aloud?" The Duke's expression grows serious as he asks point-blank, "What is it that you want?" leaving Marin gasping in utter confusion. "Pardon? What do you mean?" Marin flinches as a cold sweat breaks out, her wide green eyes filled with mounting anxiety as she realizes she has been cornered. The Duke exposes her hidden secret, asking, "You hid your noble status to come work in the ducal castle? Didn't you do it because you wanted something? Did you really think you could fool the House of Vine so easily?" Biting her lip in sheer dread, Marin thinks to herself in panic, this is bad. An oppressive, silent tension fills the grand room as the Duke calmly looks down at her, waiting for her confession. Bowing her head in defeat, Marin quietly and submissively whispers, "I'm sorry." Looking down with deep remorse and clutching her hands tightly, Marin sighs, "I was wrong." In a comical chibi moment, the Duke asks suspiciously, "You infiltrated the ducal household for money?" While a sweating chibi Marin frantically protests, "It wasn't infiltration, I was hired." Looking completely flustered and sweat-dropping in her chibi form, the young woman tries to defend herself, stammering that she wasn't sticking by his side but rather assisting him after the Duke asks if she only stayed with him for the money. The Duke continues to tease her by asking if she whispered so sweetly in his ears just for the money, causing her to panic and loudly object that she was only whispering because he dislikes loud noises. A subtle, amused smirk plays on the handsome, blindfolded Duke's face as he thoroughly enjoys her panicked reaction. Unbothered, the Duke casually crosses his legs and suggests, "If you like money so much, you should just become my fiancé." Marin clenches her hand over her chest, pleading, "It's not because I like money. I took the job because I needed it." Resting his chin on his clasped hands, the Duke asks skeptically, "And how am I supposed to believe that?" Marin looks at him with sincere, pleading eyes and begs, "I know it's hard to believe, but if you'll just trust me this time." Pumping her fist with determined fire, Marin declares, "I'll serve you with the utmost sincerity, Your Grace, for the rest of my life." But the Duke calmly counters, "I don't need that. I need a fiancé." A completely dumbfounded Chibi Marin stands frozen with a giant huh floating over her head. The Duke leans in close, explaining the situation. "My niece and nephew will be arriving here soon. There's a matter of utmost priority we must prepare for." A vision of Lady Dia in a beautiful dress appears as the Duke states, "First, Dia's debutante." Marin tries to find a way out, thinking it shouldn't be too hard to find a chaperone for a count's daughter. It doesn't have to be me. But the Duke quickly counters, "If it were that simple, I wouldn't have brought it up." The Duke explains his predicament. "My niece and nephew are refusing all contact with nobles from other families. Since there are no adult noblewomen in the House of Vines, it's become even more difficult to find a chaperone." Marin's expression softens with sympathy as she reflects, "I suppose they can't bring themselves to trust just anyone right now." The Duke lays out his plan, proposing, "For that reason, I need a fiancé. As my special aide, Rin, you're the most suitable candidate, wouldn't you say? I want you to become my fiancé and act as Dia's chaperone. I'd also like you to handle the children's education." Marin ponders the logic of the arrangement, realizing, as their governess, being taught by their uncle's fiancé rather than a stranger will put the children at ease. The Duke drops a shocking offer. "If you successfully fulfill all these duties through this contract engagement, I will pay you 10 gold per day," leaving Marin gasping in absolute disbelief. The Duke notes calmly, "I'd say the pay isn't bad," while Marin stammers hesitantly, "That may be so, but..." Leaning in close, the Duke softly tells her that he will take her defensive response as a yes. Standing confidently with his arms crossed and a gentle smile, the Duke calmly commands her to begin preparing for their upcoming engagement party. Holding a hand over her heart with a deeply worried expression, she hesitantly suggests they reconsider having an engagement party so soon after the Countess's passing. A sudden realization flashes in Marin's bright green eyes as she gasps, "Ah!" Marin sits up straight, looking at the Duke as she realizes his hidden intent. It's a smokescreen to protect your niece and nephew. A solemn truth hangs heavily in the air. His Grace just lost his sister. Marin analyzes the Duke's self-sacrificing plan. If he throws a party now, he'll be flooded with criticism from the other nobles. At the same time, all of his enemies will steer their attention towards him. In turn, his niece and nephew will be safe. Impressed by her quick deduction, the Duke commends her warmly. "You're quite sharp-witted." The Duke explains the details of his plan. "The party will be held on the same day my niece and nephew arrive. They'll be surrounded by the crowd, so no one will know which carriage they're in. No matter how skilled the spies are, finding them will be nearly impossible." Marin looks at him with deep concern, asking, "But won't your niece and nephew misunderstand your Grace?" Marin explains her worry, warning, "If the children, who just lost their parents, see a grand party the moment they arrive, they might come to resent you," causing the Duke to fall silent. Facing away, the Duke responds with calm resolve. "Then I'll be able to fool the enemy much more effectively." Marin's heart aches with deep admiration as she thinks, he truly cares for his niece and nephew, enough to risk being hated just to protect them. Looking down at the tea set, Marin resolves herself, thinking, "Since you're willing to be resented by your own family to deceive your enemies, I suppose I must play my part as your fiancé perfectly so our lie isn't exposed." Clutching her hands in her lap, she's suddenly overwhelmed with self-doubt. "But can I really handle such a heavy responsibility? I'm not confident." Sensing her hesitation, the Duke gently speaks her name, Rin. Marin looks up, bathed in a soft, warm light as she awaits his next words. Standing tall before a backdrop of radiant light and white roses, the Duke promises solemnly, "No matter what happens, I will protect you, I swear it, on the name of House Vines." Touched by his profound pledge of protection, a beautiful and gentle smile finally spreads across Marin's blushing face. Filled with absolute trust and determination, Marin looks at him and happily agrees, "Yes." A striking fantasy illustration features a dark-haired warrior in silver armor holding a curved dagger, standing back-to-back with a young, red-eyed girl dressed in pure white robes. A massive collage of dramatic black and white comic panels showcases a diverse cast of characters, capturing a wide array of intense feelings and storytelling moments. Under a brilliant blue sky with drifting white clouds, the majestic white towers of the Grand Ducal Castle stand tall and proud. The butler politely greets the Duke, saying, "Good morning, Your Grace," as the head maid stands respectfully beside him. Sometime later in the study, a surprised butler and head maid turn to look at her, with the butler asking, "Miss Marin, what brings you here at this hour?" As Marin smiles nervously, greeting them, "Haha, hello, butler, hello, butler, hello, head maid." Sitting comfortably in his study, the Duke states calmly, "It concerns the party that's to be held a month from now." In complete surprise, the butler exclaims, "A month from now?" While the head maid politely asks, "What kind of party should we prepare, Your Grace? We will ensure it reflects the dignity of the ducal house." Bathed in a soft pastel light, the Duke drops a massive bombshell. "It will be my engagement party with Marin." The butler smiles in pleasant confusion, repeating, "Haha, I see, with Miss Marin." A bolt of lightning strikes the room as the butler's eyes pop out in comical shock, screaming in absolute disbelief, "Engagement?" While the head maid stands completely frozen beside him. Shaking the frozen head maid in a frantic panic, the butler stammers, "Head maid, did you hear that? His Grace is going to be engaged." As the shivering head maid mutters, "Pinch me. I need to be sure this isn't a dream." In a funny chibi moment, the head maid reaches out with an intense, deadpan expression and firmly pinches the butler's sleeve-covered arm to test if they are dreaming. Yelp in pain, the butler gasps, "Ouch, that hurts, so it must be real," while the Duke calmly sits in his chair, saying, "Marin has something she wishes to say." Stepping forward with poise and grace, Marin bows politely and properly introduces herself. "Please allow me to greet you properly. I'm Marin of the Schwentz Viscount family." Bowing deeply in sincere apology, Marin confesses, "Due to certain circumstances, I deceived you all until now. I sincerely apologize," leaving the butler waving his hands in frantic surprise as he gasps, "No." Desperate to reassure her, the butler waves his gloved hands back and forth, stammering, "Miss Marin, no, milady," while the head maid watches in speechless silence. With a warm, understanding expression, the butler gently explains, "Actually, we already suspected you were nobility. Your etiquette on the day you arrived at the ducal residence was unmistakably noble." Marin gasps in surprise, a cold sweat breaking out as she thinks, "I thought I hid it well," before asking, "You've known since then?" and adding, "Thank you for pretending not to know." Sniffling warmly, the butler looks at her with absolute adoration, saying, "We figured you must have had your reasons, and now for the two of you to be bound by fate like this, and even getting engaged?" Clutching a handkerchief to his teary eyes, the butler smiles happily, weeping joyful tears as he declares, "I want to spread this joyous news as quickly as possible." Under the table, the head maid comically delivers a series of sharp, rhythmic kicks to the butler's shin to snap him out of his emotional breakdown. Composing himself, the butler wipes away his tears as he and the head maid bow respectfully, saying, "Congratulations on your engagement, truly." The head maid happily joins in, "Congratulations." Overjoyed by their warm response, a beautiful and relieved smile spreads across Marin's face as she softly replies, "Thank you for the well wishes." In an adorable chibi scene, the butler and head maid nod eagerly, with the butler requesting, "From now on, please speak casually with us, milady," to which Marin hesitantly responds, "Yes, sure." The butler loudly blows his nose into his handkerchief with a comical honk, then asks, "Your Grace, how far shall we extend the invitations?" Resting his chin on his clasped hands with dramatic, intense determination, the Duke commands solemnly, "All the nobles of the Western region." Marin sighs in immense relief, thinking, "I was worried, but they accepted my hidden identity without hesitation. What a relief. Oh, now I'm gonna have to tell another lie." Until the Duke interrupts, calling her name, Rin. In a cute chibi fantasy, the Duke floats in the air as he instructs, "Prepare for an outing by noon tomorrow." A startled Marin asks, "An outing?" To which the Duke explains, "To avoid suspicion, we need to be seen in public. We'll start with the shop where we fitted your dress last time," leaving Marin gasping. Pumping her fists in absolute delight, Marin's eyes sparkle with excitement as she happily anticipates the upcoming excursion. Standing in the quiet study, Marin blushes a deep rosy pink as she mumbles to herself in confusion, "Is this a date?" while the Duke sits quietly at his desk. Resting his chin on his hand, a dazzling, breathtaking smile spreads across the Duke's handsome face, surrounded by glowing white roses. Marin stares at him in sheer bewilderment, her eyes wide as she thinks, "Why does he seem so pleased? Does he like the word date?" Marin explains her situation to the Duke, saying, There's one problem, though. As you know, Your Grace, I can't ride in carriages. Would it be all right if I rode ahead on horseback and met you at the shop?" The Duke asks how bad her motion sickness is, to which Marin softly explains that being in a closed carriage makes her feel trapped and terrified. Hearing her distress, the Duke gently relents and tells her, "Then go ahead." Inside a grand boutique, the main tailor works diligently on a lovely gown while her assistant stands ready with a lace cloth. The tailor turns around in surprise, gasping, "Welcome, oh my," as she recognizes her visitor. Marin appears looking stunningly elegant, offering a warm smile as she says, "Hello, miss." The tailor is delighted to see her and happily says, "What brings you here? If you needed something, you could have just summoned us to the ducal residence." To which Marin replies that there is a dress she needs to request urgently. The tailor is surprised to hear about another dress since they are already working on a previous order, but Marin requests to put the other order on hold to prioritize the new one. The tailor is astonished by the extremely short deadline, gasping in worry. Within a month? Is that possible? Oh dear. The next day, Marin is inside the elegant boutique dress shop, turning her head in surprise as a loud noise echoes from the entrance. Startled by a sudden violent crash, Marin flinches in shock as a loud slam reverberates through the quiet shop. An arrogant noblewoman in an olive green dress stomps into the shop with her daughter, demanding loudly, "Who is the designer here?" while the boutique employees look on in distress. Keeping her composure, the shop's designer steps forward politely, introducing herself. "Hello, I'm the designer of this shop. What can I do for you?" As Marin stands quietly in the background. The furious noblewoman shouts dramatically, pointing a finger at a damaged garment, "Look at this dress!" A close-up of a pink dress reveals a clean, deliberate slice running through the delicate fabric. Slamming the ruined dress onto the floor, the angry mother rages. "My beautiful daughter wore this dress to a tea party, and it suddenly tore apart in front of everyone. How carelessly was this made?" The mother demands fiercely, "How do you intend to take responsibility?" while the designer inspects the dress closely, noticing that damage wasn't caused by wearing it. It looks like it was deliberately ripped with something sharp. Standing her ground with calm confidence, the designer looks at them and says, "I don't recall selling this dress to you." The designer explains clearly, "It didn't suit you, so I recommended something else, and I remember your friend bought this one. Why did you wear it?" The daughter, looking smugly satisfied with her arms crossed, dismisses the designer, claiming, "I bought it for my friend, so it's my dress." The designer smiles coolly, countering, "I didn't sell this dress to you, but you wore my dress, so I guess that makes you a customer. What compensation would you like?" Smirking wickedly, the daughter points directly to a stunning white and blue dress on display, demanding, "Give me that dress." The designer gasps in utter shock, sweating profusely as she stammers, "That's..." The boutique assistant frantically panics in a comical chibi moment, thinking, "Miss Marin's dress." As Marin asks in surprise, "Isn't that the one I left here?" And the clerk responds with a worried, "Yes." The haughty daughter smiles with a cunning, malicious grin, saying smoothly, "One dress won't truly make up for it, but I'll graciously accept it." The designer crosses her arms, declining politely, "Madam, I'm sorry, but all I can offer is the price of the dress you bought." The mother explodes in a rage, shouting, "What? Do you know who I am? I'm the wife of Count Atik. Do you want this shop to lose all its patrons?" Acting sweet and merciful, the daughter pats her mother's back, saying, "It's fine, Mom. We're already being generous by just taking that dress and calling it even," while the mother sighs, "Honestly, my daughter is too kind," until a firm voice cuts them off. "No." The designer stands tall, declaring with absolute authority, "That dress is already reserved, so I can't give it to you. As I said earlier, all I can offer is the price of the dress you bought." Stepping forward gracefully, a beautiful blonde woman enters the conversation, saying calmly, "Excuse me." Turning around in irritation, Count Atik's wife snaps, "Who are you? Can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation?" As Marin reveals herself with calm poise, stating, "I'm the one who reserved that dress." Marin's voice echoes with absolute power and determination, and I have no intention of giving it. Standing regally in a magnificent teal and white gown, her eyes shining with icy determination, Marin commands, "As the designer said, take the payment and leave." A striking fantasy illustration features a dark-haired warrior in silver armor holding a curved dagger, standing back-to-back with a young red-eyed girl dressed in pure white robes, as glowing golden embers drift through the dark space around them. Looking down at the greedy noblewomen with cool authority, Marin delivers the final blow. "I have no intention of giving up this dress." Marin stands firmly in her elegant gown and declares with absolute resolve, "Like the designer said, take the refund and leave." Horrified and furious, Count Atik's wife points her finger aggressively, screaming in outrage, "What did you say? Who do you think you are, telling me what to do?" Marin closes her eyes and exhales a soft, weary sigh, letting her beautiful teal and white gown trail behind her. Marin looks at them with clear, piercing green eyes and proudly introduces herself. "I am Marin of the Schwentz Viscounty." The designer's eyes widen in immense shock as she gasps to herself, wondering, "Schwentz?" Sneering arrogantly, the mother asks, "Was there ever a family by that name? Daughter, have you heard of them?" To which her smug daughter replies, "There are so many of those lowly nobles around. Of course I haven't. Marin remains completely unfazed, staring back with an icy, silent gaze. Marin turns to the designer and calmly asks, "Designer, how much did that torn dress cost?" The designer replies, "It was 5 gold, prompting Marin to inquire further. "And mine?" With a bright, cheerful smile, the designer happily reveals it's 50 gold. Marin freezes in comical shock, her eyes turning into wide circles as she stammers in absolute disbelief. 50 gold? As Marin panics internally, thinking, this dress really costs 50 gold? No wonder Olive wouldn't show me the price tag. The designer proudly explains, yes, because only the finest fabrics were used. Infuriated, the noble mother and daughter shout in unison, that price is ridiculous. 50 gold for a dress from this low-rate shop? With a subtle, confident smirk playing on her lips, Marin states calmly, yes, and I have already paid that 50 gold. Smiling gently with her hand over her heart, Marin offers with mock kindness, so if you pay me the 45 gold difference, I'll give it to you. Taken aback, the mother stammers, what? While her daughter points and screeches in a fury, don't you lie to me. The daughter rages, 50 gold my foot! Where would a lowly noble like you even get that kind of... Before a cold, authoritative voice suddenly cuts her off, remarking, how noisy. Enveloped in an aura of dark, imposing power, the blindfolded Duke steps into the shop and demands sternly, who exactly is daring to raise their voice at my fiancé? Instantly turning pale with fear, the mother and daughter bow in a panic, stammering, Your Grace, Soren Atik greets you, and Omanda Atik greets you as well. Drenched in a cold sweat, the mother thinks in absolute terror, did I hear that right? As the mother and daughter shiver in horror, thinking, I think the Duke just called this woman his fiancé, the Duke steps past them and calls out gently, Marin. Walking up to her, the Duke asks with a faint smile, why is it always so loud wherever you go? To which Marin defends herself, this time it wasn't my doing. The Duke playfully retorts, you always say that, prompting Marin to explain, I mean it this time. Those two were being stubborn about wanting my dress. A dark, chilly aura radiates from the Duke as he states with heavy, protective indignation, I can't believe it, to my fiancé of all people. Shivering in complete terror, the mother realizes the gravity of their mistake, thinking, we're in trouble. To think we messed with Duke Vines' fiancé. The terrified mother grabs her daughter and whispers, Amanda, let's go. But the spoiled daughter still whines, Mother, but I still need the dress. Glaring in sheer panic, the mother shouts fiercely at her daughter, I said, let's go. The designer bows politely to the couple, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall escort you both to the drawing room. And the Duke replies, thank you, designer. As Marin guides the Duke, saying, Your Grace, if you go straight from here, he suddenly reaches out his hand toward her. Marin blushes slightly as the Duke extends his hand and softly requests, Here, take my arm. Surrounded by beautiful flowers, the Duke leans in slightly and whispers, We'll look like a couple in love. Marin's heart flutters as she looks down, thinking to herself, holding arms all of a sudden? Clutching his sleeve, Marin blushes intensely as she realizes this distance is way too close. Smiling warmly, the Duke explains, This way you won't have to tell me which way to go, before concluding, Then let's be off. The scene shifts to a picturesque autumn sunset, where the vibrant red maple leaves glow under the warm evening sky. Marin stands with a comically drained, hollow expression, sighing in deep fatigue. I'm exhausted. Marin recalls the chaotic scene back at the boutique where the designer enthusiastically promised, Congratulations on your engagement. Don't worry about the dress. I will make sure to create a masterpiece in time. While the Duke casually commanded, set the budget to the maximum, resulting in the designer bringing out endless sketches that left Marin completely overwhelmed. Walking side by side under the falling autumn leaves, Marin thinks to herself, but I guess the rumors will start spreading now, right? I fought a lot of eyes on us while walking from the shop. Sensing her unease, the Duke asks, Is it too much for you? And Marin replies, It's just my first time being the center of attention. Oh, as she spots something ahead. Standing by the stone railing, Marin gazes at the breathtaking scenery and gasps in awe. Wow! Marin looks at the beautiful water with sparkling eyes, saying, There's a lake in the park. To which the Duke replies, This is Lake Hendrego. Marin turns her head to look at him, curiously asking, Have you been here before? Resting his hand on the stone railing, the Duke looks out toward the water and replies softly, Once, when I was young. A heartwarming memory flashes in the Duke's mind of his childhood, where he sat happily by the railing with a sister as he explains, I came here with my sister. Hearing his words, Marin looks at him with a gentle, slightly sorrowful expression of deep empathy. Sensing her silent concern, the Duke smiles warmly and reassures her, There's nothing to be sorry about. Even if she's gone, I can still cherish the memories. Vibrant red maple leaves gently float down through the warm autumn breeze as a quiet, peaceful moment settles between them. A close-up of the Duke shows him wearing his signature black blindfold, his dark hair catching the warm glow of the sunset. The Duke asks what is, as Marin gazes at him and softly replies that your eyes were injured. A close-up reveals his covered eyes as Marin continues with heartfelt sincerity, and now you have to hide such a beautiful eye color. Leaning in remarkably close to her, the Duke catches her off guard, asking with a soft, intense voice, "Why would you say that all of a sudden?" Marin's face flushes a deep, burning crimson as she stares at him in breathless surprise, her heart pounding wildly at how incredibly close he is. Flushed with irritation, a chibi Marin turns away from the Duke and exclaims, "Again? When did I ever seduce you? It's troubling when you keep misinterpreting my intentions." Bathed in a warm, glowing light, surrounded by white daisies, the Duke offers a soft, handsome smile. Standing together on the stone balcony against a vibrant autumn sunset, Marin watches the Duke laugh and thinks to herself, "I think this is the first time I've seen His Grace laugh out loud. I didn't know he's someone who can laugh so casually." As Marin looks at him in surprise, the Duke gently suggests, "If my eye color is to my fiancé's liking, perhaps I should leave my eyes uncovered more often." Standing tall against the glowing evening sky, the Duke continues, "Would that be all right? My eyes have improved a bit lately." Close-up of the Duke's covered eyes highlights his vulnerability as he softly says, "Even if people point fingers at me for having eyes like a monster, I suppose it doesn't matter anymore." Overjoyed by the news, a bright and cheerful Marin cheers enthusiastically. "I'm so glad to hear they've improved, Your Grace." The Duke softly says, "Gerald," causing Marin to blush slightly and ask in surprise, "Pardon?" Bathed in the warm sunset glow, the Duke stands tall and asks, "Shouldn't you at least call me by my name?" Comically overwhelmed and panicking with spiral eyes, a chibi Marin screams internally, "Call His Grace by his name?" A striking collage of diverse characters with intense and expressive gazes forms a dramatic background, setting a mysterious and captivating atmosphere. With the sunset illuminating his back, the Duke gently repeats, "So shouldn't you be calling me by my name?" Looking up hesitantly under the warm glow of the sunset, Marin stammers in polite disbelief, "That's a bit... How could I ever dare to speak Your Grace's name?" Smiling with gentle amusement, the blindfolded Duke encourages her playfully, saying, "I won't kill you over a title, so go ahead and try it," leaving Marin's comical chibi self sweating and completely speechless. Surrounded by a beautiful burst of golden flowers, Marin clutches her elegant gown tightly and blushes intensely, closing her eyes as she tries to summon the courage to call him by his name. Turning back slightly, the Duke smiles warmly under the golden sky. Leaning in close to Marin under a soft golden glow, Gerald whispers tenderly, "I never thought that hearing my name in your voice would feel quite this good." Stunned by the unexpected news, Marin's mother sits in her chair with a gasp of shock, stammering, "What?" Sitting at the table in her room, the mother is completely flabbergasted, shouting, "Engaged to the Duke? What on earth do you mean?" While Marin hands her a glass of water, saying, "Mom, please calm down and have some water first." Watching her mother take a sip of water, Marin says with a sheepish sweat drop, "I surprised you quite a bit, didn't I?" Putting the glass down on the table with a firm clack, the mother falls into a tense, thoughtful silence. Looking deeply worried and breaking into a cold sweat, the mother wonders, does he know what our social status is? Marin sits quietly at the table, preparing herself to explain her relationship with the Duke. Pumping her fists with cute confidence, Marin boasts to her mother, "I did a good job with the reports, and I've been quite helpful as his assistant, too." Clenching her hands with deep affection, Marin recalls how the Duke was always quietly watching over her. Flushing a bright crimson and hiding her face in her hands, Marin bashfully tells her mother, he said he somehow fell in love. Touched and delighted by the romantic story, the mother gasps happily, "Good heavens! Oh my, oh my!" As Marin spins a sweet tale of Gerald telling her, "Marin, I missed you dearly," she sweats comically in guilt, thinking, "There's no way His Grace would ever say something like that. My conscience is stinging from lying to my mother." Marin cheerfully concludes, and from there, the topic of our engagement naturally came up, leaving her mother in silent contemplation. Reaching across the table, the mother gently takes Marin's hand in a warm, reassuring gesture. Looking directly into her daughter's eyes, the mother asks seriously, "Do you love the Duke?" A flashback shows Marin when she first arrived in this world, remembering her initial resolve, "I tried not to get involved with the main characters." Another memory flashes of them dancing close together, as Marin recalls, "I started to worry about him." A beautiful, intimate memory of them standing face to face plays in Marin's mind, showing how deeply close they have become. Biting her lips slightly as she makes up her mind, Marin tells herself, but still. Looking back at her mother with clear, resolute green eyes and a gentle smile, Marin confesses, I think I do. Surrounded by soft yellow blossoms, the words float gently. So, I'd like your blessing. With a bright, happy smile, Marin lovingly leans her head on her mother's shoulder. Cradling her daughter's cheek, the mother says softly with deep affection, Marin, my daughter. Smiling warmly with teary, loving eyes, the mother gently caresses her daughter's face, happy to see her in love. Closing her eyes, Marin beams with pure happiness under her mother's warm, tender touch. A sudden, resounding thud abruptly disrupts the peaceful moment, signaling an unexpected interruption that threatens to destabilize the hard-won tranquility and collective well-being of the household. A massive stack of heavy, leather-bound books is suddenly piled high onto the table. Staring in absolute horror at the towering mountain of books, Marin panics. What is all this? The maid cheerfully explains, these are the catalogs for the engagement party. This is the tablecloth catalog, this is the party food catalog, and this is, before Marin comically cuts her off, screaming, wait a second. Gesturing in complete overwhelm, Marin protests, do I really have to choose from all of these? As her mother explains, yes, since it's your engagement, your opinions will be vital. Turning to her mother with a pleading expression, Marin begs, please help me, Mom. But her mother happily declines, saying, you're the star of the show. I can't be the one to choose. Marin comically cries like a puppy, whining, I've never even picked a dress nor hosted a party. Please help just this once. I'll learn these things from you later, okay? Until her mother finally gives in. Fine, but only this once, okay? Thrilled by her success, a chibi Marin instantly darts out of the room in a gust of wind, calling out, really? Then I'm counting on you, Mom. Left standing alone in front of the giant stack of catalogs, the mother sweat drops and mutters in bewilderment. Marin? Walking down the palace corridor with her head spinning, Marin sighs in exhaustion. It's just an engagement, not even the wedding, yet it's so hard. Just looking at the catalogs makes my head spin. Deciding to take a breather, Marin thinks, I'll just leave things to her for a bit. Huh? As she notices where she has walked. Finding herself standing right in front of a pair of grand, massive double doors, Marin exclaims, I was walking mindlessly and ended up here. Realizing she shouldn't wander where she doesn't belong, Marin turns around to leave, thinking, I should go back. Before she can take a step, a firm voice suddenly echoes from behind the closed doors. Come in. Peeking sheepishly through the grand wooden double doors, Marin cautiously says, excuse me. Sitting elegantly in his armchair with a teacup, the Duke asks calmly, what brings you here? I thought I told you that you needn't come for a while since you'd be busy. Looking quite surprised by her unexpected visit, the Duke inquires, running away? From whom? As Marin sheepishly admits, I just happened to end up here while running away. Looking completely exhausted, chibi Marin whines, from the party preparations, I was bombarded with a mountain of catalogs. When the Duke asks her why she ran to him, a cheerful Marin explains, because your grace is the most powerful person in the castle, I figured no one would come looking for me here. Flashing a handsome, teasing smile, the Duke says, it must be nice having a powerful fiancé, sending Marin into a total blushing panic as she stammers, Fiancé? There's no need to say that when it's just the two of us. Resting his hand comfortably on the armchair, the Duke comments with a smirk, your acting seemed a bit lacking last time. The Duke suddenly leans in remarkably close, leaving a deeply blushing Marin completely flustered and speechless. Bathed in a warm romantic light surrounded by roses, the Duke softly calls out, Marin. Clutching her burning face, Marin thinks in sheer panic, I think this practice is going to be very bad for my heart. Surrounded by glowing pink roses, the Duke stands tall and looks breathtakingly handsome. Bowing her head in embarrassment, Marin pleads, I'll work harder from now on, so could you let it slide just for today? To which the Duke warmly replies, I look forward to seeing what you'll show me. Quickly turning away with a bright red blush, Marin mutters defensively, I didn't say you should look forward to it. A close-up of Marin's vibrant green eyes sparkling with sudden curiosity. Noticing a towering stack of paperwork on the table, Marin sighs, there's another huge pile of reports, prompting the Duke to suggest, since you're already here, why don't you get back to your temporary duties? Thrilled to be back at her desk, Marin pumps her fists as the Duke notes, your voice sounds much brighter now compared to earlier, and she happily replies, a person always feels most at ease when they're in their proper place. Now, I shall begin reading the reports. Looking down at his hand, the Duke thoughtfully asks, shall I try this for the first time in a while? causing Marin to gasp in surprise. Gently taking Marin's wrist, the Duke checks her pulse and wonders in frustration, checking won't make much of a difference. Just what on earth do I have to do to fill this thing up? Suddenly, the double doors are slammed open with a loud crash as a silver-haired man holding a pink bunny plushie bursts in, yelling, "Hey, is it true that you're getting engaged?" Pointing at them in complete shock, the silver-haired man demands, "Why are you here? No, before that, what are you two doing?" Flustered by the sudden intrusion, Marin nervously requests, "Your Excellency, please let go of my wrist." Remaining perfectly calm, the Duke holds Marin's hand and firmly declares, "She's my fiancée, so of course she should be here," leaving the silver-haired man screaming, "What?" Bowing politely, Marin greets the guest, saying, "So that's how it turned out, Sir Jeromean. Allow me to greet you again. I am Marin Schwentz." A surprised Jeromean observes, "So you were a noblewoman after all." As Marin apologizes, "I'm sorry for tricking you," but he quickly replies, "No." Lowering his hand, Jeromean admits, "Because I was deceiving you too, actually." Revealing his true identity, Jeromean proudly announces, "I am Zero. I can change my age with alchemy." Returning to his adult alchemist form, Jeromean gently takes Marin's hand. Looking incredibly elegant, the alchemist declares, "The alchemist known as Zero, as well as the young Duke of the North, I am Jeromean Rodel Sanct." Jeromean flashes a smug, mischievous smile, prompting the Duke's eyes to twitch in sheer irritation under his blindfold. When the Duke coldly demands, "What are you up to?" Jeromean waves his hands innocently and replies, "What? I have no ulterior motive. It was just a greeting." Angrily squishing his bunny plushie, Jeromean retorts, "You're the one with the ulterior motive, to think you're engaged to Lady Marin." Trying to keep the peace, Chibi Marin sweat drops and says, "Oh, it's not like that, Sir Zero," while Jeromean glares suspiciously. Staring with sharp, intense blue eyes, Jeromean flatly calls her out. "Liar. If that's the case, then why?" Pointing at Marin's bare hands, Jeromean exclaims, "You don't even have an engagement ring. You didn't even propose, did you?" Leaving both Marin and the Duke in awkward silence. Leaning in close, Jeromean asks Marin, "My lady, why get engaged to a man who doesn't even know such basic procedures?" Flirting shamelessly, Jeromean offers, "How about becoming my disciple instead? I will give you anything you need." Unbothered, the Duke simply calls out, "Kay," prompting his shadow-cloaked guard to instantly appear and reply, "Yes, Your Excellency." With a dark, menacing aura, the Duke commands, "Throw that thing outside," and the guard nods, replying, "Understood." Fuming with anger, Jeromean stomps away, shouting, "Sir Zero, fine, I'll leave on my own." The massive double door slams shut with a loud bang, leaving Marin and the Duke standing in a quiet room. Resting his chin on his fingers, the Duke looks deeply pensive as he repeats, "A ring." The grand, majestic castle stands tall under a brilliant blue sky, its elegant white spires and towers reaching towards the passing clouds in a moment of quiet, breathtaking splendor. A butler, with a polite smile, bows elegantly and says, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Presenting a large, glittering display, the butler says, "As you requested, I have carefully selected 100 of the finest rings," leaving Marin to gasp, "Wow, they're so beautiful." Turning his head towards her, the Duke asks, "Do any of them catch your eye?" To which she hesitantly responds, "Well." A decorated lace frame displays the title, "My Deeply in Love Acting." Clasping her hands and fluttering her eyelashes, Marin puts on a dramatic show. "There are so many jewels that I can't choose. Would my handsome Gerald help me?" A crow flies overhead as a hilarious deadpan silence falls over the room. Both the Duke and the butler stare at her in absolute shock. Realizing her massive mistake, Marin turns pale in horror, thinking, "Oh no, His Excellency can't help me pick a ring." Unable to hold it in, the Duke breaks the silence by chuckling, "Poof!" while Marin stares at him with comically shocked spiral eyes. Flashing a warm, charming grin beneath his blindfold, the Duke teases, "I'd love to help since I am so handsome, but I'm afraid I can't see them." Marin's face flushes a deep crimson as she blushes furiously, completely flustered and overwhelmed by her racing thoughts. Sitting calmly, the blindfolded Duke turns to the butler and asks, "You there? Can you recommend a ring that would suit my fiancé?" To which the butler eagerly replies, "Ah, in that case." The butler presents a beautiful velvet box holding a sparkling aquamarine ring, explaining, "It's a ring made of aquamarine. The design makes it feel as though it would have a refreshing scent." Holding the small jewelry box in her hands, Marin gazes down at the beautiful ring with a soft, contemplative expression, whispering, "Oh?" Noticing her quiet reaction, the butler looks slightly anxious and asks, "Do you perhaps not like it? Shall I pick out a different one?" Marin looks up with a nostalgic, gentle smile and reassures him, "No, it's very beautiful. It just reminds me of the past. My mother loved this gemstone, so my late father used to gift it to her often." Hearing her touching memory, the Duke smiles warmly and suggests, "Then let's make that the engagement ring. Using a gem your parents loved would be meaningful." A beautiful close-up of Marin's bright green eyes sparkling with sudden warmth and deep, teary emotion. Looking at him with a soft blush and a tender smile, Marin softly replies, "Yes." Reaching out his elegant hand, the blindfolded Duke requests, "Marin, give me your hand." As she gently answers, "Here it is." As Marin hesitantly places her hand in his, she thoughtfully reminds herself, "I know this isn't a real engagement, but..." Despite being blindfolded, the Duke carefully feels her hand, his gentle touch sending a warm sensation through her fingers as he prepares to place the ring. Bathed in a romantic, warm pink glow surrounded by blooming flowers, the Duke gently slides the glittering aquamarine ring onto Marin's finger. Staring at the beautiful ring on her hand, Marin feels her heart flutter as her cheeks burn with a rosy, embarrassed blush. Gazing at her hand adorned with the sparkling aquamarine gem, Marin thinks to herself, and for some reason, it feels heavy. Clasping her hands to her chest with a bright, cheerful smile, Marin says, "Thank you so much, Gerald," while secretly thinking, "I hope this fake engagement goes well." In a lush greenhouse garden blooming with vibrant flowers, a rumor begins to spread as a voice whispers, "To think His Grace the Duke of Vines is getting engaged? I simply can't believe it." Gossiping over tea, the noblewomen whisper, they say the passion between them is intense, so much so that he's neglecting his official duties, while another gasps, "Goodness, I thought the Duke would remain a bachelor forever." A chibi-style discussion unfolds as one lady sighs, "Oh, hush, you have to consider His Grace's age. Still, I thought he would always be our eternal bachelor duke," while another adds, "Well, he is such a dashing man after all." One of the ladies turns to her companion with a curious look and asks, "Don't you agree?" Sitting elegantly surrounded by blooming red flowers, the stunning Lady Susan is addressed by her peers. Looking down with a refined, bittersweet smile, Lady Susan sighs, "I suppose now he won't belong to all of us anymore, but only to that one lucky lady." Behind her polite exterior, Chibi Susan's inner thoughts rage as she flips the table in a furious tantrum, screaming, "How dare she steal my Duke from me?" Leaving her friends sweat dropping. Now that's a reaction I didn't see coming. Pointing a finger in curiosity, a lady with a massive bow asks, "Has anyone actually seen this fiancé?" Sipping her tea, another lady responds, "No, it seems no one really knows who she is. I heard she's a viscount's daughter, but apparently she's never attended any social gatherings." Suddenly, a stern noblewoman with blue-gray hair and sharp blue eyes sets down her cup and declares, "I know exactly what kind of person she is." The other ladies lean in with wide, excited eyes, gasping, "Is that true, my lady? What kind of person is she?" Looking incredibly cold and ominous, the gray-haired woman whispers, "From what I've heard, that woman is a temptress who seduces men for her own gain." With a sharp clink, she sets her porcelain teacup down, adding a dramatic tension to her harsh words. Flashing a dark, intrigued smile, Lady Susan asks, "Could you tell us more about that?" At the edge of a pine forest under a colorful twilight sky, the smoke rises from the chimney of the duchy's smithy as a conversation begins. So, inside the forge, a muscular lavender-haired blacksmith named Seren holds her hammer in surprise and asks, "You want me to build a carriage?" Standing beside the blindfolded Duke, the white-haired scholar listens as Seren reasons, "I mean, I can build one, but wouldn't it be better to commission a specialist rather than a blacksmith like me?" The Duke replies firmly, "I want a carriage, but not a typical one." Scratching her head with a bewildered look, a chibi Seren deadpans, "You're making as much sense as hot iced tea. Please explain in detail, Your Grace." Against a sparkling golden backdrop featuring a carriage silhouette, the Duke explains, "I want it to feel like being outside even when you're in, completely unobstructed, like a glass carriage." Pushing his glasses up in sheer exhaustion, the scholar sweat drops as the Duke continues, "We'll have to use alchemy so people can't see in from the outside. You'll be collaborating with Zero on that part," prompting the scholar to mutter, "Good grief, I never thought I'd be tasked with something this ridiculous." Seren points out the obvious flaw, warning, "That's not the only problem. No matter how sturdy it is, one scratch from a rock or tree and it'll shatter." Staying perfectly calm, the Duke suggests, "What if we make it out of diamonds instead of glass?" Completely stunned by the outrageous request, a chibi Seren drops her hammer in utter shock, screaming, "Diamonds? Did you just say diamonds?" Looking thoughtful as she puts her hand to her chin, Seren remarks, Wow, back in my hometown, even the emperor's palace is just a golden palace, but you want a carriage made of something way more expensive than gold? What do you call this? I learned the word for it. Smiling smugly, the white-haired scholar declares it a total flex. Clapping her gloved fist into her palm in sudden realization, Seren gasps, "Ah!" Laughing heartily with a bright thumbs up, Seren cheers, "Your grace is quite the big flexer." The Duke remains completely silent and deadpan beneath his blindfold, offering only an awkward ellipsis. Seren nervously tries to explain herself, stuttering, "Did I say something wrong? I'm a foreigner, so the Empire's language is still very hard for me." As the scholar chuckles, "No, you did great." Looking closely at the Duke's calm expression, Seren asks, "But why on earth do you need such a bizarre carriage?" Surrounded by a warm, golden sunset and blooming yellow lilies, the Duke smiles tenderly and reveals, "It's for my fiancé." Set against a cute, blue cat-patterned background, a chibi Seren wide eyes in surprise and asks, "Then should we call this a love flex?" Giving two big thumbs up, Seren bursts out laughing. A money flex, a love flex, a double flex. While the white-haired scholar laughs hysterically, "Pwah ha ha! You're right, a double flex," as the Duke's sweat drops. Patting Serene on the shoulder with a big laugh, the scholar praises, "Ah, you really are the best," to which she replies, "I'm the best?" Suddenly, the scholar's expression turns serious as he adjusts his glasses and says, "Yeah, but listen." The scholar begins lecturing Seren, scolding, "Why can't you pronounce your V sounds yet? It's been ages since you moved to the Omen Empire. And it's His Grace, not just Duke." While she whines in defense, "V sounds are hard." Chibi Seren enthusiastically shouts, "Love!" while the Chibi scholar, Zero, sweat drops and corrects her, saying, "No, love, with an E. Try again," as the blindfolded Duke stands calmly. A messenger hawk spreads its wings and takes flight, carrying a rolled-up scroll secured with a red ribbon. The hawk soars high above a magnificent, sprawling white palace surrounded by beautifully manicured gardens and fountains. A mysterious man smiles coldly as he reads the message, murmuring, "So the Duke of the West is getting engaged." Seated majestically on a golden throne, the formidable Emperor Leonheim von Omen asks with a calculative gaze, "What are your thoughts?" Standing in the grand imperial throne room, the gray-haired advisor replies to the emperor, "I suspect the death of Countess Adrian may have been the catalyst." Resting his chin on his hand, the emperor scowls in annoyance and mutters, "Shh. The countess was a useful pawn, but she was too simple-minded." The advisor bows his head slightly, explaining, "She only left behind one son, making it difficult for the Duke to pass his title to a nephew. It seems he's decided he needs an heir of his own." A close-up of the Emperor's sinister golden eye as he reveals his dark motives. "I needed the Duke to die without an heir." The loyal advisor bows deeply and replies, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Emperor taps his fingers on the golden eagle of his throne's armrest, declaring, "I need to judge for myself." Looking cold and ominous from his throne, the Emperor wonders whether she's merely an ornament. An image of Marin holding a wooden staff and smiling brightly under a sunny sky appears as the Emperor finishes his thought, or a pawn worth playing. Marin sleeps peacefully in her bed, hugging a pillow, while a voice frantically calls out to her, "Miss!" to which she sleepily replies, "Yuria, just a little longer." Looking incredibly worried, the red-haired maid Yuria insists, "You can't, miss." Yuria shakes her awake, shouting, "We have to get ready for your engagement party," prompting Marin to sit up instantly, wide-eyed with shock as she gasps, "Gasp, that's right!" With literal fire in her eyes and a huge grin, Yuria cheers, "Come on, it's time for your bath. I prepared rose water just for you, miss." In adorable chibi style, Yuria and the head maid scrub Marin in a luxurious rose petal bubble bath. Marin smiles happily, thinking to herself, "A rose bath at dawn? What kind of luxury is this?" While Yuria cheerfully asks, "Now then, miss, smells wonderful, doesn't it?" The salon designer and her assistants work in a frantic chibi frenzy to style Marin's hair and makeup. Marin's eyes spin in dizziness as she whines, "I'm getting dizzy," while the designer proudly claims, "I've brought my finest masterpieces specifically for today." Wiping her brow with a dramatic sigh of relief, the designer exclaims, "Whew, now with this." Marin is revealed looking absolutely breathtaking in a stunning white lace gown, her golden curls perfectly styled with a veil and a sparkling pearl necklace. The designer proudly declares, "We're done." Looking at her reflection in utter shock, Marin touches her cheek while the designer giggles, you're joking. And Yuria claps her hands in adoration, exclaiming, "You look unbelievably beautiful, Miss." Smiling brightly, Marin turns to the designer and says, "Designer, thank you so much for the dress and the makeup. It's all so gorgeous." The designer holds a finger to her cheek and winks, replying, "No need to thank me. I am the future Duchess's exclusive designer after all." Clasping her hands in excitement, Yuria asks, "Now then, miss, shall we go to the lounge where His Grace is waiting?" Marin blushes softly and beams with a dazzling, radiant smile as she replies, "Yes!" Standing in the lounge, the white-haired scholar Jeromian looks incredibly dapper and refined in his elegant white formal suit. Marin admires him and praises, "You look even more radiant than I do, Jeromian." Blushing and clearing his throat, Jeromian answers haughtily, "Ahem, there's no need to state the obvious." A close-up of a black-gloved hand resting elegantly on a cane as Marin says, "And you look very handsome today too, Gerald." Standing in front of a rose-accented frame, Gerald is revealed looking exceptionally dashing in his highly decorated navy and gold military-style uniform. He stays completely silent under his blindfold. Gerald elegantly extends his black-gloved hand toward her and calls out, "Marin," causing her to look up in awe and gasp, "Ah!" Marin smiles warmly and steps forward, placing her hand gently in his as she replies, "Yes, Gerald." Seeing their romantic display, Jeromian crosses his arms and lets out an annoyed huff. Jeromian snaps, "Stop putting on a show in front of me. We both know it's fake anyway." To which Gerald calmly questions, "Are you still going on about that?" while Marin watches them nervously. Jeromian retorts, "What, do you expect me to pretend I'm fooled?" causing a flustered Marin to step in and plead, "Wait, please don't argue, you two." In a hilarious chibi showdown, sparks fly as Jeromian whines, "Argue? I wouldn't waste my energy arguing with someone as exhausting as him." Gerald shoots back, "And I don't argue with men who have no emotions, my dear." Sweat dropping in despair, Marin thinks, "If this isn't arguing, then what is it?" Before sighing, "Let's stop and head to the hall." The trio walks down the palace corridor under a beautiful twilight sky, heading toward the grand engagement hall. A close-up shows Gerald tilting his head slightly, as if sensing something about Marin's posture. Suddenly, Gerald reaches down and firmly holds Marin's hand, prompting her to look up in surprise and ask, "Gerald, why are you suddenly holding my hand?" Bathed in a warm, romantic golden light, Gerald explains gently, "You look like you were having trouble walking." Marin gasps as her heels wobble slightly under her dress. She thinks in surprise, "I haven't worn high heels in so long, so they felt uncomfortable. How did he notice that?" A beautiful close-up of Marin smiling with a sweet, touched expression, her heart fluttering at Gerald's incredible attentiveness. Outside the Grand Palace, the starry night sky falls over the brilliantly lit towers, signaling the start of the grand party. Inside the bustling ballroom, servants carry trays of red wine while the guests begin to socialize, asking, "You mean near the entrance?" Noblewomen gather to gossip about the lavish event, with one whispering, "And that Boulia wine? They say it's nearly impossible to obtain," while another wonders, "Isn't that painting on the wall a Sirianzo original?" Another lady smiles warmly and remarks, "To host something this extravagant, the Duke must truly cherish his fiancée." Speaking of his fiancée, the crowded ballroom falls quiet as the guests turn their attention toward the grand staircase. The announcer's voice echoes through the hall. His Grace, Duke Gerald Vines, and his fiancée, Lady Marin Schwentz of the Viscountcy, are entering. Hand in hand, Gerald and Marin make their grand entrance down the golden staircase, looking absolutely radiant and captivating every eye in the room. Standing proudly before the entire high society, Gerald gestures to Marin and formally declares, "Allow me to formally introduce her. This is my fiancée, Marin Schwentz. She is precious to me. I expect you all to show her the same respect you show me. I am Marin of the Schwentz family. Thank you all for attending. Please enjoy the party." Smiling beautifully with a hand placed gently over her heart, Marin feels incredibly relieved and happy to welcome the guests. As the crowd erupts in warm applause, the Duke stands silently and proudly beside Marin under the glowing ballroom lights. "I'm exhausted." "Congratulations on your engagement. Thank you very much. Your Grace, look this way, please." Smiling and greeting everyone nonstop is much harder than I thought. Since His Grace stepped away for a moment, I'll quietly rest. Left alone by the magnificent food display, Marin's eyes instantly light up as she spots a plate of delicious-looking treats. I haven't eaten all day because of the preparations. I'm starving. It's improper to gorge myself at an event like this, but if I eat quietly, no one will notice. So good! Savoring the wonderful flavors, Marin holds up her fan and happily wonders what she should try next, completely unaware of the whispering noblewomen watching her. To think someone of such low standing snatched the seat beside the Duke. Huh? A smug nobleman in an elegant green suit confidently walks across the ballroom floor toward the dessert table. The blonde gentleman smirks arrogantly as he sets his sights on the Duke's new fiancée. Isn't that Lady Christine's fiancé? Oh my, why is he over there? It almost looks like he's interested in the Duke's fiancé. Lady Christine trembles with quiet fury as she watches her fiancé approach Marin, while her sly companion smiles with satisfaction. Lady Christine, you mentioned this before, didn't you? That the Duke's fiancé is the type who seduces men for her own benefit? Here, take this. This is, you never know, you might need it. I'm only saying this because I care about your happiness. If you tear off that wicked woman's mask, wouldn't you feel a little better? Dark, menacing aura surrounds Lady Christine as she stares with glowing green eyes of absolute envy and rage. Marin blissfully continues to munch on her sweet treats, totally oblivious to the drama unfolding behind her. Everything here is so delicious. What should I try next? Marin, you look exceptionally beautiful today. This voice. Gevium Norman? It's been a long time. How do you have the nerve to even greet me? Instead of a greeting, you should be on your knees begging for my forgiveness. What? If you're not going to apologize, I have nothing more to say to you. You sure have a big mouth now that you're the Duke's fiancé. Weren't you just a lowly beggar before? And you're the one who should be apologizing. Have you already forgotten the hideous thing you did back then? Young Master Norman, I am resigning as your tutor as of today. Please relay this message to the Viscount on my behalf. You're quitting all of a sudden? Yes, because just now you insulted both me and my family. To be insulted, one must have a family worth insulting, don't you think? Besides, you're the one taking home our leftovers. If that isn't begging, then what is? If your father hadn't died, we might have even discussed marriage. It's truly a shame. Marin clenches her fist tightly, her knuckles turning white with suppressed rage. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything you just said. Stop right there. You think you can just do whatever you want? Let go of me. If your family hadn't gone bankrupt, both you and your estate would have been mine, you know? What do you think you're doing? Shouting won't do you any good. I've already dismissed all the servants in this wing. Becoming mine wouldn't be such a bad thing for you. I'll be generous enough to take you in as my concubine. Stop. Got it. Marin delivers a crushing knee strike directly to Gevium's groin, causing his eyes to pop out in absolute shock and agonizing pain. Huff, huff. You weak little piece of... What? A concubine? I wouldn't take a guy like you even if you were handed to me for free. Even if my family wasn't ruined, do you think my father would have ever let me marry someone like you? I've been trying to be nice, but this arrogant blitch dares to... You get back here! Gevium Norman groans in agonizing pain on the grass as Marin calmly walks away from him. My family's bloodline has been severed, Gevium whispers frantically to his fiancée, Lady Christine, sweating profusely as he clutches his sore groin. His bloodline was cut short? Don't tell me! A chibi Lady Christine stands frozen in absolute shock, imagining a cracked egg yolk. Were you already acquainted with the Duke's fiancé? Please introduce me as well. Lady Christine smiles sweetly as she approaches Gevium and Marin with a glass of red wine in hand. Christine! Gevium stammers in panic, while she asks, or shall I do it myself? Hello, I'm Christine of the Wares Viscountcy. I'm the fiancée of Viscount Gevium Norman. Lady Christine curtsies gracefully, holding her wine glass as she formally introduces herself. Hello, I'm Marin Schwentz. Marin greets her cordially, to which Christine responds, It's a pleasure, Lady Schwentz. But why were you with my fiancé? Are you trying to seduce him again? What are you trying to steal this time? Christine's face suddenly contorts into quiet fury as she accuses Marin. Seduce him? Marin is left completely flustered and bewildered, dizzy with confusion at the absurd accusation. That was just something I said because I was drunk. Gevium, didn't you approach this woman because you wanted to settle a score? Christine demands sharply as Gevium nervously tries to make excuses. You said you fell for her temptation and lost something precious? What on earth was it that you can't even tell your own fiancé? Christine, keep your voice down. Gevium pleads as the surrounding nobles begin to whisper and gossip. Tell her to give it back. I'd give it back if I could. Marin has to hold up her fan to hide her face as she tries to suppress her laughter, thinking about what Gevium actually lost. Lady Wares, it seems you've had quite a lot to drink. Marin comments smoothly, hiding her amused smirk behind her fan. You're right, I must be very drunk. Christine's tone drops as a dark, menacing aura surrounds her. So please, forgive me for my mistake, Christine says with a chilling look, tightening her grip on her wine glass. Don't tell me! Suddenly, Christine raises her glass to throw the wine, but Marin's hand shoots out with lightning speed and grabs her wrist. Do you think you can handle the consequences? Leaning in close with glowing, menacing eyes, Marin glares at Christine, completely dominating her with an intense, terrifying presence. I don't know what you've heard about me, but you should try to stay calm, Marin whispers coldly, leaving Christine utterly frozen in fear. Let go! What is this? Christine stammers, trembling as she tries to pull her hand away from Marin's vice-like grip. What's all this commotion? A dapper pair of black boots strides confidently into the area. Surely you weren't trying to pour wine on my fiancé? Duke Gerald Vines makes his grand entrance, looking exceptionally dapper and incredibly protective. But pardon? Of course not, Your Grace. I was drunk and almost made a mistake, but the lady stopped me, Christine stammers, completely pale with fright. Looking intensely cold from beneath his blindfold, the Duke's glowing eyes narrow as he asks sharply, "A mistake? Do you usually announce your mistakes before making them?" In a cute chibi style, a nervous Marin hides behind her fan, thinking to herself, I tried to handle it quietly, but I guess he heard everything. It's really hard to keep secrets from His Grace. Standing before Marin at the party table, the blindfolded Duke lowers his fan and questions, Marin, anything you'd like to say? Prompting her to sweat drop and quickly reply, yes, I'll admit it. I'm a bit of a fighter, Gerald, Marin pipes up with a sweet, innocent smile as she fans herself. No, that's not it. Huh. Marin's eye widens slightly in surprise at Gerald's next words. You should be asking me to kill them, Gerald states with a dark, terrifying smirk under his blindfold. What? Kill them? All of a sudden? Marin sweats in sheer disbelief, thinking, has he completely lost his mind? Wait, he's wearing a blindfold, so I guess he's just purely crazy? Someone tried to lay a hand on my fiancé and you call it sudden? Just watch what happens to anyone who dares to touch you from now on, Gerald says coldly, sending a shiver of terror through Christine and Gevium. Your Grace. Gevium's mouth trembles as he struggles to speak. Viscount Gevium Norman, at your service. Please, I beg you, do not misunderstand my intentions. Gevium frantically pleads, sweating under the Duke's gaze. I was merely offering my congratulations to the lady. I apologize if my fiancé's misunderstanding caused a commotion at the party. Is that any way to apologize? Gerald cuts him off, his voice dripping with icy authority. What is this overwhelming pressure? Gevium thinks in sheer horror, completely crushed by Gerald's suffocating aura. Your Grace, Lady Marin Schwenz, I'm so sorry, I was wrong. Gevium bows deeply, totally defeated and trembling in fear. What exactly were you wrong about? Well, that's... Marin questions him coldly, giving him no easy way out. May I explain it in my own words? Gevium asks hesitantly, sweating under her gaze. Gerald raises a corner of his mouth in an amused, prideful smirk, enjoying his fiancé's bold attitude. Did you really think I'd be scared of a little scandal? Marin looks down at him with absolute confidence and disdain. You messed with the wrong person, Gevium, Marin thinks, her fingers tightening on her closed fan. Fine, then I'll say it. Marin, I mean Lady Schwenz. Gevium tries to stop her, panicking as Marin prepares to speak. You threatened to make me your concubine and spread rumors that I seduced you. Apologize, Marin commands with elegant authority. What? That's a complete lie. Why would I ever say such a thing? You must believe me, Your Grace. Gevium desperately defends himself as the surrounding guests gasp and whisper in disgust. How dare you? Gerald's voice turns incredibly dark, his anger reaching a boiling point. With blinding speed, Gerald's black-gloved hand reaches out toward Gevium. Cue! In a flash, Gerald grabs Gevium by the throat, lifting him off the floor with effortless, terrifying strength. Why would I need proof? My fiancé just told me, Gerald states coldly, holding Gevium in a choking grip. Because I broke them. I kicked him down there so I could get away from him that day. Marin casually explains, referencing a cracked egg to clarify the hilarious truth of what Gevium actually lost. Broke? Chibi Christine's eyes widen to the size of saucers as she stands frozen, holding her wine. Wait a minute. No, that's not it. Chibi Gevium's sweat drops in absolute embarrassment as the crowd's realization sets in. So the thing he lost? The thing he was never supposed to lose? He meant The mortifying and hilarious truth finally dawns on Lady Christine, leaving her completely speechless. Gerald's gloved hand chokes Gevium Norman, who lets out a painful gasp. Duke Gerald Vines holds Gevium up by his throat and demands, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you right here, right now." Gevium desperately gasps for air, begging, "Your Grace, please spare me," while thinking to himself in panic that he has to do something before it's too late. As he begins to lose consciousness, Genium frantically recalls his past actions involving Marin and her father. In his fading thoughts, Gevium remembers how he tricked Marin's father, prompting Gerald to realize the shocking truth that Gevium had deceived Viscount Schwentz. Gevium gasps in pain as Duke Gerald continues to glare at him with absolute disdain. Throwing Gevium violently to the ground, Gerald coldly commands his guards, "Get rid of him." As the guards drag Gevium away on the floor, Gerald looks on and realizes that the downfall of House Schwentz was no mere coincidence, resolving to investigate it personally. Turning to Gerald with a gentle smile, Marin says, "Thank you, Gerald," while the surrounding crowd looks on in shock. A handsome silver-haired man with glasses walks up and remarks, "Quite a flamboyant initiation ceremony you're having here." Gerald asks the newcomer what took him so long, to which the silver-haired man replies that he was hiding to avoid the crowd and fully expected a commotion to break out. The silver-haired man sighs in annoyance at such social gatherings, while Marin nervously apologizes with a sweat drop. Looking incredibly remorseful, Lady Christine approaches Marin and says, "I only listened to his side and completely misunderstood you, my lady," as the surrounding guests gossip about Gevium's true character. The silver-haired man stares down at Christine with a chilling, cold expression and asks, "Is that supposed to be an excuse?" Christine stammers in panic, sweating profusely as she wonders what she should do next now that her plans have completely backfired. Spotting Lady Susan and other noblewomen nearby, Christine desperately hopes they will help her, but Susan simply turns her head away with her fan, ignoring her. Left completely isolated and humiliated, a dark, menacing aura of absolute shock and defeat surrounds Christine. Feeling generous, Marin calmly tells Christine, "Let's just let it go this time. I'm perfectly fine, thanks to Lord Gerald." Jeromean calls out in concern, "My lady!" while the blindfolded Duke Gerald stands beside him, asking, "Are you truly all right?" To which Marin calmly responds, "Yes, of course." Surrounded by a radiant background of glowing yellow roses, a beautiful Marin beams with a lovely smile as she reaffirms them, saying, "Even the dress you gifted me is still perfectly intact." With a cute chibi illustration of Jeromean looking slightly disgruntled and resigned, he reluctantly gives in, admitting, "If you say so, I suppose I have no choice but to let it go. For now." Leaning in with an icy glare, Gerald warns her, "The Wares Viscountcy, was it? Make sure you and your family stay out of my sight for the foreseeable future." Trembling with absolute terror, Christine pale-facedly responds, "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Sweating and terrified, Christine quickly flees the venue under the cold glares of Marin, Gerald, and the silver-haired man. Close up on Marin as she thinks to herself that while the situation is successfully resolved, something else is still bothering her. Looking over at Gerald, Chibi Marin sweat drops in concern as she notices that his dark mood has completely hit rock bottom. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Duke Gerald gracefully extends his gloved hand to Marin and asks, "Would you care to share a dance with me?" Marin places her white-gloved hand gently onto Gerald's black-gloved hand amidst a backdrop of beautiful pink flowers. Accepting his invitation, Marin smiles sweetly and replies, "I'd love to." Under the starry night sky, the magnificent ducal castle glows with warm, vibrant lights from the party inside. Inside a dark carriage, Lady Christine's sister, a dark-haired woman with glowing green eyes of absolute rage, glares out the window as they arrive at the castle. A talented orchestra of violinists and cellists performs a beautiful melody bathed in golden light. The elegant guests at the banquet enjoy their drinks and socialize as the music fills the ballroom. Bathed in a radiant golden glow, Gerald and Marin share a breathtakingly beautiful dance together. Marin whispers with a sweet smile. The whispering seems to be going exactly according to plan, right? To which Gerald simply responds, "Marin." Gerald pulls Marin close, placing his gloved hand firmly on her waist as they dance. Marin tries her best to focus on the dancing, but her heart begins to race. Blushing deeply, Marin thinks to herself, "I can't help being more hyper-aware of Duke Gerald's hand than the dancing." Marin gazes up into Gerald's eyes and asks, "How are you so good at dancing?" Gerald leans in close, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispers a teasing response that makes her face turn red. Surrounded by a passionate aura of red roses, Gerald whispers intimately to Marin as she stands frozen in surprise. Marin is left completely breathless and blushing from Gerald's close proximity. Chibi Marin pouts with embarrassed, blushing cheeks and complains, "You always word things in such misleading ways," while Gerald smiles innocently and asks, "Misleading?" As Gerald teasingly suggests that their close relationship makes his actions perfectly normal, Marin blushes furiously and asks, "What exactly is our relationship?" Gerald replies with absolute confidence, "What do you mean? We're about to become husband and wife." In a stunning, romantic spin, Gerald dips Marin gracefully on the dance floor amidst sparkling light and pink roses. Looking down at her with a gentle smile under his blindfold, Gerald says, "Calling it a contract relationship hurts my feelings. I thought we were closer than that." As they continue to spin elegantly, Marin exclaims, "Are you going to keep teasing me like this?" To which Gerald replies, "Teasing? I'm being completely serious." The intimate moment is interrupted as a voice calls out, "Your Grace!" A handsome brown-haired man in a formal suit steps forward, saying, "I have something to tell you for a moment." Leaning in close, the aide whispers to Gerald, "The young ladies and the young lord have all arrived safely at the annex." Hearing the news, a confident, satisfied smirk spreads across Gerald's face. Looking out at the quiet night through the beautifully decorated room, Marin sighs with relief, thinking, "I'm so glad the party ended without a hitch." Gerald asks Marin gently, "You worked hard today. How are your feet? You couldn't sit down all day and you even had to dance." Marin smiles warmly and replies, "It was a bit uncomfortable at first, but I got used to it later, so I'm fine." To which Gerald says with relief, "That's a relief." Gerald smiles slightly and says, "Then I'll see you tomorrow afternoon for your report." Surprised, Marin asks him, "You aren't going to the annex?" Marin points out, "You should at least go see your nieces and your nephew," while Gerald remains silent in response. Looking away, Gerald replies quietly, "The children wouldn't want that." Marin calls him out, saying, "Whether their journey here was okay, whether they're hurt anywhere, you're actually dying to know." Duke Gerald Vines is left completely speechless, a single sweat drop forming on his cheek as he reacts in silent surprise. "You can pretend you don't care, but I can see right through you," Marin says with a playful, knowing smile, teasing the blindfolded Duke as he stands stiffly with his cane, looking slightly flustered. A poised and solemn group of four, comprising a tall, elegant dark-haired woman, a sharp-eyed blonde young lady, and two young children, stands together in formal black attire, beautifully framed by delicate white blossoms. Gerald stands quietly in his ornate uniform, unable to deny Marin's words as she sees right through him. Gerald introduces her to the children, saying, "This is my fiancée, Lady Marin Schfentz. She is staying here in the annex alongside you all," as Marin bows gracefully and says, "It's nice to meet you. I look forward to getting along." Marin offers a warm and gentle smile, hoping to put the children at ease. Bowing politely, the eldest sister introduces herself, saying, "I'm Dia Adrian." Dia continues the introductions, saying, "These are my younger sisters, Garnet and Rubiena, and this is Peridot Adrian." Dia hesitantly asks, I think there was a party in the main castle earlier? May I ask what kind of party it was?" Gerald answers calmly, "It was an engagement party for Marin and me." Garnet gasps in shock, thinking, "An engagement party? Wait a second." Dia tries to hold her back, but an angry Garnet steps forward and confronts him, saying, "Your Grace, you can't possibly be unaware that we are in mourning for our parents, yet you threw such a grand party." Trembling with rage, Garnet demands, "By disrespecting us like this, are you saying you don't consider us family?" Gerald remains completely silent under her fierce accusation. Gerald replies coldly, "You can think whatever you'd like." Garnet stands frozen in utter disbelief and anger at his indifferent response. Overwhelmed with hurt and frustration, Garnet bites her lip as tears well up in her eyes. Garnet suddenly turns and runs out of the room as Dia calls out after her in worry, "Garnet!" A loud slam echoes through the hallway as Garnet violently shuts the door behind her, leaving a heavy silence in the room. Bowing deeply, Dia frantically apologizes, saying, "I apologize, Your Grace. My sister was out of line." Gerald reassures her calmly, saying, "This isn't something you need to apologize for." Dia looks down sadly and says, "You told me something before, Your Grace, so I'm sure you had your reasons for doing this as well. I know that, but still." Turning away with her younger siblings, Dia quietly confesses, "I am a little disappointed." Seeing their sadness, Marin steps forward to explain, calling out, "Lady Adrian, about what happened today." Before Marin can say another word, Gerald gently places his black-gloved hand on her shoulder to stop her. Gerald quietly shakes his head, silently telling Marin not to explain or defend his actions. Dia politely excuses herself, saying, "I will go check on my sister now." Before leaving the room, Dia softly adds, "It's a bit late, but congratulations on your engagement." Once they are alone, Marin looks up at him with deep concern and asks, "Lord Gerald, are you really okay with this?" Looking down solemnly, Gerald replies, "It doesn't matter even if they resent me for this, because bearing that resentment is also my responsibility." Marin reflects on the situation, thinking, even when the subject of a chaperone first came up, I never expected things to turn out quite like this. Back at the office, the cheerful supervisor exclaims, "Not only did you solve Miss Marin's chaperone problem, but you even managed to capture her heart." Giggling, the supervisor continues, "As Marin's direct supervisor, I had absolutely no idea. When exactly did you two find the time to nurture such a romance?" While Gerald remains silent. Gerald, crossing his arms, seriously replies, "Marin is someone I truly need." To which the supervisor knowingly smiles and says, "Oh, I'm sure she is." As the supervisor playfully teases him about falling in love and getting engaged to the indispensable Miss Marin, an irritated Gerald warns him, "I think it's time you stopped." Shifting back to a serious tone, Gerald demands, "Let's get down to business. Have you looked into that guy, Jevium Norman?" Gerald sighs in disdain. "He's such a coward that he spilled everything without me even lifting a finger. He's just as pathetic as his actions suggested." "So what did you find?" The aide reports the shocking truth. It seems that after Viscount Schwentz died in a carriage accident, the former Viscount Norman faked an investment contract to embezzle all of the Schwentz family's assets. We found the authentic investment contract written by Viscount Schwentz at the Norman estate. Gerald asks, "Was there anything suspicious about the carriage accident?" To which the aide replies, "No, it appears it really was just an accident. It seems they planned the scheme only after hearing news of the Viscount's death." Gerald mutters in disgust, "The son is a debauchee and the father is a con artist." As the aide adds, "We also received testimony from the family doctor. He confirmed that he treated her personally that day." Gerald sighs with a proud, fond smile, thinking to himself, "She really is an amazing woman." With a terrifyingly dark expression, Gerald commands, "Cut them off completely," to which his chibi aide cheerfully chirps, "Understood." The aide continues with another update. "Additionally, we've received the investigation report on Jelmia Ross, who was the fiancée of Baronet Killen, causing Gerald to react in surprise. The aide explains she was spotted in the capital and pursued immediately, but she managed to vanish without a trace. It seems she's no ordinary woman." Hearing this, Gerald murmurs thoughtfully, "The capital, huh?" Looking determined, Gerald thinks to himself, "I'll have to prepare a gift for the Emperor." Marin greets someone with a cheerful smile, calling out, "Hello, young master." Caught completely off guard as she enters the office, Marin gasps in surprise. Surprised to see Gerald, Marin accidentally calls out, "Young master?" before quickly correcting herself to, Lord Gerald. Gerald chuckles softly and remarks, "Young master, huh? It's been a long time since I've heard that," leaving Marin stammering to find an excuse. Blushing with embarrassment, Marin frantically explains, "You look so young, Lord Gerald, so it just slipped out." To which Gerald teasingly responds, "Is that so?" Glistening with a playful and charming aura, Gerald leans in and asks, "And what business brings you to someone who looks so young?" Flustered by his charm, Marin thinks to herself, he really is as sly as a snake, before awkwardly responding, "Well, that's..." Marin quickly collects her thoughts and declares, "I came here to work, obviously," which catches Gerald by surprise as he questions, "To work?" Marin proudly hugs her paperwork and says, "The party is over, so it's time to get back to work. I even brought the documents to read to you." Marin points at him in mock panic and demands, "Don't tell me I've been fired from my assistant post just because we're engaged," to which Gerald calmly replies, "Of course not." Looking at her with gentle reassurance, Gerald promises, "As long as you wish it, that position will remain yours." Marin beams with a radiant, flower-filled smile and cheers. "Then I shall begin my official duties." Standing by a stack of books and a quill pen, Marin announces, "That concludes today's report." Gerald looks up and tells her, "I'll see you again tonight then," to which she replies, "Very well." Before she leaves, Marin hesitates and asks, "Excuse me, when should I start my duties as a tutor?" Gerald instructs her, "Please start as soon as the children have recovered from their travels," prompting Marin to admit, "It's not my first time tutoring, but since they're your niece and nephew, I'm so nervous I can't even sleep." Feeling a pang of guilt, Gerald looks down solemnly and says, "It seems I've placed a heavy burden on you." Marin looks back at him with a warm, understanding smile to ease his worries. Startled, Chibi Gerald looks up as Marin playfully agrees, "Well, you certainly have." Marin outlines her hectic daily schedule, explaining, "In the morning, I'm Lord Olive's assistant. In the afternoon, I'm a tutor." She continues listing her overwhelming responsibilities, saying, "Evening, I read to you, and on top of all that, I have to play the role of your fiancé," leaving a sweating Chibi Gerald completely speechless. Marin dramatically raises her finger and says, "But it's all right," causing Gerald to ask, "And why is that?" Surrounded by piles of gold, a greedy Chibi Marin happily declares, "Because I intend to get paid for every single one of those jobs." A heavy silence falls over the room as Gerald stares at her, utterly dumbfounded by her intense dedication to earning a fortune. Amused by her practicality, Gerald smiles and asks, "So you plan on making a small fortune then?" To which Marin replies, "Well, an opportunity like this only comes once in a lifetime." Marin sweet-talks him, adding, "That's why, Lord Gerald. Please don't look so apologetic." Marin offers him a beautiful, heartwarming smile, bathed in a radiant golden glow. Gerald gazes back at her, his expression softening as a fond, gentle smile spreads across his face. The next morning, bright and sparkling sunlight streams through the grand, ornate corridors of the castle. Marin reflects on her demanding schedule, thinking, trying to work the day right after an engagement party isn't easy. Walking down the quiet, sunlit hallway, Marin lets out a tired yawn as she struggles to shake off her exhaustion. Marin thinks to herself, "I should take a quick rest while I have a moment." As she suddenly spots someone further down the hall. Down the hallway, Marin sees Dia Adrian, dressed in a somber black morning gown, walking hand in hand with her young brother Perito. Marin politely bows and greets them, saying, "Hello, Lady Dia, young Master Perito," to which Dia replies, "Hello." After their brief, quiet exchange, Dia politely says, "Well then," as she begins to pass by. Marin watches them walk past, feeling a heavy and tense silence linger in the air. Dia glances back over her shoulder with a quiet, sorrowful expression. Wanting to extend her warmth, Marin calls out, "As you know, I'm also staying in the annex." Marin offers a gentle and reassuring smile, hoping to make the grieving siblings feel a bit more comfortable. Touched by Marin's gentle gesture, Dia gives a soft, appreciative smile and replies, "Yes, thank you for your kindness." Looking at the quiet boy, Marin sadly recalls, "They said young Master Perito suffers from aphasia. He was with the Countess until the very end, so the shock must have been immense." Perito gently tugs on his sister's black dress, prompting Dia to look down and say, "Ah, right, let's go." Dia bids her farewell, saying, "We'll take our leave now," to which Marin politely responds, "Oh, yes." Marin quietly watches the siblings as they walk away together down the long, sunlit corridor. Standing alone in the hallway, Marin looks on with a deeply worried and concerned expression. Dia holds her silent little brother's hand tightly, walking with heavy steps down the quiet hall. Back in their quarters, Dia holds out a spoonful of food and coaxes her brother, saying, "Say ah." Still deeply traumatized and lacking any appetite, young Perito quietly shakes his head and refuses to eat. Dia looks at him with deep worry and sighs, "You barely ate anything yesterday either." Looking out the ornate window of the annex toward a distant tower, a quiet and solemn Perito listens as a gentle voice remarks, "That's why you've been having trouble sleeping," before kindly urging, "Let's try to eat just a little bit today, okay?" Setting down a fork on the plate with a soft click, someone wearily sighs, "Ah, I can't eat another bite," as Dia watches with concern. Stretching and yawning at the dining table, Garnet complains, "Since the food looks like this, it's no wonder Perito won't eat," prompting Dia to look at her sister in worry and say, "Garnet, what am I going to do if you won't eat either? You'll ruin your health if you keep leaving leftovers like that." Suddenly, Garnet points out from off-screen, "But you left all of yours too, sis," catching Dia completely off guard. Looking down at her plate in distress, Dia thinks to herself, "The food is unfamiliar enough as it is, but since I can't even sleep at night, I have even less of an appetite." Looking back on Perito's silent struggle, Dia thinks with deep worry, is it because the shock was so severe? Perito hasn't been able to sleep much since that day. He only manages to fall asleep when Garnet or I tuck him in, but even then it's only for a moment. Remembering how exhausted they both are, she continues, "The two of us take turns watching over him every night, but Garnet and I are both reaching our limits." Looking at her quiet little brother, Dia wonders in distress, how can I help Perito fall into a deep sleep? Sitting at the dining table, Dia lets out a heavy sigh while young Garnet looks up at her with a blank, quiet expression. Chibi Garnet looks completely dejected and worn out, her eyes listless as she sits in her morning clothes. Suddenly, Marin's bright voice calls out to them from nearby, saying, "Lady Dia, Lady Garnet." Garnet stands up from the table with newfound energy and excitedly suggests, "Why don't we all go for a walk together? The weather is so nice, it'll surely make Peridot feel better."
Glistening with hope and excitement, young Garnet beams with a wide smile.
Golden sunlight shines brightly through the lush green leaves under a beautiful blue sky as someone remarks, "The weather is lovely today." Marin shields her eyes from the bright sun, smiling warmly as she enjoys the beautiful day in the garden. Marin thinks to herself with determination, "I need to run into them often and get close to them." As she walks, Marin overhears voices whispering nearby. "Perito, isn't the weather wonderful? How do you feel now that we're outside?" Causing her to gasp, "No way!" Looking through the trees, Marin is thrilled to see them, thinking they actually came out, as Dia, Garnet, and Peridot walk together in their dark morning clothes. Sensing someone's presence, Dia turns around with a surprised expression and hears a friendly, "Hello there." Marin clasps her hands together and beams with a radiant, flower-filled smile to welcome them. Garnet looks at Marin in awe, thinking she is so cute, while Peridot stands quietly behind his sister. Dia bows her head politely and greets her, saying, "Hello, good afternoon." Marin enthusiastically suggests, "It looks like you're all out for a walk together. I know a great spot for a walk nearby if you'd like." Before Marin can finish her sentence, a terrifyingly loud crack of purple lightning crashes down behind her, leaving her completely frozen in shock. Dia looks up at the sky in surprise and says, "It looks like it's going to pour soon. Let's head back inside, everyone." Dia turns to Marin and kindly advises, "You should head in too, my lady, before you get soaked." To which a flustered Marin replies, "Yes, of course." Standing in her room, a disappointed Marin sweat drops and laments, "Why did a bolt from the blue have to strike right now?" Chibi Marin clenches her fists and cries out in frustration over her missed opportunity. Staring at a weather forecast that predicts a full week of dark clouds and rain, Chibi Marin tearfully exclaims, "It's not okay. How could it be cloudy for an entire week?" Walking down the quiet hallway, Marin sighs heavily and mutters, "I'm not getting any opportunities at all." She bows her head in deep thought, reflecting, reading, "Even though Lady Dia is looking after her siblings." As she walks past, she notices two maids whispering in the hallway and thinks, "Those young children must still need an adult's care." While hearing them whisper, "Really? And I'm telling you." Marin's eyes widen as she overhears them say, "The children who came from the Adria family," making her wonder, "Are they talking about my nephews and nieces?" The maids continue gossiping. It seems they are still having a hard time. They leave almost all of their meals untouched. It's worrying. They need to eat well if they want to find their strength again. Marin stands stunned behind a pillar as she hears the sound of him crying can be heard all the way in the hallway every night. Later that night, Marin's soothing voice reads aloud as Gerald listens quietly, his face shrouded in shadow. Finishing the story, Marin reads, "And so they lived happily ever after," as Gerald sits silently across from her. Marin glances at him with a puzzled expression and thinks, "That's strange." She notices his exhausted state and thinks, "Lately he doesn't fall asleep at all, even after I finish reading the whole book." Closing the book with a soft click, Marin gently asks, "Duke Gerald, is something weighing on your mind?" Catching him slightly off guard as he mutters, "Ah." Shifting in his seat, Gerald asks her, "Have you had a chance to speak with my nephews and nieces yet?" To which she hesitantly answers, "Well..." Marin looks down with a sad, apologetic look and explains, "I haven't had much luck running into them lately." Looking down solemnly, Gerald sighs, "I see," leaving Marin to murmur, "Ah," in silent sympathy. Observing his heavy exhaustion, Marin realizes he can't sleep because he's worried about them. "I hope the children adjust and feel better soon so that he can stop worrying." Clenching her hand determinedly, Marin resolves, "Right, if I use that method." Surrounded by a beautiful backdrop of purple roses, Marin looks incredibly determined as she prepares to take action. Meanwhile, in her room, Dia stands quietly in her dark morning gown, holding a wooden picture frame with a sad expression. Looking down at the photograph in her hands, Dia traces the faces of her smiling parents, Viscount and Countess Adria. Suddenly, a polite knock on the door startles Dia as she hears Marin's voice call out, "Lady Dia, are you inside? It's Marin Schwenz." Inviting her inside, Dia pours a fresh cup of lemon tea and asks, "What brings you here, my lady?" Sitting across from Dia at the tea table, Marin gently explains, "I was curious to see how you were doing. We live in the same annex, yet we haven't crossed paths once." Looking at her with sincere concern, Marin adds, "I heard you've been skipping meals. You've grown so thin." Dia looks away quietly, trying to put on a brave face as she replies, "No, I'm fine." Marin looks at her gently and asks, "It hasn't been easy taking care of the young master all night, has it?" Leaving Dia to gasp in shock, "How did you know that?" Offering a reassuring solution, Marin smiles and reveals, "I know a way to help the young master sleep." Marin smiles warmly, her bright green eyes sparkling with hope as she prepares to help the grieving children. Holding Dia's hand gently at the tea table, Marin looks at her with sincere care and asks, "Will you trust me just this once?" Later that evening, inside the quiet palace corridors, a worried voice suddenly calls out, "Sister!" Garnet stands with her arms crossed, looking incredibly defensive and angry as she demands, "Why did you bring her?" Clasping her book tightly, Marin offers a gentle and polite smile as she greets them. "Hello, we meet again." Dia quickly steps in to correct her sister, saying, "Garnet, mind your manners. She's not her. You should address her as my lady." But Garnet snaps back, "You expect me to speak nicely in this situation?" Suddenly, a small hand gently tugs at Dia's white dress, causing her to look down in surprise and wonder. Young Peridot stands quietly holding on to his sister's gown, his wide gray eyes fixed on Marin. Peridot stands silently between his protective sisters as Marin watches them with a gentle and understanding gaze. Later, a puzzled Dia asks Marin, "My lady, how did you know what Peridot was saying to me?" With a bright, proud smile, Marin reveals, "I learned how to lip read a while ago." Recalling her past life, Marin thinks to herself in excitement, "To think that learning it while working as a voice actress in my past life would actually come in handy." Marin kneels down to Peridot's height and warmly introduces herself. "Hello, young Master Adrian. I'm Marin Schwentz. We have met before. Do you remember me?" Peridot quietly mouths a response, his wide eyes full of wonder as he asks, "Yes, but do you really know what I'm saying?" Spotting his silent movements perfectly, Marin beams and answers, "You said, 'Do you really know what I'm saying?' right? Of course, I know everything you're saying." Shocked that someone can finally understand his silent voice, young Peridot's eyes fill with tears as his lips tremble. Finding hope, Peridot silently asks, "Then can you pass my words on to Sister Dia?" To which Marin replies with a gentle smile, "Of course. What would you like me to tell Lady Dia?" Peridot slowly opens his mouth to mouth the first word, saying, "I'm." Peridot silently completes his sentence, mouthing, "Sorry," while Marin looks on with wide eyes, gasping, "Ah." Seeing their silent exchange, a deeply worried Dia asks, "My lady, what did Peridot say to me?" Looking back at Dia with gentle empathy, Marin delivers the heartfelt message. He says he's sorry. He says he's sorry for not opening the door that day when you called for him. He says he couldn't help it because of a promise he made to your mother. As Marin explains, and he's asking for your forgiveness, even though it's late. Dia tearfully remembers that tragic day when Peridot cried alone behind the locked door, keeping his final promise. Overwhelmed with emotion, Dia rushes forward and pulls her silent little brother into a tight, tearful embrace. Crying tears of relief, Dia holds him close and says, "I'm so proud of you for keeping your promise to Mother. You don't have to feel sorry toward me." Finally letting go of his heavy burden, young Peridot buries his face in his sister's shoulder and weeps silently. Standing nearby, Garnet bites her lip, her green eyes welling up with tears as she watches her siblings finally find comfort. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Garnet cries out, "Dia, Peridot," and rushes forward to wrap them both in a warm, loving hug. Watching the siblings embrace and cry together, Marin stands quietly by, her own eyes glistening with emotional tears. Later that night, Marin sits by Peridot's bed under the soft moonlight, holding a book as she gently says, "I'll read you a fairy tale before you go to sleep." Tucked under the warm blankets while hugging his favorite teddy bear, Peridot looks up at Marin with calm and peaceful eyes. As Marin reads the story aloud, Dia and Garnet sit quietly on the nearby sofa. The warm atmosphere brings peace to the siblings as they reflect on how they laughed, cried, and got angry together, just like twins. Suddenly, the door bursts open as young Lady Ruby enthusiastically announces, "Dia, Garnet, did you wait long? I lost track of time reading a book." Stepping out of the room, Marin gently places a finger to her lips with a warm, quiet smile, saying, "Oh, my lady?" Puzzled by the quiet atmosphere, Ruby walks over and whispers, "Why are you coming out of there? Have you seen my sisters and Peridot?" Inside the dimly lit room, young Peridot is fast asleep, resting peacefully while hugging his teddy bear. Nearby on the sofa, Dia and Garnet are also sound asleep, cuddled together under a warm checkered blanket. Marin smiles warmly and softly whispers to Ruby, "They're sleeping right now, so we have to whisper, okay?" Garnet looks on with wide, sparkling eyes and her mouth open in pure awe and excitement, a radiant golden energy bursting behind her. As night falls, the grand towers and spires of the majestic castle stand tall against a deep purple twilight sky dotted with bright, shining stars. Seated elegantly amidst beautiful flowers, Duke Gerald gracefully takes a long, refreshing drink from his golden chalice. Meanwhile, back in his study, Duke Gerald brings a goblet to his lips and thinks, "I hope this works." Taking a sip of the green liquid, Gerald reflects, since applying the mandrel song juice was effective, drinking it might be worth a shot too. The toxicity is weak enough for me that I likely won't suffer side effects like stomach aches, so I have nothing to lose. I'll keep this a secret from Marin and see how effective it is for the time being. Sometime later, a voice from inside the study calls out, "Come in," as the large wooden door creaks open. Walking into the study with a tea cart, Marin beams with joy as Gerald observes, "You seem to be in an especially good mood today," to which she playfully replies, "Can you tell?" Gerald smiles gently and says, with those bouncy footsteps and a voice full of excitement, "Of course. Did something good happen?" Prompting Marin to reply confidently, "Brace yourself." Marin proudly clears her throat, puffing out her chest with a triumphant and cute expression. Gerald's eyes widen slightly in surprise as he repeats, "My nieces and nephew fell asleep?" To which Marin proudly confirms, "Yes." Beaming with happiness, Marin explains, "I read them a fairy tale, just like I do for you. They looked like little angels, sleeping so soundly." Deeply touched and amazed by her incredible kindness, Gerald slowly steps closer to her. He reaches out and gently takes Marin's hand in his own, holding it with absolute warmth and affection. With beautiful red camellia flowers blooming in the background, Gerald gazes at her tenderly and gently kisses the back of her hand as a sign of his deep gratitude and love. Marin looks up with a startled, wide-eyed expression as she feels the warmth of Duke Gerald's gentle kiss on the back of her hand, her face blushing slightly against a bright pink backdrop. Holding hands in front of the warm glow of the fireplace, Gerald humbly replies, "Oh, it's nothing. I didn't do anything extraordinary," as Marin smiles warmly and says, "Thanks to you, a huge weight has been lifted off my mind. I was really worried about the kids' health." Surrounded by beautiful pink blossoms, Marin beams with a radiant, heartwarming smile that lights up the entire room. Gently offering his hand, Gerald looks at her with a soft, affectionate expression and says, "Tell me your wish. I'll grant you anything." In a cute chibi scene, Marin crosses her arms and playfully asks, "You're not going to start counting down immediately this time, are you?" To which Gerald smiles and replies, "Take as much time as you want to think about it." Marin excitedly speaks, "Great, then let me read the book to you now," but then pauses with a puzzled, "Oh, looks like there's a document I haven't read to you yet." Marin's chibi face pops up as she says, "I'll read this first and then the book," while Gerald's chibi face sweat drops with a confused expression, wondering, "A document?" Suddenly, Duke Gerald is caught off guard and panics, reaching out his hand as he urgently shouts, "Wait, that's..." while Marin holds up the document to read it. Gerald looks down solemnly with closed eyes as a dark and tense atmosphere fills the space. A heavy realization dawns upon them. What is this? That is the root cause behind your family's downfall. Standing in front of a dark, thorny backdrop, Marin's green eyes glow with horror and shock as she grips the paper. The chilling truth is revealed. It's the forged investment contract made by Viscount Jevium. Marin stands completely frozen in the dark, her eyes wide with shock and grief as she grips the forged investment contract made by Viscount Jevium. Clenching his shirt tightly over his chest in frustration, Gerald explains with deep regret, "I wanted to confiscate the Norman Viscountcy's assets and return them to you, but they're already sitting on a mountain of debt. It looks like recovering the funds will be difficult." Marin stands quietly as Gerald looks at her with a somber but determined expression, explaining, "Then what happens now? I'll make sure they both rot in prison for the rest of their lives." Gerald's eyes turn sharp and ruthless as he tells her, "If you want them dead, I can easily make that happen," while Marin furiously clenches the document, thinking to herself, "I can't let them off that easily. If they die, it's over." Marin turns around with a furious and tearful expression, shouting in anger, "I want them to live miserable lives and suffer constantly. Please make them do the most grueling, hard labor. Make them work to the bone to pay back my family's money." Furious and crying out from the depths of her soul, Marin screams, "And only give them one meal a day? Who has time to eat? They have to pay off their debt." But her tirade is gently interrupted as Gerald calls out, "Marin." Gerald steps in close and gently places his hand over Marin's tear-filled eyes, shielding her from her own grief as she cries quietly. Looking down at her with infinite softness and concern, Gerald gently says, "I'm sorry, I didn't think to prepare a handkerchief." In a warm and comforting light, Gerald's gentle voice whispers, "Don't hold back. Cry as much as you need." Gerald wraps his arms around Marin, pulling her into a tight, warm, and protective embrace as she finally lets go of her painful tears. A close-up of Marin's green eyes shows her sniffing quietly as tears spill over her eyelashes. Burying her face in his shoulder, Marin weeps openly as Gerald holds her securely, offering silent comfort. Gerald holds her close under a soft, twinkling light, thinking to himself in wonder, for someone else's tears to make my heart ache this much? A close-up shows Gerald's hand clenching the fabric of her dress as he holds her tightly, his heart filled with an overwhelming urge to protect her. With fierce determination, a powerful thought echoes in Gerald's mind. I will never let her cry again. After she calms down, Marin looks up shyly, murmuring, yes, while Gerald looks back at her softly and says, seeing this new side of you isn't so bad, but I think I might get angry if you cry anymore. Marin looks at him with a puzzled expression and says, why would my crying make you angry, Lord Gerald? That's a bit strange. Surrounded by a warm glow and blooming flowers, Gerald gazes at her tenderly and says, from now on, I'd prefer if I were the only one allowed to make you cry. Marin's face flushes a deep red and her eyes sparkle with confusion as she touches her chest, thinking, why is my heart pounding like this? Is it because I cried too much? Marin looks down in contemplation, realizing Lord Gerald's words are comforting, but at the same time, as they stand facing each other in the grand, dimly lit study, sparkles drift around them and Marin's heart pounds rapidly as she thinks, my heart is fluttering. The scene shifts to the grand towers of the annex under a bright blue sky as a voice asks, how is it living in the annex? Inside a luxurious room, Dia sits across from Duke Gerald, who is wearing a black blindfold over his eyes. Dia replies politely, thanks to you, I'm living comfortably with my siblings. Thank you. Sipping his tea calmly, Gerald states, it's about time for your debutante ball, so get ready to leave for the capital. Dia looks up with a surprised and uncertain expression, repeating, my debut ante? Setting his teacup down with a light clink, Gerald insists, you must know you can't delay it any longer. My fiancé will act as your chaperone. Dia looks down with a hesitant expression and says, Your Grace, I appreciate the sentiment, but I think it's still too early for me to make my debut. Gerald's voice sounds firm and uncompromising as he says, no, we can't put it off any longer. You're fully aware of how important it is for a noblewoman. Leaving Dia to plead, could you please just give me a little more time? Dia looks extremely distressed and bites her lip in anxiety as Gerald strictly declares, no, you will go to the town immediately. Standing up from the table with a sharp movement, Gerald says coldly, high society cares about results, not excuses. Delaying this any further will only cause unnecessary gossip. But Dia firmly refuses, saying no. Dia stands tall with a resolute and stubborn look, declaring, even so, I don't care. I will absolutely not be going to the capital anytime soon. Turning around sharply, Dia sweeps out of the room, saying, I believe there's nothing left to be said. I'll be taking my leave now, leaving Gerald to sit in tense silence. Standing outside the closed double doors, Dia lets out a long, heavy sigh of frustration and exhaustion. Dia's green eyes widen in surprise as she suddenly hears a voice call out to her, Lady Dia? Marin walks down the dimly lit hallway holding a lit candle and a book, asking warmly, what brings you all the way out here? Noticing Dia's distressed appearance, Marin looks at her with deep concern and asks, you don't look so good. Did something happen with His Grace? Which leaves Dia to stammer. Ah. Dia looks away with a sweat drop and nervously replies, well, a chibi Marin stands with a giant pink question mark floating over her head, looking completely baffled by Dia's reaction. The scene cuts to the grand chandelier in the study as Marin's angry voice echoes through the room, shouting, Lord Gerald, seriously? In a hilarious chibi scene, Marin stands with steam practically coming out of her head, yelling furiously, what, did you win first place in the meanest way to speak contest? Gerald's chibi face sweat drops as he sits at the table and asks innocently, is there such a contest? To which Marin snaps back, of course not. A masked Gerald looks slightly defensive and asks, why on earth would you say it like that? While looking at Marin, who retorts, then what was I supposed to say? Looking incredibly serious, Marin explains, you should have told her about the treatment a noblewoman receives if she doesn't make her debut and how terribly high society would torment her. Marin points an accusing finger at Gerald, yelling, and how much you've been worrying about her because of it, Lord Gerald. Why did you completely skip over that part? While Gerald sits there sweat dropping. Recalling Duke Gerald's question, was it hard for you because you couldn't make your debut? Marin looks startled and points to herself, repeating, me? Smiling gently, Marin explains, but I started living like a commoner as soon as I turned 17, so I wasn't ignored for very long. Prompting a surprised echo from Gerald, ignored? Gerald's expression darkens with protective fury as he demands, who dared to ignore you? Pointing a firm finger down at the paper, Duke Gerald commands, write down the names of everyone who ignored you. Horrified, Marin gasps, on this important report? To which he simply replies, just hurry up and write them down. Reluctant to write, Marin sighs, you already know who they are without me having to write it. As Gerald sharply asks, That eunuch bastard? Referring to the terrified nobleman who trembles in fear as scissors hover menacingly around him. Marin's face goes completely pale as she gasps in horror. Don't tell me you actually cut it off. To which Gerald calmly replies, I'll leave that to your imagination. Marin smiles brightly and reassures him, saying, You have already punished them enough. Looking down as tears of gratitude well up, Marin thinks to herself, In the past, I had to endure everything alone, no matter how hard it got. Thinking back on her painful past, she remembers, whenever it felt like too much to handle on my own, I tried to brace myself and stay strong, but I was secretly exhausted without even realizing it. Knowing that I have someone protecting me is such a reassuring feeling. Leaning back with his arms crossed, Gerald asks quietly, Are you sure there isn't anyone else? Marin's heart warms as she reflects on Gerald, thinking, and this person's true feelings, even if he's clumsy at expressing them because he's solely focused on protecting others. Looking incredibly elegant and peaceful, Marin says softly, It makes me feel so secure having you protect me, Lord Gerald. I feel so much more at ease than before. Marin stands beautifully in her elegant gown, her hands politely clasped in front of her as she beams with a sweet, gentle smile. Marin's warm voice reassures him, I'm sure the children will understand how you truly feel, Lord Gerald. Blushing slightly and looking incredibly cute under his blindfold, Gerald touches his chin and shyly promises, I'll try. Marin's face lights up with absolute joy, her green eyes sparkling as she watches him. In a hilarious chibi scene, Marin reaches out and pats Gerald's head affectionately, saying, You have to reward a good boy with praise after all, leaving Gerald completely shocked with a big question mark over his head. As Gerald's chibi face sweat drops while thinking, Patting my head? Do you really think of me as a young master? Marin suddenly panics at her own boldness, screaming, Gasp! What on earth have I done? I'm so sorry. In a peaceful classroom setting, a young boy's hand is shown carefully practicing his writing inside a notebook. Sitting on a large, plush armchair, little Peridot focuses intently on his studies, scribbling away in his notebook with cute determination. A quiet, cozy atmosphere fills the room as Lady Garnet reads a book on the sofa while little Peridot continues to study in silence. Looking over at her little brother, Garnet asks softly, Peridot, are you not going to talk today either? But the quiet boy only stares back in silence. The heavy door is open as a cheerful voice calls out, Hello, it's Marin. I'm here for Peridot's lesson, causing both Garnet and Peridot to look up. Seeing his beloved teacher, Peridot immediately jumps off his chair and runs joyfully into Marin's open arms with a bright smile. Clinging tightly to Marin's beautiful blueberry patterned dress, Peridot nods eagerly as she asks warmly, Have you been doing well today too? Did you eat well? Turning her attention to Garnet, Marin smiles warmly and asks, Did you eat well too, Lady Garnet? Is the Western cuisine to your liking? While clinging to Marin's side, Peridot shoots a hilarious silent glare at his older sister, prompting an annoyed Garnet to bark back, What's with that look? Peridot suddenly runs over to Garnet, stomping his feet and shouting silently in frustration while Garnet looks down in utter confusion, asking, What? A close-up of Peridot's notebook reveals neat, beautiful cursive handwriting that reads, I took a walk with my sisters.
Marin claps her hands excitedly and praises him, saying, Wow, you did great. You didn't get a single thing wrong on your homework.
Beaming with pride, Marin adds, You also wrote the letters so beautifully, while Garnet quietly observes them from the couch. Garnet's eyes widen in embarrassment as she realizes what Peridot's writing was about, while chibi Marin blinks in surprise. Completely mortified by her brother's diary entry, Garnet buries her blushing face in her book as Marin playfully suggests, Would you like to come over? And see how well Peridot is doing? Marin beams, holding up the book to invite Garnet to join them. Pouting and looking away like an angry stray cat, Garnet huffs, Humph, I'm not interested, leaving Marin to think with a smile, It feels like watching a stray cat that won't let anyone pet it. She cute. Suddenly, Marin looks up as a realization strikes her, her eyes widening slightly as she gazes at Peridot. Little Peridot looks up at Marin with his big, round, sparkling eyes, waiting eagerly for her next words. Looking at Peridot, Marin sadly realizes that's probably the sentence he wants to learn the most. Marin feels a pang of sorrow, thinking, but I just can't bring myself to tell him. Forcing a strained but gentle smile, Marin nervously suggests, shall we learn that next time? Changing the subject quickly, Marin says brightly, Let's go for a walk with the time we have left. Beaming with excitement, Marin says, I have a secret place I want to show you, Peridot. When Marin invites her, saying, You should come too, Lady Garnet, Garnet looks hesitant and stammers, well, Chibi Marin pops up right behind her, pleading with cute puppy dog eyes. Besides, Peridot would be much happier if his big sister came along, so let's go together. Please? Pretty please? After a brief hesitation, Garnet finally relents with a soft, fine, bringing a small, pleased smile to Peridot's face. Stepping outside into the beautiful garden, both Garnet and Peridot look around in utter amazement at the stunning scenery. Standing in a field of blooming yellow dandelions, Marin smiles and says, "These flowers blooming here are my absolute favorite. I'm sharing this secret only because you've worked so hard on your homework and eaten so well, Peridot."
Turning her head with a light blush, Garnet mutters, "For a secret place, I suppose it's not too bad," while Chibi Marin giggles, thinking, "She's grumbling, but she seems to like it here."
Marin crouches down to Peridot's eye level and asks with a playful smile, "Peridot, can you give me your hand for a second? Let me show you something fun." Peridot gazes at his hand in absolute wonder as he sees a cute ring made of woven grass sitting perfectly on his finger. "It'd be nice to make some together and give them to your sisters as presents," Marin suggests warmly. "Shall we make one for Sister Garnet first?" To which Peridot nods eagerly, thinking, "I'd love to." Turning around to his sister with determination, Peridot reaches his little hand out and says, "Sister, your hand," leaving a startled Garnet to repeat, "My hand, you say?" In a cute chibi scene, Marin holds hands with Dia's little brother, whose stomach rumbles loudly as he looks up at her with a shy and embarrassed expression. The little boy beams with absolute joy, proudly displaying the beautiful white flower rings they placed on their fingers. Marin looks down at her new flower ring with a gentle smile, while Dia sits peacefully in the background amidst a sunny field of yellow dandelions. Raising her hand to show off a simple green stem ring, Marin smiles warmly and says, "I can teach you how to make it." In an adorable chibi scene, the little brother, Marin, and Dia sit side by side in the grassy field, ready to begin their flower weaving lesson. Nearby, a cute chibi Dia sits on a garden bench next to a sleeping orange cat, looking over with wide, sparkly eyes. Marin tries her best to assemble a flower ring, asking, "So you just do this with the flowers?" While Dia thinks to herself how cute it is to see her try so hard and decides to gather some herbs while the children play. As the group gathers in the garden, the little boy places a bright yellow flower crown on Gerald's head. The narration notes, "He still finds it hard to stay out in bright places for long, and things are still awkward with the kids, but as time passes, eventually..." Looking incredibly handsome and elegant, Lord Gerald wears a beautiful crown of white and yellow dandelions on his head, a soft smile gracing his face amidst a glowing, sunlit field of flowers. Sitting peacefully in the grassy field, Marin looks down thoughtfully as she holds a single yellow dandelion in her hands. Looking on in utter confusion, Lady Garnet asks, "Why are you picking so many flowers?" while Marin happily continues gathering dandelions into her basket. Caught completely off guard by Marin's gentle nature, Lady Garnet blinks in confusion and stammers, "Pardon?" As they sit together in the field, Marin explains, "After my father passed away, we lived in a village where commoners reside, and that's how I learned about folk remedies," prompting Lady Garnet to reply softly, that's..." Feeling guilty, Lady Garnet apologizes. "I'm sorry for speaking so carelessly." But Marin beams reassuringly, waving her hands as she replies, "It's completely fine, so please don't worry about it, because Lord Gerald is by my side now." Marin's beautiful bright green eyes sparkles with warmth and deep gratitude for Gerald's protective presence. Marin looks down and calls out gently, "Peridot?" as the quiet boy stares up at her with wide, curious eyes. When Marin asks, "Why did you stop picking flowers to stare like that?" Peridot quietly directs her attention, saying, "Teacher, over there," as the image of a tall tower is reflected in his eye. Looking in the direction Peridot is pointing, Marin gasps, as she wonders, was there always a spire in a place like that? Kneeling next to Peridot under the glowing sunset sky, Marin asks softly, "Do you miss Lord Gerald?" as the quiet boy gently shakes his head. Holding Peridot's hand as they walk back with Lady Garnet, Marin says warmly, "Oh my, the sun is already setting. Shall we head back in for dinner now? Let's come out again the next time the weather is nice." As they walk back, little Peridot looks back over his shoulder with a quiet, thoughtful gaze. An ominous shadow looms over the field as the tall spire stands tall against a dark purple sky, surrounded by thorny shadows and fallen, wilted flowers. In a beautifully sunlit garden, Lady Dia sits quietly and alone on a stone bench beside a grand, sparkling fountain. Looking down with a heavy heart, Lady Dia listens as Marin's voice gently consoles her, saying, "Lady Dia, you must have been hurt by Lord Gerald's words, but please listen to me before you misunderstand him." Recalling her conversation, Marin explains, "Lord Gerald worries about you and your siblings more than anyone. Standing in the quiet hallway lit only by a candle, Lady Dia hesitates, saying, "Yes, I know, but..." While Marin gently pleads, "Lady Dia, could you listen to me for a moment?" Lady Dia's green eye fills with deep sadness as she recalls her painful past, thinking, "I never got to have my debutante ball." Lady Dia remembers her family's tragedy. "Right around the time it was supposed to happen, my father and brother passed away in an accident and my family was ruined." Marin sympathetically shares her own experience, admitting, "Just because I never made my official debut, I was looked down upon by noble society. Truthfully, I never told my mother, but I suffered quite a bit because of it." Marin's gentle voice continues, "Since Lord Gerald knows about that, he must have said those things out of genuine concern for you," prompting a thoughtful Dia to murmur, "I see." Making up her mind, Lady Dia clenches her hand with determination and says, "I should talk to His Grace again." Sitting across from Duke Gerald in a grand, dimly lit parlor warmed by a cozy fireplace, Lady Dia speaks up, "Your Grace, I have a question for you." Looking directly at Duke Gerald, Lady Dia says, "Both my mother and your fiancé told me that you have many enemies." Facing the silent, blindfolded Duke, Lady Dia earnestly asks, "Was it all to protect us from those enemies?" Gripping her golden teacup tightly as her hands tremble slightly, Lady Dia pleads, "Please tell me the truth." A heavy silence fills the room as Duke Gerald remains quiet, his expression unreadable. Lady Dia gasps in surprise, her eyes widening as she waits in suspense for his response. Explaining the importance of the debutante ball, Duke Gerald says, "Dia, a debutante ball isn't just a simple social gathering. It is the moment you step out into the world, carrying your family's name on your shoulders. Once you successfully complete your debut, people will know. They will know that the Adrian County is still standing strong." A beautiful, warm memory of Lady Dia's once happy family flashes by, showing them all smiling, laughing, and embracing one another in peaceful times. Looking down, Duke Gerald admits, "Just as you said, I have many enemies, so I had no choice but to firmly hold my position here." A grim, bloody memory of battle reveals a battered crest shield and a wounded hand, as Duke Gerald speaks of his regrets. "That's why I couldn't visit you, and why I couldn't protect my sister." With a solemn expression beneath his blindfold, Duke Gerald continues to share his painful memories. Staring at him with earnest hope, Lady Dia asks softly, "Your Grace, do you care about us?" prompting another quiet pause from Duke Gerald. Reflected in the golden tea, Duke Gerald's face is shown as he answers quietly, "You are my sister's children." Placing his hand over his heart in a beautiful, glowing white rose background, Duke Gerald says with deep sincerity, "How could I not love you?" Tears well up in Lady Dia's green eyes as she stares at her uncle, deeply moved and overwhelmed by his genuine confession. Duke Gerald laments, "I kept up with how you were doing through the letters my sister sent. How wonderful it would have been if I could have watched you grow up myself." A quiet, peaceful atmosphere settles over the room as the two sit opposite each other, the emotional weight of their talk lingering in the air. After a brief pause, Lady Dia looks down and says softly, "I have something to give you, Your Grace." In a sweet memory from Lady Dia's childhood, young Dia asks her mother, "Mom, are you looking at that napkin again?" To which her mother warmly replies, "Of course, it's my precious treasure." Looking up with curiosity, young Dia asks, "A treasure?" And her mother smiles gently, confirming, "Yes." Beaming with absolute happiness, Lady Dia's mother clasps her hands and says, "It's a gift from my little brother." Placing a carefully preserved white napkin on the table, Lady Dia says, "This is something my mother cherished deeply." Picking up the napkin with trembling fingers, Duke Gerald asks in disbelief, "My sister did?" Staring at the napkin, Duke Gerald's breath catches in his throat as he thinks in shock, "Don't tell me. Is this what I..." Overwhelmed by grief and nostalgia, Duke Gerald clutches the precious keepsake tightly to his chest, trembling in silent, emotional release. Lady Dia admits honestly, "It hasn't been long since our parents passed away, so I didn't think I'd have the confidence to smile through a debutante ball." Standing tall with newfound grace and determination, Lady Dia says resolutely, "But as the eldest daughter of Adrian, I will overcome my feelings. I'll go prepare for the capital." Looking at his niece with profound pride, Duke Gerald feels a deep connection to his family as Lady Dia addresses him warmly as her uncle. After Lady Dia leaves, Duke Gerald sits alone in the dimly lit parlor, quietly murmuring, "Well then, excuse me," as the door shuts behind her. Clutching the precious keepsake to his chest, Duke Gerald lets out a tearful, heartbroken whisper, crying out for his sister. Heavy rain begins to pour over the grand and dark ducal castle under the gloomy night sky. Waking up in the middle of the night to a sudden knocking sound, Marin rubs her sleepy eyes and wonders, who is it at this hour? Opening her door, Marin finds Yuria in a panic and asks, "Yuria, what's going on? only to hear a desperate cry calling out, "Lady Marin!" To Marin's shock, Lady Dia stands in the hallway with tears streaming down her face, pleading desperately, "Lady Dia, please help me." Trembling with panic, Lady Dia gasps out, "But Peridot is missing," leaving a startled Marin to ask, "What do you mean?" Lady Dia anxiously explains, "I woke up and came out to check, but saw that Peridot's bedroom door was wide open." Wringing her hands in absolute terror, Lady Dia cries, "And no one was inside. What if someone kidnapped Peridot, just like last time?" Placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, Marin gently reassures her, "Lady Dia, please calm down." Marin reasons with her, saying, "That's not going to happen. We're in the ducal castle after all. First, let's go to Lord Gerald and tell him what happened." The Lady Dia worries and asks, "Okay, but what about Peridot?" Marin resolutely replies, "Don't worry, I'll go." "Find Peridot myself," Marin declares, brave and determined as she runs out into the pouring rain, calling out, "Peridot, where are you? Peridot!" Wearing a hooded cloak and carrying a glowing lantern through the dark, rainy garden, Marin calls out, "It's Miss Marin. Come out, please." Hidden away in the shadows, little Peridot curls up into a tight ball, clutching his hands together in fear. Running through the drenching storm, Marin desperately calls, "Peridot, where are you, Peridot? It's me, Miss Marin." Suddenly stopping in her tracks, Marin spots something on the wet ground and gasps in realization, "Don't tell me," as she looks up at the tall spire. Looking down at the muddy ground, Marin asks, "Are these a child's footprints?" Before thinking in relief, there aren't any adult footprints, so thankfully he wasn't kidnapped, which means he went off on his own. Marin turns around in surprise as a deep voice calls out, "Marin," prompting her to reply in relief, "Lord Gerald." Standing tall in a dark hooded cloak amidst the downpour, Duke Gerald asks, "Did you find Peridot?" Marin answers, "Not yet. Did Lady Dia find anything?" And Gerald explains, "We decided to split up and search." Pointing toward the tower, Marin reports, I found Peridot's footprints, and judging by the direction, it looks like he went up the spire alone." Gerald gasps, "What?" as Marin urges, "We need to hurry over there, Lord Gerald." Looking up at the towering spire rising into the stormy sky, Duke Gerald nods and says, "Yes, let's go." Together, Gerald and Marin climb the dark, cold stone steps winding up the inside of the spire. Looking around the bleak stone corridor, Marin thinks to herself, "So this is what the inside of the spire looks like. It's even more desolate and colder than I had imagined while reading the novel." Marin suddenly gasps, "Wait, is that?" as a large rat squeaks and scurries across the floor in the dim light. Terrified, Marin instantly leaps forward and clings tightly to Duke Gerald, burying her face in his chest. Looking down at her, Duke Gerald asks, "What is it, Marin?" As a blushing, embarrassed Marin stammers, "A rat suddenly jumped out." Duke Gerald gently chuckles and says, "That must have startled you. It's a very old place, so rats are quite common," prompting Marin to think, he shouldn't be speaking so calmly about it. As they walk, Marin recalls the details from the novel where the maids gossiped. "When I think about young Lord Gerald living here all alone without his family, it breaks my heart, I'm sure." Marin remembers the tragic line, "He must have been incredibly lonely," and looks up at Duke Gerald with a soft, sympathetic gaze, wondering how he survived it all. Arriving at the top of the tower, they push open a pair of large, heavy wooden doors that creak loudly into the dark room. Marin looks around the dusty, abandoned room, thinking with deep sorrow about how Gerald managed to endure living in a place like this. Spotting a wardrobe door slightly ajar, Marin steps closer and calls out gently, "Peridot?" Approaching the wardrobe, Marin speaks softly, "Peridot, it's Miss Marin. Isn't it dark and scary in there? Let's come out and talk." Holding her lantern close, Marin looks inside to see Peridot sitting huddled inside the dark cabinet, quietly calling his name. "Peridot?" Marin kneels down and coos, "Could you lift your head for me? Let's face each other while we talk, okay?" Marin continues, "So I can understand what you're thinking." But Peridot stubbornly shakes his head, leaving her to worry, "Why is he refusing to talk? He used to love chatting with me so much." Stepping forward, Duke Gerald calls out to the boy in a calm, steady voice, saying, "Peridot." Facing his nephew, Duke Gerald says, "The reason you aren't speaking," Gerald continues, "is because of the promise you made to my sister." Peridot gasps in utter shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Kneeling down, Duke Gerald gently advises, "Keeping a promise is important, but seeing you crying all alone like this, my sister wouldn't like that at all." Tears spill over Peridot's cheeks as he clutches his chest and asks in a trembling, heartbroken voice, "So why isn't she here?" Hearing Peridot's painful question, Marin covers her mouth in shock as tears well up in her own eyes. Duke Gerald wraps his arms around the crying child, holding him in a warm, protective embrace as the narration notes that I'm the one who came, not her.
Sobbing uncontrollably in his uncle's arms, Perito cries out, "I hate Mom. She didn't even keep her promise."
Peridot wails in deep sorrow. She told me pinky promises must always be kept. A warm, beautiful memory of Peridot's late mother flashes by, showing her smiling brightly amidst a field of yellow sunflowers.
In another sweet flashback, Peridot remembers his mother smiling warmly as she holds his tiny hand to make a pinky promise.
Holding the weeping boy close to his chest, Duke Gerald speaks with profound tenderness, assuring him, "My sister, your mother did keep her promise." Sobbing bitterly, Peridot clutches his chest in agony and cries, "She said she would come, but she didn't. She broke her promise." A beautifully wax-sealed envelope rests next to a golden feather quill as the narrator gently reveals, and she kept that promise. A close-up of Peridot's tear-filled eyes as Duke Gerald comforts him, saying, "You're the living proof of that."
Holding his nephew close, Duke Gerald says softly, "So don't hate your mother. Hate me instead. You can hate me all you want."
Trembling with sorrow, young Peridot buries his face in his uncle's chest, crying out, "Mom, I miss you." Looking out of the Gothic castle window into the starry night, Duke Gerald embraces the child and murmurs, "I miss my sister too." During breakfast in the brightly lit dining hall, Lady Dia scolds, "Garnet, eat your carrots. Peridot is learning from you." Garnet snaps back, "Oh really? Why don't you be the older sister then?" Peridot hesitantly speaks up, saying, while Garnet's chibi head barks, "I keep letting your attitude slide, and now you're really pushing your luck, huh?" Hearing Peridot's voice, Lady Dia and Garnet freeze in absolute shock, staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Overjoyed, Lady Dia clasps her hands together and asks excitedly, "You spoke? Are you okay now, Peridot?" Sitting at the table, Marin smiles warmly and says, "I know, it's such a relief." Marin turns to Garnet and explains, "Peridot asked me to keep it a secret." A stunned Garnet gasps, "Peridot? A secret?" Before Marin asks, "But Peridot, why do you want to go see his grace?" Sitting up straight, Peridot replies with determination, "Because I have something I want to say to him," prompting Marin to agree. "All right, then I'll talk to him for you." Annoyed, Garnet asks, "What could you possibly have to say to that man?" Only for Marin to firmly correct her. "Garnet, you shouldn't call him that man. You should call him Uncle." Surrounded by beautiful yellow flowers, Lady Dia smiles brightly and says, "Also, let's stop wearing our mourning clothes from today onwards." Dia looks at her reflection and notes, "We've been wearing them for far too long," as a white dove sits peacefully on a branch outside the window. With a sudden flutter, the white dove takes off from the branch, leaving a few feathers behind. The dove flies high into the beautiful sunny blue sky as Lady Dia declares, "It's time we move forward." The magnificent white stone ducal castle stands proudly under a clear, bright morning sky. Inside the grand, spacious training hall, Marin practices her swordsmanship, swinging her wooden sword with power and grace. With intense focus and sharp golden eyes, Marin masterfully executes a swift, powerful strike with her wooden sword. Raising her wooden sword in triumph, Marin cheers happily. "I did it." Marin celebrates her rapid progress, thinking, "My stamina and skills are improving. I might actually have a talent for this," while completely forgetting her initial muscle aches from the early days of training. Catching her breath, Marin tells herself, "It's tough, but I don't have much left for today's practice, so let's push through," unaware that Garnet is watching her from behind a pillar. Peeking from behind the pillar, Garnet gulps nervously as she watches Marin's dedication with deep admiration. In a warm memory from her childhood, young Garnet peers around a corner, calling out softly, "Mom." In her memory, Garnet's mother wields a magnificent sword with heroic strength, leaving young Garnet to think in awe, "She's so cool." Starry-eyed, young Garnet holds onto the wall and thinks, "I want to be like her too." Coming back to the present, Garnet looks down in contemplation, murmuring softly, "What the?" Suddenly, a deep voice behind her asks, "Why are you spying?" causing a terrified Garnet to scream and jump in shock as a red-haired young man stands behind her. Stopping her practice, Marin turns around in surprise and thinks, "Huh? That voice is..." Marin calls out in concern, "Lady Garnet, what's wrong?" as the startled red-haired man gasps, "Lady Marin." Pointing aggressively, an outraged Garnet yells, "A suspicious person snuck up behind me," while the red-haired man defends himself, saying, "I wasn't trying to startle you. Excuse me?" Infuriated, Marin instantly throws her wooden sword and charges forward, shouting, "Who dares to mess with Lady Garnet?" With a spectacular flying strike, Marin hits the red-haired man squarely in the face, sending him tumbling back with a painful "ack."
Standing defensively in front of Garnet, Marin commands, "Lady Garnet, get behind me," leaving Garnet to watch in starry-eyed awe, thinking, "Oh, okay, she's so cool." Glaring fiercely, Chibi Marin demands, "You, how did you get in here? I'm calling for the guards."
Sweating in pure panic, the red-haired man raises his hands and begs, "I'm not a suspicious person. I'm a squire of the Vine's ducal house." Recognizing him, Marin recalls, "Now that I look at your face, we met at the gates before, didn't we?" To which he eagerly replies, "Yes, that was me." Placing a hand over his chest in a polite bow, the young man introduces himself. "Eubis, squire of the Vine's ducal house, I humbly greet Lady Marin." An arrow points to a chibi head as Eubis adds, "And I'm the younger brother of Uria, the maid serving you." Surprised, Marin apologizes. "Oh, so you are Uria's twin brother? I'm sorry for hurling my wooden sword at you. Is your forehead okay?" Eubis politely reassures her, "It's fine. It was a totally understandable misunderstanding." Marin curiously asks, "Did you come to the training grounds for extra practice? Your training's at dawn, isn't it?" Pointing to Garnet, Eubis explains, "This young lady here was spying on you, Lady Marin, so I was keeping an eye on her because she looks suspicious." Flushing red with embarrassment, Garnet defensively yells, "When did I ever spy on anyone?" Looking into Garnet's eyes, Marin's voice bubbles note, "You are staring pretty intently. You want to learn swordsmanship, right?" Marin asks gently, "It won't be easy. Why do you want to learn?" As Garnet blushes deeply and stammers, well? With a soft and resolute expression, Garnet confesses, "I want to protect my older sister and my younger siblings." Staring intently, Eubis looks at Garnet with a quiet, surprised gaze. Crossing her arms, a Chibi Marin raises an eyebrow at Eubis and asks, "And what if I am?" As Eubis sweat drops and mutters, Smiling warmly, with flowers blooming in the background, Eubis cheerfully says, "Then I'll teach you." Garnet blushes deeply in surprise, her green eyes wide as she asks, "Really?" Marin crosses her arms with a happy smile, thinking to herself, "Looks like I've got myself a highly motivated junior," as Garnet nervously replies, "Sounds good." Approaching the grand towering castle at sunset, Marin calls out, "Lord Gerald, it's Marin. Do you have a moment?" From inside, Gerald calmly answers, "Come in." Opening the large wooden doors to the study, Marin politely says, "Excuse me." Duke Gerald stands quietly by the large window of his study, gazing out into the beautiful golden sunset. Turning his blindfolded face slightly toward her, Gerald asks gently, "What's the matter?" Marin steps forward with a smile to announce, "Well, young Master Peridot has something he wants to tell you, Lord Gerald." Right behind her, Peridot peeks out excitedly and says, "Yes, I do." Stepping forward politely, young Peridot bows deeply to his uncle and says, "Hello, uncle." Hearing the sweet word, uncle, Duke Gerald stands completely frozen in emotional shock. With a proud, happy grin, Peridot explains, "My sister told me this is what I should call you." Shuffling his foot nervously on the wooden floor, Peridot adds softly, "And I'm sorry about yesterday." Looking up at his tall uncle, Peridot contritely confesses, "I threw a tantrum." Standing tall, Peridot continues with sweet determination, "I don't hate you, uncle. I actually like you because you look like my mom," while Gerald gasps in utter disbelief. Touched to his very soul, Duke Gerald clutches his chest as a warm, beautiful memory of yellow flowers washes over him. A heartwarming flashback shows young Peridot laughing brightly and happily amidst a field of blooming white flowers. Looking up with adorable, starry eyes, Peridot gently requests, "Please pat my head." Peridot closes his eyes and smiles with pure joy as a warm, comforting hand gently rests on his head. Marin watches the heartwarming moment in pure delight. She eagerly steps forward with chibi sparkles asking, "All right, will you allow me to do it too, Peridot?" Pointing to the sunlit windows, Peridot asks, "Uncle, can I hang out here for a bit before I go?" Gerald replies, "Of course. Do you need anything?" Peridot requests, "Paper, pastels, and some snacks," while Marin adds, "Oh, I'll go request those for you." As Peridot happily draws at a nearby table filled with delicious desserts, Gerald addresses Marin. "Marin, I have something to give you." Gerald gestures to his desk and instructs, "Open the jewelry box on the desk," prompting a curious Marin to ask, "What is it?" Opening the ornate golden jewelry box, Marin is dazzled by two glowing iridescent gemstones and gasps, "Wow, it's beautiful." Gerald explains, "You saved a mine that was on the verge of being abandoned, so that gemstone belongs to you." As Marin looks at it in awe, thinking, "So this is an opal." Clutching the box close with a sweet, knowing smile, Marin recalls, "The female lead gave it a different name, but I know its real name." Pointing to the desk, Chibi Gerald mentions documents next to it as well, prompting Marin to look over in surprise. "Huh,
Wait, this is... Realizing he gifted her the deed to the entire mine, a panicked Chibi Marin screams, I can accept the gem, but I absolutely cannot take the entire mine. Gerald calmly replies, you discovered it and even named it. I think you're more than qualified. But Marin firmly retorts, no way, I can't accept this. You keep it, Lord Gerald. Surrounded by blooming red roses, Gerald leans in with a dashing romantic smile and says, since you're mine anyway, and by extension, it is mine too, sending Marin's heart into a wild flutter. While Chibi Perito draws a cute picture of the two of them with a heart, Gerald asks, are you claiming ownership over a Duke of the Empire right now? While a blushing Marin huffs, then I don't want to be yours either, Lord Gerald. Gerald inquires, what are you planning to make with the opal? I'll summon a jeweler for you. Marin repeats in surprise, a jeweler? Placing her hand over the jewelry box, Marin replies, no, you don't need to call one, because I'm going to the blacksmith. Gerald asks in confusion, why there? Marin holds the jewelry box to her chest with a blissful, lovely smile, surrounded by beautiful, blooming pink cherry blossoms. The scene transitions to the stone chimney of the blacksmith's workshop standing tall under the warm sunset sky. Inside the workshop, a purple-haired blacksmith named Seren holds up the glowing green opal in complete fascination. Marin beams with pride and says, it's pretty, right? It's called an opal, a newly discovered gem. It's still a secret from the public, leaving Seren to gasp, oh my. Seren asks, is the sword for your fiancé? Chibi Marin animatedly gestures and explains, no, it's a sword for a young woman. She's about this tall, with arms this long. She just started learning swordsmanship, so I'd like you to make it lightweight. Seren rubs their chin thoughtfully and asks, is swordsmanship trending in the Empire these days? I got the same order a while ago. How strange. Marin looks surprised, thinking, is there someone else in the ducal castle learning swordsmanship besides me and Lady Garnet? Marin asks, is there any other information you need? To which Seren cheerfully replies, that's more than enough. Seren pauses in surprise, realizing they spoke casually, and sheepishly mutters, yeah. Bowing in apology, Seren says, sorry, my bad, I'm not good with formal language. Marin waves it off with a warm smile, replying, no need to apologize, while secretly recalling, Seren was from the Sanders Empire in the original novel, right? Marin smiles brightly and reassures Seren, you can speak casually to me, while silently thinking to herself, I had expected a blacksmith with a special job to be quite charismatic. I hadn't expected someone so cute. Overjoyed, Seren bursts into a bright grin and suggests, oh, then shall we be friends? You speak casually to me and I'll speak casually to you. Marin is momentarily speechless, repeating, friends? Seren starts to look downcast, muttering, maybe someone like me isn't good enough to be a friend. I'm just a blacksmith and you're a noble lady. Clutching her chest with an enthusiastic, beaming smile, Marin loudly declares, I really want to be friends with Seren. Seren is left completely dazed and blushing as Chibi Marin stares at them with bright, expectant eyes. Seren laughs heartily and playfully slings an arm around Marin's shoulder, exclaiming, bah-ha-ha, since you're the Duke's fiancé, I thought you'd be a stuck-up noble lady. As a gorgeous romantic fantasy of Gerald embracing Marin appears in her mind, a Chibi Seren playfully pokes Marin's burning red cheek, making her whine, don't tease me. Seren happily declares, let's be friends, Miss Marin, to which Marin blushes and asks, if we're friends, why call me Miss? Seren winks and explains, it's a nickname, just a nickname. Calling you just by your name is boring. There are lots of people at the Ducal Castle I gave nicknames to. Seren recalls the amusing nicknames they gave to others in the castle, Olive Oil for one, Handsome Alchemist for another, and Muscular Butler for the head butler, before adding, well, these are the ones I remember. Pointing to a chibi drawing of Seren and herself, Marin curiously asks Seren what the blindfolded Western Duke's nickname is, and Seren replies simply, the Duke, leaving Marin to wonder, why is it just the Duke for Lord Gerald? Seren holds up a finger with shiny gold coins raining down in the background, explaining with professional logic, you have to respect the person who pays you, prompting a convinced Chibi Marin to nod and agree, that makes sense. Delighted by their shared mindset, Seren laughs heartily and playfully smacks Marin on the back. As expected, we speak the same language, Miss Marin. Wincing from the heavy-handed friendly gesture, a sweat-dropping Marin clutches her sore shoulder and mutters, thanks. As Seren asks with a grin, can you hold your liquor, miss? Giving a cheerful thumbs up, Seren warmly proposes, let's grab a drink together soon as friends. Nothing brings people closer like alcohol, right? Marin's eyes widen and sparkle beautifully, a blush rising on her cheek against a gorgeous background of blooming purple flowers. Smiling brightly from ear to ear, Marion and her new friend Seren happily high-five to cement their new friendship. The scene transitions to the high vaulted stone arches of the castle training grounds, where a voice gasps in complete surprise. Your hair! Garnet stands tall and proud in her training uniform, showing off her newly cut, short golden hair and bright green eyes, looking remarkably handsome and determined. Surprised by the transformation, Marin asks, "But why did you suddenly cut your hair?" To which Garnet firmly replies, "I wanted to show my resolve," leaving Marin to repeat, "Resolve?" Smiling brightly as she touches her short locks, Garnet resolutely declares, "For the sake of my family and to be a pillar of strength to my sister, I'm going to become the best knight in the Empire. My sister said she'd support me too." Looking at Garnet with warm admiration and sparkling green eyes, Marin gently praises her. "You're really cool, Lady Garnet." Presenting her special gift, Marin holds up a magnificent custom sword with a glowing green opal beautifully embedded in its golden hilt. "Would you let me have the honor of giving you your first sword?" Garnet looks stunned as Marin hands over the beautiful sheathed weapon and warmly encourages her. "Go ahead, draw it." Garnet pulls the sword and the blade glides smoothly from its scabbard, reflecting a bright magical glow. Staring at the exquisite, lightweight weapon in absolute awe, Garnet asks softly, "When did you prepare this?" Marin beams with a warm, joyful smile. "And I also wanted to get closer to you, Lady Garnet," while playfully adding in a whisper, "It's a kind of bribe." Overcome with gratitude and emotion, Garnet suddenly lunges forward and throws her arms around Marin, hugging her tightly. Tears of pure happiness welling in her green eyes, Garnet clings to Marin and promises, "I will cherish this for the rest of my life." Marin gently hugs her back with a warm, comforting smile. "You must have worried a lot before cutting your lovely hair." Garnet bows deeply and respectfully to Marin, saying, "Because I'm your junior in practicing and learning swordsmanship, please take care of me from now on." Pumping her fists in pure excitement, Marin smiles radiantly and replies, "It is I who should ask for your guidance." Under the clear, sunny sky, Marin's voice rings out over the castle walls. "Ah, then Junior Garnet, shall we do our best in training today too? Let's start with 20 laps of the training ground." To which Garnet eagerly shouts, "Yes!" As the two girls run their laps around the grounds, their shouts of determination echo through the courtyard. Watching them closely from behind the study's glass door is Duke Gerald. Holding the dark red curtain aside, a blindfolded Gerald gazes out at the training grounds with a soft, warm smile on his lips. Panting heavily as she runs, Garnet gasps, "Just one more lap," while a smiling Marin runs right alongside her, cheering her on. "Yeah, that's it." Watching Marin run with her golden ponytail fluttering and a beautiful, bright smile on her face, Gerald thinks to himself, "Marin, you—" Gerald's smile softens as he watches her through the glass window, thinking, "Really know how to disarm people so easily." The scene cuts to a heavy boot landing firmly on the floor as someone groans in exhaustion, saying, "You're too fast." A beautiful flashback of childhood blooms, showing a young girl in winter clothes running and laughing happily as she yells, "Kid!" A young, energetic Marin runs through the snow, looking back to tease a small, red-faced boy struggling to keep up. "What are you going to do being that slow? I guess I'll have to protect you until you grow up." In the present, Gerald smiles tenderly to himself at the heartwarming memory of his childhood. "You really are alike, you and my sister." Garnet sprints away with a flushed, embarrassed face while a happy and cheerful Marin runs after her with a wide grin. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, interrupting Gerald's thoughts. "Your Grace." Lord Olive enters the study to deliver a report. "As you instructed, I have sent Lady Dia's intention to attend the debutante to the capital. It seems we can depart as soon as preparations are finished around winter." Gerald places his hand over the official document and instructs calmly, "Understood. Make sure the preparations go smoothly." Meanwhile, in a different part of the Empire, a woman smiles slyly upon hearing the news. "Oh my, the Vines dukedom is preparing for a debutante." Holding the invitation, a lavishly dressed noble lady with green eyes and a cunning smile boasts, "Then shouldn't they naturally greet me, the flower of the Western social world?" Back at the ducal castle, Marin approaches a tall, magnificent tower and calls out, "Sir Zero, it's Marin." Marin peeks her head through the grand wooden doors of the laboratory. "Lord Olive sent me. Do you have a moment?" Looking around, Marin gasps in awe at the mysterious and magical atmosphere. "Wow, so this is an alchemist's lab." The lab is filled with glowing flasks, scrolls, and books scattered everywhere, but a bright pink arrow points to a pair of legs lying motionless under a table. There's so much cool stuff. Marin stops in her tracks, her eyes widening in surprise. "Wait, what's that?" Marin is horrified to see the silver-haired alchemist, Sir Zero, lying face down on the floor next to a spilled blue potion. "Wait, that's Sir Zero? Is Sir Zero dead?" A panicked Marin screams, oh no, what do I do? I need to tell Lord Gerald. But Zero groans weakly from the floor. I'm alive. Please don't go killing me off, my lady.
Stumbling and swaying unsteadily on his feet, Zero is supported by a worried Marin, who asks, "Are you sure you're really okay?" To which he replies, "Of course, I just pulled an all-nighter and passed out for a second." Clutching his head in sheer frustration, a sleep-deprived Zero complains, "That bastard Duke dumped a really annoying job on me. He wants something where you can't see the inside from the outside, but you also can't see the outside from the inside. Does he think alchemy is magic or something?" Marin's sweat drops at his dramatic venting and says, "I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but you're working really hard." To which Zero waves it off and replies, "Enough about me, though." With dramatic flair, Zero runs a hand through his silky silver hair, revealing his dazzlingly handsome face and bright blue eyes. "I heard from Olive Oil. You're going to a party?" Leaning in with a curious smirk, Zero asks, "Tell me something I don't know, my lady. On behalf of whose invitation are you going?" Marin explains to Zero that she received an invitation from Lady Air for a gathering of ladies before their debutantes. Zero notes that Lady Air has an excessive interest in Gerald and realizes why Olive sent her here. Zero tells Marin to wait a moment as he begins rummaging through his desk, leaving her looking quite confused. Zero holds out a beautiful silver chain bracelet with a blue gem and tells Marin to take it with her, prompting her to ask what it is. Zero explains that the bracelet is one of his unique inventions and that pressing the blue gem will reveal something very interesting. With a mischievous smirk, Zero promises Marin that using the magical bracelet will treat her to a very entertaining show. The scene shifts to the beautifully lush and sunlit glasshouse of the Air County estate. Marin and Dia arrive inside the grand greenhouse, but they find themselves standing completely alone with only a butler greeting them. Marin asks the butler where the other ladies are, causing him to hesitate nervously as he tries to find an explanation. Smiling politely, Marin tells the butler to go find Lady Susan right away, while keeping a sharp and analytical gaze. Marin apologizes to Dia, assuming the other ladies are ignoring them to keep her in check as Duke Gerald's fiancée, but Dia gently assures her that she doesn't need to apologize. Dia smirks behind her fan, finding it rather amusing and entertaining that they are being openly ostracized before even making their debutantes. Feeling protective of her friend, Marin suggests they should just leave rather than tolerate being treated so rudely. An official announcement introduces Lady Dia of Adrian County and Lady Marin of Schwentz Vice County as they stand side by side. Susan from the Eyre County arrives with a group of noble ladies, offering a polite but fake smile as she introduces herself. Dia glares coldly at Susan, completely unimpressed by her sudden and elegant entrance. Hiding her face behind her lace fan, Susan asks with mock concern if they have recovered from their travel fatigue. Susan patronizingly promises to help Dia prepare for her debutante, prompting Dia to address the elephant in the room. Dia lowers her fan, her green eyes piercing as she boldly asks if this neglect is how the West treats its esteemed guests. Susan quickly defends herself, making up a shallow excuse about the other ladies detaining her to admire her dress. As Susan giggles behind her fan, the ladies behind her look incredibly sweat-dropped and uncomfortable with her blatant lies. Susan shifts the focus and invites all the gathered ladies to raise their champagne glasses to celebrate the upcoming debutantes. At the table loaded with delicious crackers, strawberries, and cheese, Marin turns to Dia and asks if she is all right. Hiding behind their fans, Dia whispers that she wants to leave, while Marin sadly agrees, wishing she could have helped Dia make some friends. Marin smiles warmly behind her yellow floral fan, deeply touched by Dia's protective and caring attitude. Marin overhears the cruel whispers of the other ladies, who mock her family's ruin, call her thick-skinned, and accuse her of seducing the Duke after losing her purity. Outraged by the disgusting gossip, Dia slams her hands on the table and stands up, demanding to know what they just said. Marin gently holds Dia back, calmly assuring her that she expected this kind of reaction after the engagement party, and that it doesn't bother her. Looking down with cold, glowing green eyes, Marin decides she cannot let them get away with saying such vile things in front of Dia. Lady Barandi speaks up to defend Marin and Dia, scolding the others for throwing around such careless and rude words upon their first meeting. Susan sneers maliciously at Lady Barandi, bringing up a scandalous rumor about her sneaking into the Duke's private chamber. While Lady Barandi furiously denies the rumor, Marin stands up and commands Lady Air to stop lying. Marin boldly reveals that Lady Air was the actual culprit who broke into Gerald's room, while Susan tries to dismiss it as a baseless accusation. With a confident look, Marin presses the blue gem on her bracelet, eager to see if Susan will keep denying the truth. A holographic projection appears, showing a chibi Susan snuggling Gerald's pillow and sighing about a scent. Marin raises her hand high, projecting the magical, irrefutable evidence above the entire banquet table. The projection reveals Chibi Susan contemplating stealing the pillow before a shadow looms over her, asking if she is a spy. A panicked Susan screams her name in the projection as Gerald and his assistant inspect the intruder, concluding she is not a spy. The memory projection shows Gerald with cold black eyes, dismissing Susan as a waste of time and ordering her to be sent back. Marin stands triumphantly in her elegant floral dress, watching the projection with absolute calm. The projection shows Gerald's assistant warning a tearful Susan that sneaking into the Duke's room is a crime and that she must stay out of his sight. The magical bracelet continues to emit a brilliant blue light as the truth is fully laid bare for everyone to see. An overhead view shows the entire table of noblewomen staring in stunned, silent disbelief at the magical holographic playback. Lady Mirandy furiously stands up to confront Susan, while the other ladies whisper in shock about Susan being the real source of the rumors. Horrified and cornered, Susan screams at Marin, accusing her of bringing out fabricated evidence to insult her. Shaking with absolute rage, Susan glares at Marin, who coolly questions her claim that the recording is fabricated. Marin explains that the bracelet is a patented, tamper-proof item of the Vines ducal house used by the imperial family, leaving Susan gritting her teeth in silent fury. Completely losing her mind, Susan screams in demonic rage and lunges forward, shouting that a lowly woman like Marin is unfit for the Duke. Marin effortlessly dodges to the side, causing an off-balance Susan to trip and fall headfirst toward the dining table. Susan tries to grab the tablecloth to save herself, but she crashes down, sending drinks and glasses shattering everywhere. Looking breathtakingly cool and beautiful, Marin touches her chin thoughtfully, admitting she didn't mean to take things quite this far. Standing amidst the debris of shattered glasses and spilled drinks, Susan kneels on the floor in utter despair. A caption reads, "I guess this is the end for the flower of the Western high society." Outside the Grand Castle, snow covers the trees and bridges as winter officially arrives. Marin sneezes in her white winter coat and mutters, "It's gotten really cold. Guess it's officially winter now. I need to hurry inside and warm up." Marin arrives at Seren's workshop, calling out, "I'm here, Seren." Seren looks up in surprise while holding a large chest, asking, "Miss Marin, what brings you here without any notice?" Seren puts the wooden box down inside his warm forge. Marin smiles, explaining, "It's freezing out, so I came to hang out. The forge is always warm since you keep the fire going." Seren is impressed, replying, "As expected of you. You're on another level." Enticed by the warmth of the forge, Marin suggests, "On top of that, I feel like a glass of wine would make this absolutely perfect. What do you say?" Marin beams with excitement as she pulls out a bottle of wine from her basket to celebrate. Looking unimpressed, Seren scoffs at her selection and remarks, "Little kids' juice like that is no fun." Seren proudly pulls out a bottle of strong liquor instead. Marin looks at it in surprise, saying, "The alcohol content looks crazy high. What kind of liquor is this?" Seren grins and replies, "It's a rare spirit brought all the way from my hometown." Marin is thrilled by the prospect of trying the strong spirit and exclaims, "As expected of you, Miss Marin, you know what's up." Sitting together at the dining table inside the cozy workshop, Marin and Seren happily toast their glasses. Having had too much to drink, a heavily flushed Marin slurs her words, babbling, "So what I'm saying is, listen here." Drunk Marin enthusiastically boasts about her triumph over Susan. "When I told her off like this, boom, that lady just totally flopped over. Swear to God, hilarious, right?" Seren smiles and chuckles. Hey, Miss Marin, do you know how many times you've told that story tonight?" Pouting with squishy, flushed cheeks, a cute chibi Marin mumbles, "I don't think I said it that much," while Seren affectionately pinches her cheek and sighs, "You're completely wasted." Geez, cute, so cute. Marin's gaze softens as she looks down thoughtfully. She asks Seren, "About the Duke, what do you think of him, Seren?" Seren leans his chin on his hand with a playful smirk, teasing her. "What's this, relationship advice?" Marin quickly looks away, blushing in front of the warm fireplace. She stammers, Nothing like that. He's just so sweet and gentle, but..." Marin covers her burning pink cheeks with her hands, completely lost in her romantic thoughts about Gerald. Seren is utterly dumbfounded by Marin's description, imagining a cold and intimidating blindfolded Duke Gerald. Seren's sweat drops, thinking to himself, "Sweet? Gentle? That cold-blooded monster? Is this what they call being blinded by love?" Drunk Marin passionately gestures as she argues, "No, you just don't know him, Seren. Lord Gerald is so nice that..." Suddenly, a very real blindfolded Gerald looms right behind her, asking coldly, "That what?"
Serene cheerfully waves and says, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear," while Marin turns around in sheer wide-eyed shock, gasping, "Duke?"
Seren asks Gerald what he is doing here, while Chibi Marin drunkenly clings to the Duke. Gerald casually replies, "I can tell just from the smell alone." Looking up at Gerald with a bright, drunken smile, Marin sways and asks, "Lord Gerald, do I smell like booze a lot?" Gerald smiles subtly and replies, "I'm getting drunk just being near you, Marin," while Chibi Marin pouts in protest, "I really didn't drink that much." Without a word, Gerald sweeps Marin off her feet into a bridal carry, prompting her to gasp, "Whoa!" Looking down at her tenderly, Gerald tells her, "Let's head back now, Marin," while she blinks up at him, completely dazed. Chibi Seren happily waves them off, saying, "Whoa, a bridal carry? Oh boy, love is certainly in the air. Have a safe trip, Your Grace, Miss Marin." Under the moonlight, Gerald carries Marin in his arms across the snowy castle grounds. Marin giggles happily, snuggling into his chest. Drunk Marin smiles blissfully, murmuring, "Lord Gerald, heh." Gerald asks, "Was spending time with Seren that fun?" Marin replies, "Well, yeah, but I'm just so happy that you came to get me, Lord Gerald. The breeze feels so nice and cool, too." Looking up at him, Marin asks, "Lord Gerald, could you open your eyes for a sec?" Gerald, carrying her, questions, "Why the sudden request to open my eyes?" Marin closes her eyes with a sweet, serene smile, looking incredibly beautiful amidst the blooming white flowers. Looking up at the clear night sky, Marin says, "Look, the moon is so bright tonight. It even reflected in my wine glass earlier. I want to see the moon reflect in your eyes too." Chibi Marin begins to squirm and wave her hands in his arms, prompting a sweat-dropped Gerald to warn her, "Marin, it's dangerous if you squirm like that." Close-up of Marin's glowing green eye as she focuses closely on his face. As Gerald's blindfold loosens, Marin points out, "Did your eye color change? They were sparkly silver, but they got a little darker." Gerald's blindfold falls away, revealing his striking silver eyes. He looks surprised, murmuring, "What?" Looking away slightly, Gerald softly rationalizes, "It must be because it's night." An ecstatic Chibi Marin pats Gerald's head, cheering, "Lord Gerald, you're so smart. Smart kids deserve some praise and head pats." Gerald smiles gently as her hand ruffles his hair, noting, "I thought you were done treating me like a little boy a while ago." Marin smiles and says, "Hee hee, you smiled. You're so pretty when you smile. You should smile all the time." Gerald asks, "I'm pretty?" To which she responds, "You're the male lead, so of course you're pretty." Gerald wonders, "I'm the male lead? Then who is the female lead?" Marin points up confidently, starting to say, "It's obviously." Before she can finish, Marin's head collides right against Gerald's chest with an oof. Marin rubs her forehead in confusion and asks, "Huh? Why is there a wall here?" While Gerald's sweat drops and replies, "That's my chest." Drunk Marin begins poking his chest repeatedly, marveling, "Mr. Chest is so hard. The more I poke it, the harder it gets. What kind of magic is this?" Leaving Gerald completely speechless. Close-up of Marin's eye widening in surprise as she realizes something. Marin happily leans her head against Gerald's firm chest, cooing, "It's just the right amount of firm. Makes for a perfect pillow." Smiling contentedly, Marin says, "Hard chest pillow is the beast," while Gerald closes his eyes and smiles gently, whispering, "Goodness, you're a funny woman." Holding her close as they walk through the snowy, flower-filled garden, Gerald thinks to himself, "With such a small, light body, she manages to exceed my expectations every time. At this rate, I can't take my eyes off her for a single second." The next morning, the sun shines brightly over the majestic castle as Marin groans, "Ugh, my head hurts." Marin lies hungrily and groggily in bed, blindly reaching out her hand as she whines, "I'm thirsty. Water, water." As Marin groggily opens her eyes, she is shocked to hear a teasing voice ask, "How did you ever hold back from touching me all this time?" Her vision clears to reveal a breathtaking view of Duke Gerald lying in bed with his robe open. He smiles charmingly and tells her, "You can touch me more if you want," as she realizes her hand is resting directly on his bare chest. Sweating and blushing furiously, Chibi Marin scrambles away in utter panic, shrieking, "Why is my hand on your chest? Wait, why am I even in here?" Gerald casually explains that she kept calling his hard chest the best pillow and wouldn't let go, leaving them with no choice but to sleep together. As yesterday's embarrassing memories flash vividly before her eyes, Marin's face turns bright red, and she can only stammer in mortified disbelief. Unable to face him for another second, Chibi Marin screams, "I am so sorry about yesterday," and flees the room at top speed, leaving a trail of chaotic dust behind her.
Left behind in the grand bedroom, Gerald sits quietly on the edge of the bed, staring at the door in silent bemusement after her sudden hasty escape. Remembering her hilarious and adorable drunken behavior, Gerald gently touches his chin and breaks into a warm, incredibly handsome smile.
Hiding her burning face in her hands, a weeping Marin curls up in absolute mortification, crying, "Let me just turn into dust and disappear."